Yes,
And lady, today's first witness is Michael Gove, please.
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the
the
truth,
whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Gove, may I make the same apology to you that I've made to other witnesses? But the fact the modular structure means we have to call you back again. I'm sorry about the demands we're making on your time.
I quite understand, my lady.
Could you commence your evidence, please, by giving us your full name?
Michael Andrew Gove.
Mr. Gove, thank you for your provision of a further witness statement in these proceedings. Your statement of the 1st of September 2023 for the purposes of this module. I want to start, please, your evidence by asking you some questions about your past ministerial role. You were Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster between the 24th of July 2019 and the 15th of September 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
But you also held the post of Minister for the Cabinet Office between the 13th of February 2020 and the 15th of September 2021. Why did you fill both posts? Why were you fulfilling both those positions?
When I was first appointed as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, the Prime Minister made it clear that my role at that time was to lead on preparations for Brexit, and in particular for preparations for a potential no-deal scenario. It had been the case, I believed, and the Prime Minister certainly believed, that preparations for Brexit had not been made in the way that they should have been, and that was my sole focus during the time that I was Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, CDL, alone. After the general election, the Prime Minister believed that government should be reconfigured, and he wanted to give me a slightly broader role, now, of course, that he enjoyed a majority and that a Brexit deal had been secured in outline, and that broader role was to encompass looking at how the Cabinet Office might improve coordination of government policy, particularly, but not exclusively, with the devolved administrations.
Was your appointment as Minister for the Cabinet Office connected in any way with the dawning realisation of the crisis, the coronavirus crisis, which of course was beginning to make itself apparent?
I don't believe so.
You therefore held two ministerial posts broadly connected with the workings of the Cabinet Office. And did that mean that you were broadly responsible and you held the ministerial responsibility for dealing with matters such as civil contingencies, the resilience of government, with the response to civil emergencies? Was that all broadly within your brief?
Yes, but I had observed before taking on this role and realised very quickly upon taking on this role that the way in which the Cabinet Office was configured was not, to my mind, appropriate for the type of pandemic that we faced and indeed the type of crisis that requires an effective whole-of-government response.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the Cabinet Office in a moment. Before I do so, and just to conclude the issue of your ministerial positions, then on the 15th of September 2021, where you appointed Secretary of State for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities, and also Minister for Intergovernmental Relations. Why were you appointed to both those positions?
The Prime Minister recognised that levelling up was a principal focus of domestic policy that had not, in his view, at that time, had the focus and drive devoted to it required. So he strengthened the department, which I took over previously, MHCLG, the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government. We had an additional permanent secretary who was appointed on a temporary basis. I know it may seem odd to have a temporary permanent secretary, but Andy Haldane joined us in order to drive that activity. But intergovernmental relations, which had been exercised from the Cabinet Office, was added, and I think the Prime Minister believed that it was a complement to the work of levelling up across the whole United Kingdom to have a minister responsible for coordination with the devolved administrations.
And what was the genesis of that ministerial position, Minister for Intergovernmental Relations. Had there been a review, in fact, before that time, into United Kingdom government union capability?
Absolutely. Conducted by Lord Dunlop, Andrew Dunlop, originally commissioned when Theresa May was Prime Minister, and of course the experience during COVID reinforced the need for us to have a more coherent approach towards sharing information and coordinating policy across the whole United Kingdom.
In broad terms, did your appointment as Secretary of State for Levelling Up and as Minister for Intergovernmental Relations mean that you were less involved in decision-making relating to COVID from that date of appointment, 15th September 2021?
Yes.
All right. Coming back to the Cabinet Office, the inquiry has heard evidence, and particularly in the context of Module 1, to the effect that the Cabinet Office performs a vital role at the heart of government in liaising between other government departments, synthesising the response of government, in broking, if you like, the affairs of government between its various multifaceted parts. There has been an abundance of evidence in this module, Mr. Gove, to the effect that over and above perhaps a degree of expected chaos or confusion in the face of an unprecedented crisis, the Cabinet Office was largely dysfunctional, and that is a word that's been used by Mr. Cummings, by Mark Sedwell, the former Cabinet Secretary, the former Deputy Cabinet Secretary, Helen McNamara, and others. How, as you see it, and you'd been a Minister for the Cabinet Office for some time, how was that position allowed to develop?
For a variety of reasons. I think the first thing is that the inherent structure of the Cabinet Office was flawed. Normally, the lead minister, the Secretary of State, is responsible for everything that happens in his department, and of course, or her department, and answerable to the House of Commons, accountable for what happens there. But the Cabinet Office is different. There is much within the Cabinet Office that is not within the purview and not within the control of whoever happens to be the lead Cabinet Office Minister, Chancellor, Duchy of Lancaster, Minister for the Cabinet Office, or whatever. So there are significant parts of the Cabinet Office that answer to the Cabinet Secretary or to the Prime Minister rather than to the lead Minister for the Cabinet Office. And as Helen McNamara, I think, points out in her evidence, in paragraph 22 of her evidence, she says that in July 2019, she had been given clear instructions by the Prime Minister and his team that following the de facto Deputy Prime Minister model, which some attribute the role of CDL into being, was not the intention behind appointing Mr. Gove into the Cabinet Office. My teams and I should be clear that our ministerial accountability, flowed through the Prime Minister only. And I think actually, even though Helen was talking about the particular circumstances under which I was appointed, it was a feature of the way in which the Cabinet Office worked that various secretariats there, the National Security Secretariat and so on, worked to the Prime Minister.
Ministerially, to whom should the inquiry look in terms of accountability for the state into which the Cabinet Office descended prior to the onset of the coronavirus pandemic?
Well, I would take two steps back. I think my point would be that the Cabinet Office, in and of itself, over many years, has operated in a way which is not as effective as it should be for the effective delivery of government policy, both business as usual and also in response to crises. In the first module, we touched on the lead department model for responding to crises. And there is much merit in that for many of the crises that government faces. An animal health emergency or a flooding emergency are best handled using the expertise that DEFRA, for example, has. But when we're dealing with a whole system crisis of the kind that COVID clearly was, then the lead departmental model is not adequate for that. We had an approach, the Cabinet Office had an approach, which I fear ceded too much responsibility to lead government departments and did not mean the assumption of sufficient responsibility at the centre. And we can see that in the way in which the Civil Contingencies Secretariat believed that it was supposed to respond. It was not occupying, I believe, their space, and it did not exercise the authority that it should have done across government, partly because of the lead department model. And that is a structural issue of government that had not been addressed and which I believe this inquiry is seeking to address.
Can I return to the structural position in a moment? My question was in fact directed at the nature of the Cabinet Office itself, rather than structural issues which may have arisen between itself and other government departments, in particular the response of government in the face of a whole government crisis. The Cabinet Office itself has been described as dysfunctional, bloated, too many senior levels, too many Director Generals, a degree of duplication and confusion, a huge number of communications engagement staff, and so on. That is a facet of the Cabinet Office itself, not any other lead government department. Why do you think that the Cabinet Office came to be in such a state?
Well, again, the Cabinet Office acquired additional responsibilities before and during my time there. There was a tendency, there has been a tendency, amongst successive prime ministers to shove into the Cabinet Office responsibilities that do not appear to fit conveniently or easily elsewhere. At different times, different prime ministers have used the Cabinet Office, for example, to lead on drugs policy or on policy towards charities and the third sector. So it becomes a sort of Mary Poppins bag into which different prime ministers will shove things that they believe require to be dealt with by the government's nanny, as it were. And it's also the case that the Cabinet Office, under previous ministers, had acquired responsibility, which I believe is right, for ensuring that various cross-government functions, procurement, communications and buildings and so on, were administered more effectively. And on many of those occasions, as the Cabinet Office grew, as its responsibilities grew, what we did not have was the drains-up exercise to look and to focus on what exactly should be done through the Cabinet Office and what should be done through other government departments and what should be done in number 10. And when I assumed responsibility for the whole of the Cabinet Office in the middle of February and in early March, I believed that we needed to change the way in which it operated. And I made my views clear to the Prime Minister, to the Cabinet Secretary, and to those working for the Prime Minister that we needed to reform the way in which the Cabinet Office operated.
Again, Mr. Gove, you've referred to the areas for which the Cabinet Office became responsible and to the structural system around it. Was it not apparent to you, particularly when you became Minister for the Cabinet Office, that in terms of personnel, in terms of its working arrangements, in terms of its ability to function, there were very serious concerns revolving around the nature of the Cabinet Office?
On the question of personnel, I would gently push back. I think that the Cabinet Office had some of the finest civil servants in Whitehall working within it. And overall, I was and continue to be impressed by many of those who work there. And it was certainly the case that one of the additional responsibilities that the Cabinet Office had, as we mentioned earlier, from July, was preparing for the UK's departure from the European Union. During that time, some of the civil servants, both who were there and who joined, were among some of the finest public servants that this country has. I would not blame them. I think the dysfunction in the Cabinet Office was a consequence of two things. Responsibilities being added in a piecemeal and cumulative way without strategic thought being given to how the Cabinet Office would discharge all of those. and a related failure to think strategically about how the centre of government should be reconfigured.
Regardless of whether the cause was a systemic one, a structural one, a problem with the Cabinet Office, in blunt terms, being given too much to do, the reality in terms of the impact was very serious, was it not?
Oh, yes.
The government body responsible for synthesising the response of government in the face of this unprecedented crisis was largely, as it must have seemed to you, not fit for purpose in February, March, April, May of 2020.
Yes, and I want to take this opportunity, if I may, my lady, to apologise to the victims who endured so much pain, the families who endured so much loss as a result of the mistakes that were made by government in response to the pandemic. And as a minister responsible for the Cabinet Office and who was also close to many of the decisions that were made, I must take my share of responsibility for that. Politicians are human beings, we're fallible, we make mistakes and we make errors, and I'm sure that the inquiry will have an opportunity to look in detail at many of the errors I and others made. But I also want to stress that I and those with whom I worked were also seeking at every point, in circumstances where every decision was difficult and every course was bad, to make those decisions that we felt we could in order to try to deal with an unprecedented virus and a remarkable assault on the institutions of the country.
Could we have, please, the report from Helen McNamara on the screen, 136755. Mr. Gove, you'll be very familiar with this document.
Yes.
It's a document about which Helen McNamara herself, somebody who I'm sure you would also describe as being one of our finest public servants.
Absolutely.
Prepared in May 2020. And the tenor of this document, Mr. Gove, is that not in terms of the structural responsibilities of the Cabinet Office, but in terms of its output, in terms of the personnel, in terms of the culture, in terms of what it was actually able to do, there were very serious problems. The culture was not getting the best from people. There was powerlessness. There was bad behaviour from leaders, too much politics, the talking over of junior women. She says, too many Cabinet Office senior leaders, which means they can't take decisions without consulting others. A superhero culture. The Cabinet Office has fallen out of shape. Those are damning observations, are they not?
Yes, they are. And Helen's broader evidence points to the way in which, as she says, the Cabinet Office is not elastic. It was moved into a particular shape as a result of some of the successive responsibilities that I mentioned earlier. And so the overall structure of the Cabinet Office was not such that it could perform as it should, as any government department should, when faced with a crisis. Some of the behaviour that Helen quite rightly points out and calls out is, I think, a regrettable feature of one of our failures to effectively and at an early stage change the way in which the Cabinet Office worked. And as I mentioned earlier, there were a variety of changes that I wished to make, including some that I did make to personnel, which were intended to address some, though not all, of the concerns that Helen rightly raises.
Right at the bottom of that first page, there are these words: sense that Cabinet Office has lost its way in making the Whitehall machine work for number 10, and then over the page, not synthesising departments or leveraging machine. That is a fairly broad observation, of course, but it may be thought to be an obvious one. If it had appeared to Helen McNamara that in this very general sense the Cabinet Office was failing in its primary role of leveraging the government machine, that must have been apparent to you from being Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, which of course is a related Cabinet Office ministerial role, and certainly from February 2020 when you became Cabinet Minister for the Cabinet Office.
Yes.
What did you do yourself in February, March, April to address the concerns which you appear to have shared?
Well, the first thing is that when I was Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster solely, as I mentioned earlier, my focus was on Brexit preparations. And again, we discussed in the inquiry the extent to which I believe that those helped us to prepare for some of the challenges of COVID. But after assuming responsibility for the whole of the Cabinet Office, I sought to try to wrestle it into shape. And I, both with my private office and also with the new Permanent Secretary, Alex Chisholm, made a series of recommendations as to how things should and might change, improving its analytical function, changing the way in which reporting lines operated. But if I may, one of the things that I found while I was there, and even as the situation with COVID was looming on the horizon, was that I discovered during the course of those early weeks that there were parts of the Cabinet Office and ways in which the Cabinet Office operated that were shielded almost from my scrutiny and intervention. A case in point occurred when, on the 3rd of March, I believe, I had to answer an urgent question about the resignation of Philip Rutnam as Permanent Secretary at the Home Office and the consequences for the position of the then Home Secretary, Dame Priti Patel. I was preparing as the Minister accountable to go into the House of Commons to answer the question when, shortly before I went in, I was told, and didn't know beforehand, that there was an inquiry going on as to whether or not the then Home Secretary had breached the Ministerial Code. That inquiry was supervised by the Propriety and Ethics team within the Cabinet Office, who do a peerless job, but I wasn't aware of that at all. So a key element in the Cabinet Office, a key team, was shielded from my scrutiny and my ability to both know what was going on and then ask questions about its effectiveness. At various different times in the run-up to that UQ and afterwards, I sought, by talking to Number 10 and making clear my frustrations, that we needed to fundamentally alter how the Cabinet Office worked. And indeed, I expressed my views, including to Dominic Cummings, sometimes in very direct terms, about the need for change and reform in the way in which the Cabinet Office operated.
And Mr. Gove, we will look in due course at some of the, well, many of the suggestions that you made in relation to reform of the Cabinet Office structure. But again, why did this revelatory understanding about the state of the Cabinet Office not occur whilst you were Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, that is to say, between July of 2019 and February of 2020? It must have become apparent to you, while you discharged that important ministerial responsibility, that the government department for which you were at least indirectly responsible was failing.
Well, the first thing is that my responsibility as CDL was to make sure that the inadequate preparations that we had made for our departure from the European Union were ramped up. And that was the principal focus of my work. It meant enlisting additional people from outside the Cabinet Office to come in. Already I was aware that in one area, a central area of government responsibility, government was not configured as it should be. I was, during that time, increasingly aware of some of the inherent dysfunction within the Cabinet Office, but it was only when I assumed full responsibility as MCO that it became clear to me quite how dysfunctional the structure of the organisation was. And as I mentioned earlier, there were parts of the Cabinet Office that, and perhaps rightly, considered themselves not to be responsible to or accountable to me, or indeed anyone who was CDL or MCO. And I used to refer to parts of the Cabinet Office as the dark side of the moon, because they were obscured from my gaze.
if you were increasingly aware, as you say you were, why did you take no steps prior to March 2020 to address the problem?
I was appointed to be MCO, I think, on the 13th of February. And I think within weeks, I was making clear to Number 10 and others.
No, I mean, I apologise. Between July 19, when you were Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and March 2020, when you had your feet under the table of that new ministerial responsibility.
Again, it's a nature of a feature, and in the nature of cabinet government, that you can make observations to the Prime Minister and to others about the weaknesses that you discern in other parts of government, but there are delineations of responsibility. So,
did you, and I apologise for interrupting, did you make those observations between July 19 and February 2020?
I made some observations informally about some features of how the government machine was operating, but at that time, I was prioritising what I considered to be the role and mission that the Prime Minister had given me, and which I believed was absolutely critical. So, as I arrived as Minister for the Cabinet Office, alongside being Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, I had concerns, but I wanted to familiarise myself with the shape and structure in greater detail before then making recommendations for change. Normally, in previous cabinet roles, when I've arrived in departments and I believed that there needed to be change, I've taken a couple of months before instituting what some of those changes are, because I wanted to make sure that I properly understood why things are the way they are, before then arguing for change. When I arrived at the Cabinet Office, it was rather quicker. There is a principle in politics, the principle of Chesterton's fence. Sometimes the existence of a particular institution or protocol seems irrational, but before you remove it, you need to understand why it might have been put there. And that applies in other government departments. Don't immediately rush to change things before understanding why they were there. But as you say, while I was Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, I became increasingly aware of the need for change. And then, as Minister for the Cabinet Office, I sought quickly to familiarise myself with those aspects of the operation of the Cabinet Office that I had not been directly responsible for beforehand, and became even more seized of the need for changing how it worked.
You're not suggesting, of course, that dysfunctionality, if revealed in the heart of a government department, is something that should not be addressed?
No. No, it absolutely should be addressed. Right. But my point is one born of experience, which is you need to understand why things are the way they are, that things which at first or even second glance within government or within any institution, which may seem a barrier to progress or may seem illogical, must have seemed at one point logical to someone. So you need to understand why things are the way they are before then saying, right, this needs to change, the justification has fallen away, the logic behind this decision no longer applies.
Was it also apparent to you from February 2020 that there were very serious systemic issues in the heart of Number 10? The inquiries heard a great deal of evidence about the toxicity, the atmosphere in Number 10, the behaviour of people in Number 10. You will be familiar with the references in the Cabinet Secretary's WhatsApps to it being like taming wild animals. Nothing in Mr. Case's past experience had prepared him for the madness. He'd never seen a bunch of people less well equipped to run a country. That could not have been hidden from you as Minister for the Cabinet Office, could it?
I think Mr. Case's evidence...
well, he hasn't given evidence yet.
I think that WhatsApp refers to circumstances later in our response to COVID, but I entirely understand your point. I think it is the case that almost every number 10 operation has had by its nature strong personalities. Sometimes those personalities clash, sometimes under tension. Humans express themselves in ways which, with the benefit of hindsight, they regret. It is certainly the case that under Boris Johnson, there were strong personalities in number 10, but those strong personalities had been responsible for helping to secure not just an election victory, but an end to the logjam in Parliament over Brexit. And many of those strong personalities needed to be assertive in order to deal with some of the other challenges that we faced.
But you accept, do you not, that this was an issue going beyond personality clash? The behaviour, the style, the personalities of the people in number 10 had a direct impact on its functionality, on its ability to perform in the face of this unprecedented crisis. You would accept that proposition?
Well, I think that you're never going to get a perfect team of personalities, all of whom are beautifully aligned and amongst whom there is perfect harmony. You will always have, it's in the nature of politics, strong views, sometimes punctually expressed. The key thing, I think, is overall, does the system accommodate a diversity of opinion? And then, once a resolution is reached, does it implement that policy quickly and effectively? And I think that, you know, the nature of politics, the nature of decision-making in any organisation under pressure means that people do sometimes need to be, you know, a little bit direct.
The evidence, Mr. Gove, suggests, well, the point is not that a council of perfection should have been expected on the part of number 10, but that it was dysfunctional, that it was chaotic, that in terms of its ability to produce policy, as you've described it, to implement government decision-making, it was, to use the words of Mr. Cummings himself, dysfunctional.
I think that there were, Mr. Cummings's written evidence goes into great length about many of the frustrations that he felt, even before he entered government, about the way in which it worked. I share many, if not all, of his concerns and views about some of the weaknesses of the way in which government operates. But I think that it's in the nature of anyone who's a reformer that they will feel the need to test the effectiveness of delivery and then want to seek to improve it, sometimes by being exacting and tough, but one would hope always with an understanding of the human factor as well. And I think that the question of how effective government was and is best discerned from a detailed look at its response to different crises. And again, I would not want to preempt the committee's conclusions at all, but I think I would argue that the government of Boris Johnson, when it came to preparation for Brexit, executed that well. When it came to the vaccine rollout, executed that well. But there are other areas which I know the inquiry will look at where it would be quite wrong to award ourselves high marks.
Well, I'm going to press you on that, Mr. Gove. In terms of the government's overall response in those early months to the crisis and deliberately not addressing the issue of vaccines, the government response was deficient. There was a chaotic and dysfunctional element inside number 10, inside the Cabinet Office, and the government, whether you put it in terms of, using your words, in terms of output or delivery, was significantly off the mark, was it not?
I think it was the case that there were specific failings, and we can go on to list them. But I would add two things. The first is that governments across the developed world were dealing with a novel virus, and governments across the Western world scrambled to appreciate quite how devastating the impact of this virus would be on their healthcare systems, on their economies, and on vulnerable people within their societies. So, of course, mistakes and errors were made by the UK government, and some of them were unique and specific to the UK government. But I also think that we need to remember that governments everywhere made errors. This is not to excuse me from my responsibility for the mistakes that I made. It's simply to say that when dealing with a crisis of this kind, one needs to appreciate that for democratic politicians everywhere, there were sudden and accumulating pressures, which some dealt with better than others, but also the very nature of the virus and the nature of the response required became more and more apparent over time as more and more evidence came to light, as we've seen from the evidence presented to the inquiry. Originally, there was scepticism about asymptomatic transmission. As we've seen from the evidence presented to the inquiry, there was a strong body of scientific evidence that suggested that, for example, to lock down earlier than we did would have tested the patience and the endurance of the British public in a way that was not sustainable.
Can I interrupt you there to say, of course, we're going to look at some of the decision-making and important decision-making and the information available to the government. But before we move on from this topic, Mr. Gove, you would accept that, however eloquently advanced, that those observations in relation to the performance of other governments can only be proffered by way of mitigation. They are not an answer to the basic charge, I don't mean that in a legal sense, that there were failings in the heart of the government machine, its departments, its centre, its operations in Number 10, that directly impacted upon its ability to respond to the crisis.
Yes, but I think that it's important that we are specific and that we look at specific incidents. So it's understandable that people will express themselves in WhatsApps in the heat of the moment, or even in evidence in placid recollection. They will express themselves with frustration, sometimes anger, about what they see and what went on. That is human. What is also human is making mistakes. The key thing is, were individuals case by case operating in a way that was cavalier, irrational, or foolish? And my contention would be that if we look in detail at each of the processes of decision-making, we can understand that many of the weaknesses were as a result of systemic factors. Other weaknesses were as a result of people's preferences, instincts, and judgments, leading them in a particular direction, which, with the benefit of hindsight, was wrong.
Indeed. The DHSC, you must have been in a position to form a view, in a general sense, about its ability to respond to the crisis. Evidence has been given in this module from Mr. Cummings, from Lord Sedwell, also by Sir Patrick Vallance, with particular reference to his diaries, to the effect that between February and May 2020, the DHSC was overwhelmed by the scale of the crisis. I don't wish to engage with you on the merits of the lead government department model. We must focus on the practical response, the practical ability of that department to be able to respond to the crisis. Would you agree with that proposition that it was indeed overwhelmed by the scale of the crisis?
I think I would put it in a slightly different way. I think that, and I fear I am having to go back to the lead department model, not as a shield behind which DHSC should be protected from criticism, but just broadly to contextualise. The first thing that I would say is that I have a very high opinion of the then and current Permanent Secretary at the Department, Sir Chris Wormold, with whom I worked at the Department for Education. The other thing that I would say is that I also, and I know not everyone testifying towards this inquiry has, I also have a high opinion of Matt Hancock as a minister. However, I believe that too much was asked of DHSC at that point, and it goes to the heart of one of the challenges that I mentioned earlier. We should collectively have recognised that this was a whole system crisis at an earlier point and taken on to other parts of government the responsibility for delivery that was being asked of DHSC at that time. I think with the benefit of hindsight, those within DHSC felt we can do it. We can meet this hour. And I think that while that degree of commitment and leaning in is admirable in spirit, the truth is that at an earlier stage we should have broadened responsibility. We did, in due course, with the setting up of the ministerial implementation groups, the COVID-19 task force and so on, but I do believe that should have happened earlier.
You've said that there may have been an element in the DHSC of we can do it.
Yes.
In Sir Patrick Vallance's diaries, that there are references to Mr. Hancock appearing to want to keep too much to himself. That in the face of the operational mess, as he describes it, into which the DHSC descended, there was a failure on Mr. Hancock's part and the part of the Permanent Secretary to tell the rest of government how it was. They kept too much to itself, or to themselves. Would you agree with that proposition?
Yes, but I think that, as I've just described, it was a desire to rise to the occasion and a wish to not evade responsibility, actually, on their part. But there should have been, arguably, a greater degree of challenge at an earlier stage. And it was the case that I'm sure others as well, used Cobras and used other opportunities, emails, messages and so on, to try to ensure that the right questions were being asked and that DHSC, if it wasn't able to deliver in a particular area, sought the help of other government departments or had the oversight and scrutiny that other government departments could bring.
Regardless of their intentions, and they may have been honourable, you would agree that a failure to move fast enough, a failure to keep the rest of government informed as to the crisis faced by the DHSC was a significant failing in itself. That is not how the system is meant to work.
Well, I would take it one step back, which is that I think it is the case that there was a noble intention on the part of DHSC, but it is not as though DHSC was the sole repository of information about what was going on with the virus. One of the things that we were all doing was both listening to the thoughtful advice from the government's chief scientific advisor and the chief medical officer, but also seeing what was happening on our television screens, reading material that was open source and widely shared. So we could form a judgment about whether or not the whole government response and the DHSC response was appropriate. So again, we could make a judgment about the need for ventilators, seeing what was happening both in the Far East and in Italy. It should not have needed one single government department to prompt questioning from others within government about the approach that we were taking. And indeed, as I think my evidence points out, I benefited from reading outside government briefings in order to be able to bring to bear the sorts of questions which I believed it was necessary to ask.
Let us look then at some of the documents to which you were privy and the meetings which you attended in the early days of February 2020. Just by way of introduction to this topic and to explore your understanding as to what in general terms, what general state the United Kingdom was in. Professor Sir Chris Whitty has stated that he was under no illusions that the United Kingdom was well set up to meet the challenges of a major pandemic, because he knew that investment in healthcare had been suboptimal. He knew that the pan-flu plans, such as they were, wouldn't necessarily stand up to the challenges of coronavirus. And of course, he was aware there was no sophisticated or scaled up test and trace and isolate system, in contradistinction to some other countries. In general terms, Mr. Gove, in early February, were you aware of those concerns? Was that a viewpoint that you shared? Were you under any illusions as to the general ability of the United Kingdom to respond to this crisis?
I think it was only later in February that I began to feel a sense of concern about how well prepared as a country we were. Prior to that, A, I didn't have the MCO responsibilities, but B, the general sense was that we were relatively well prepared as a country. Those were the assurances that we were being given across government. And I broadly took those on trust. I think there were some ways in which the government, as a result of exercises and steps that we'd taken beforehand, was, in a position to deal with aspects of the crisis. Other areas where we were clearly weaker. But no, I didn't have the prescience to see in early February that we were not well prepared. I think it was only later in February and early in March that my concerns about our response mounted.
Of course, there was no real change in relation to those deficiencies.
No.
The healthcare system was what it was. The pan-flu plans had been prepared in 2011 and had not been significantly altered. And there was no sophisticated, scaled-up TTI system. So to that extent, Mr. Gove, why were you not made aware of those salient features, those pre-existing aspects of the government's ability to respond?
I think because, again, I trusted, and I think others within government would have trusted the Department of Health and those with whom it worked in that area. Even after I took on MCO responsibilities, which was, as we discussed, in the middle of February, I could not immediately, I think, have scrutinised every single contingency plan across government and tested it with the rigour that might have been deserved.
Of course.
And of course, we were in the middle of an evolving crisis, and as I mentioned earlier, and as is well known, while the plan for pandemic flu that had been developed was, had many strengths and virtues, it was in the nature of the virus that we faced that it presented a different set of challenges from those that pandemic flu.
Indeed. But you would therefore accept that it turned out your trust in the system of government, your trust in, as you've described it, in the understanding that structurally the United Kingdom was well placed to meet the challenges of this new virus, were misplaced. It turned out we were not.
We were not as well prepared as we should have been, ideally. I think that is true. Again, it's in the nature of the fact that the virus was novel. And indeed, I think, though this probably goes beyond the remit of the inquiry, there is a significant body of judgment that believes that the virus itself was man-made, and that presents a set of challenges as well.
Forms no part of the terms of reference of this
Indeed.
inquiry, Mr. Gove, to address that somewhat divisive issue. So we're not going to go there.
But I think it is important to recognise that the virus presented a series of new challenges that required both the science to adjust, and science by definition adjusts on the basis of accumulating evidence both about the operation of the virus and its effect on particular elements within the population.
Well, we'll come to that quite separate issue in a moment. There was a cabinet meeting on the 6th of February, 56137. You were an attendee. We can see your name in the left-hand column on the first page. On page 6, there was a reference to a tabletop exercise. We should be able to see that reference, perhaps not on, therefore, on this page. Yes, there would be a tabletop exercise the following week. Colleagues should attend personally or designated junior minister as a dedicated departmental minister. That may have been, I think it probably was, Operation or Exercise Nimbus, which took place on the 12th of February. Did you attend Exercise Nimbus?
No.
What learning was communicated to you about the outcome of that tabletop exercise to which there had been reference in Cabinet?
I do not recall any specific reference to exercise or Operation Nimbus. I do recall that after I acquired the responsibilities as MCO, a series of conversations with Catherine Hammond, the Director of the Civil Contingencies Secretariat, about some of the specific responsibilities that the Cabinet Office had. One thing I would say, which again goes to some of our earlier points, in the conversation that I had with Catherine, again, great public servant, quite a lot of the conversation was preoccupied with excess death management. Very sombre and important subject. The sense that I had was that the Civil Contingency Secretariat was dealing with those issues that other government departments felt they did not want to or should not be leading on. So it was dealing with, as it were, not the full sweep of questions that it should be dealing with. And I was struck by the fact that Cabinet Office, instead of assuming that broader coordinating role, which I would have assumed that it did, was instead being expected to deal with, admittedly, a hugely important section of our response rather than the whole of the response.
What other matters, what issues should it have been dealing with?
Well, my belief, and this is what eventually came to pass, is that it should have been the case that Cabinet Office should have been in a position with the resources and the structure in order to be able to more rigorously interrogate and then take control of the response to crises that other government departments, as lead government departments, had arrogated or had been allocated to themselves, or had been allocated, I should say.
And therefore, we may presume from your evidence that it did not do those things. Can I ask you what your understanding was in a very broad sense about the nature of the work done by the CCS? Because the material, as you rightly identify, shows that the CCS, the Civil Contingency Secretariat, was concerned with planning for excess death management.
Yes.
I mean, what a terrible euphemism.
Yes.
It was dealing with issues such as body bags.
Yes.
And the care for and the looking after of dead bodies.
Yes.
It was concerned with the promulgation of a pandemic, in fact, a flu pandemic bill. It was concerned with the surge capacity within the NHS and with the financing of the care sector.
Yes.
But there was no consideration of possible countermeasures at that stage, or in a broad sense of infection control matters. Is that the area to which you're referring when you say there were areas it didn't address?
A part of it, but it's even more a prior question, which is if you have a lead government department and the Secretary of State for that lead government department chairing COBRA, he's asking of other government departments for a variety of things. So if I were Secretary of State for Health and it were a pandemic, or if you were...
Could you just slow down a little bit, Mr. Gove? You're racing away now.
Forgive me. If either of us, if my lady were Secretary of State for Health and chairing COBRA, any of us would ask of other government departments, what are you doing? So one would ask of the Education Minister, are we certain that policy X is being followed in schools? One would ask of the Defence Secretary, is it possible that we can deploy the military in this occasion? But the Health Secretary, him or herself, is not being questioned or held to account in that process. And I believe that that's the wrong model, that the Health Secretary or the Home Secretary, if it's a terrorist outrage, or the Environment Secretary, if it is a animal or plant disease outbreak, should not be the person chairing COBRA, but the person reporting to COBRA. And it should be a Cabinet Office Minister or the Prime Minister who acts as the chair, interrogating all government departments, seeking to ensure that ancillary departments support the lead department, but also questioning the lead department on its responsibilities and management.
Was there a specific issue in this regard in relation to the Health Ministerial Implementation Group? Because Mr. Hancock chaired that MIG and therefore was to some extent, in the way you described, marking his own homework.
Yes, and I would say is a structural weakness because, as I mentioned earlier, I have a high opinion of Mr. Hancock and believe that many of the decisions that he made were right and displayed foresight and wisdom.
You've acknowledged that when you discuss these issues with the Civil Contingency Secretariat,
yes,
and we must presume from the fact that you said you approached them and you spoke to them that you were engaged in this issue, it was something that you were looking at. Was it apparent to you that there was no real debate about infection control being carried out within the CCS, that it was focusing on, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, ancillary issues such as the management of dead bodies, legislative proposals for dealing with public order in the face of a flu or coronavirus pandemic, and admittedly, surge capacity within the NHS. In central government terms, there was no real consideration of how do we stop this virus from spreading, of what infection control measures need to be thought about and then put into place. What was your reaction?
Yes, I would not want to overstate either my knowledge or my prescience. All that I felt when I was talking to Catherine is, as you say, the whole issue of excess death management is sombre, chilling, scary. Also, why is this assuming so much of the Civil Contingencies Secretariat's time and time in this conversation when there are so many other aspects of dealing with this emerging pandemic that require to be addressed? What I could not say, because I did not know enough, is who's dealing with X, who's dealing with Y, who's dealing with Z, because appreciating the need for infection control, non-pharmaceutical interventions, therapeutics and so on, was something that I only became more acquainted with as the crisis developed.
In this cabinet meeting, you will see 2 or 3 lines above the reference to tabletop exercise. The words, the central point to make was that the government had a plan to deal with this illness, and this was guided by science.
Yes.
I don't intend to ask you any questions about the doctrine of following the science, but what was the plan, as far as you understood it, that the government had in place to deal with the illness? What plan? You must have asked yourself.
Yes, and the plan, and this was, again, emphasised in COBRA, was a plan to delay and contain the spread of the disease. The disease, however, overwhelmed that plan, to put it mildly.
How delay, how contain, Mr. Gove? What was the plan for delaying, for practically stopping the spread of the virus into the United Kingdom and then containing it thereafter to the extent that delaying it thereafter to the extent containment was lost. What were the nuts and bolts of that plan, as far as you understood it to be?
That we should use testing and contact tracing in order to monitor the spread of the disease and that seek to isolate those who were infected.
You understood, of course, that that system dealt only with index cases, a relatively small number of travellers who had come into the United Kingdom, and that there was, beyond the first few hundred, absolutely no system for testing, tracing and isolating.
Quite. And not only was the system at that time proven to be inadequate and overwhelmed, there were subsequent problems with testing and contact tracing throughout the pandemic. I would only add, however, that the initial evidence that ministers were presented with was that there was a low likelihood of asymptomatic transmission, and obviously we subsequently discovered, we all discovered that was not the case.
That is to do with the overarching understanding of the characteristics of the virus, but focusing on what the Cabinet was told by the CMO about the nature of the plan. This was plainly a matter of the gravest concern, and you were being assured, don't worry, we've got a plan.
Yes.
And I want to ask you, what was your understanding of the mechanics of that plan beyond, well, we're going to contain it and delay it?
That principally, but also that we had, as Chief Medical Officer, one of Britain's foremost epidemiologists, that we had a robust system within the NHS of providing surge capacity at certain moments, and that we had stocks of some of the drugs that might prove efficacious and of PPE. Of course, it was in the nature of our preparation that our preparation was for a flu pandemic, and that the PPE and drugs that we had were aligned with that type of pandemic, not the coronavirus pandemic, as it turned out.
Even at that stage, Mr. Gove, it was known to everybody there was no antiviral or no therapeutic for this coronavirus. So that could have been of little solace. In terms of how it was envisaged that if the virus spread beyond the handful of travellers and index cases, infection control measures could be put into place, what debate was there?
That debate only intensified or really took place later.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. There was no debate about the nature, the existence of infection control measures at this stage in early February.
Well, there was an observation or a series of observations about what was being done in East Asian countries, and particularly in China. And again, a central question that I know many of us will be asked to address is the wisdom or efficacy of lockdown. But I think, as the CMO, CSA and others have said, lockdown was an unprecedented departure for a country like the United Kingdom with its traditions of liberty. Normally, it would be the case that those who were infected, and visibly so, would be isolated, not an entire population being locked down. It was a very, very significant step, I believe, right and justified given the nature of the virus, but nevertheless a momentous one. And again, we were looking at emerging evidence at that time. And again, I would stress that the burden of the advice that we were being given in early March was that thinking about locking down the population was not just a momentous step and a significant departure from what had gone before, but a policy that would have to be introduced with care, because we could not expect the UK population to endure those restrictions for too long.
We will return, of course, to the issue of lockdown. But for present purposes, it wasn't, of course, a decision that was made until the 23rd of March.
Indeed.
And not debated, in fact, at a serious and high level until probably 2 weekends before, the weekend of the 14th, 15th of March. You accept, therefore, Mr. Gove, that whilst debating the spread of a new coronal viral outbreak, acknowledging, as you have done already, that there was a dawning realization that there were no practical measures that could stop its spread, no TTI, sophisticated TTI system, that the virus, once it got out of China, would be impossible to be limited, to be kept away from our shores. There was no debate about infection control. Prosaically, how do we stop the virus from spreading throughout this land?
I would say two things. I'm sure there was debate going on in SAGE, in other government advisory committees, amongst medical experts, epidemiologists, and public health experts. I'm sure that debate was going on. I could only rely on the advice that was given to government ministers, broadly, and also to what you or I or anyone could read through open source information. And at the time, in public debate, there were not many voices who were urging the type of action that we subsequently embraced. And I think it was only because of the situation in Italy, in Lombardy, and the effect of lockdown there, that we had a real existing example in a Western European country of the application of the types of policies that we subsequently had to embrace. So I search in vain for the individual or individuals who, well in advance of early March, were clear about what was required. I think I mentioned in my evidence that the former Cabinet Minister, Rory Stewart, invoked the example of dealing with Ebola in calling for very firm measures. But I believe in Rory's case, I think one of the most prescient figures in the debate, that was only early in March that he was making that case. Admittedly, of course, and to be fair to him, he was, having been a government minister, also outside government.
You've referred, of course, to the outbreak in northern Italy. To get our chronological bearings, the first lockdown was imposed in northern Italy in 10 municipalities on the 21st of February. So we'll come back to this sometime before the comparable decision was taken here. And another document before the break, please. The Civil Contingencies Secretariat was tasked on the 25th of February with drawing up plans for central government for dealing with this coronavirus outbreak. And if we can have up, please, 146569, we can see a document dated the 28th of February, which was sent to the Prime Minister. We can see the reference in the top right-hand corner. Prime Minister, this is a short update paper on domestic plans on coronavirus. Attached is the full action plan Matt wants to publish on Tuesday, and which COBRA will review Monday. That's a reference to the action plan, which ultimately was published on the 3rd of March. If you could scroll back out, we can see, dated the 2nd of March, that the CCS is saying in paragraph 1, COVID-19 looks increasingly likely to become a global pandemic, although this is not yet certain. I'm not going to debate with you, Mr. Gove, when it became understood that there would be a global pandemic, but that was the position taken by the CCS. However, a global pandemic will require a step up in our response as we use additional legal powers, public messaging, and difficult policy decisions to delay the onset of any peak and mitigate the worst impacts. If we could scroll back out, we can see then in paragraph 3, preparations are well underway. COBRA is meeting regularly, and our best scientists are advising on when this step up will be needed. We need to share more of our planning. And then to get your bearings, if we could scroll back out on page 2 at 7, 8, and 9, we can see strategic and tactical aims set out. Protect lives, contain the infection, delay the peak. We need to strike a balance between taking precautionary steps and overreacting. So, 2 questions, please. Were you privy to this document? Was this sent to you?
Well, I appear to be on the CC list. but
You do.
I am not certain. I would have to check with my office that I actually received this document in this form.
There was another variant of this document, of course, one without the note on the top, the
Yes.
handwritten note, which is why I've taken you to it.
Yes.
But do the best that you can then. There are repeated references to the preparation that would need to be done. A clear plan of activity will be required. And to the strategic and tactical aims. At this time, at the end of February, which is over a week after the lockdowns have been imposed in Italy, were you struck by the absence of detailed infection control plans, the practical measures which ultimately, of course, were imposed? Did it strike you that their omission from this core document from the Civil Contingency Secretariat was significant?
I think it was only a week after that, the week commencing the 9th or 10th of March, that my concerns began to mount significantly.
There's a reference to overreaction in paragraph 9. As cases spread across the world, the risk of overreacting is reducing. There was a meeting with the Prime Minister, which again you may not have attended, on that day, the 28th of February, and his private secretary's notebook refers to the fact that the Prime Minister stated the biggest damage would be done by overreaction.
Yes.
What was your view at this stage, around about the end of February, on the danger of overreacting?
I recognised the case. I do not believe that it was at the end of February. I believe that it was just a little bit later. As I say, on the week beginning the 9th or 10th of March, that I became convinced that the danger was underreacting, not overreacting. But I think that the Prime Minister's view that on past occasions we had seen, not so much foot and mouth, forgive me, Freudian slip, BSE, that we had seen an overreaction. I think his natural concern was that if we paralysed the economy, there would be undoubted costs. There were undoubted costs. And before taking such a grave step, we needed to be absolutely certain that it was justified. As I say, at the time, at this precise point, around the very end of February, I was inclined to give substantial weight to the Prime Minister's concerns. It was only in the succeeding days that I became more and more convinced, actually, that action was required. And that was partly because of what I had seen happening in Italy, partly also material that had been sent to me by friends outside government that led me to believe action was needed.
Milady, is that a convenient moment?
It is, certainly. Forgive me, 11:30, please. Mr Keith.
Mr Gove, during the course of the morning, I was asking you some questions about dysfunctionality at the heart of central government, in particular in some of its government departments. And I asked you, I said, I'm going to press you in relation to the areas in which you said it would be wrong to award yourself and the government high marks. And you said, I think it was the case that there were specific failings, and we can go on to list them. Rather rudely, I didn't ask you to list them. Could you list them, please?
I don't think I can exhaustively. I think that I believe that we were too slow to lock down initially in March. I believe that we should have taken stricter measures before we eventually decided to do so late in October. I believe that while it was admirable that we succeeded in building testing capacity so quickly, that the strategic approach to who should be tested and why and what our tests were for was not as rigorously thought through as it might have been. I am also concerned that we did not pay enough attention to the impact, particularly on children and vulnerable children, of some of the measures that we took. I also believe that the approach that we took towards PPE procurement deserves, at the very least, a reflection.
Thank you. On the 2nd of March, there was a COBRA. It was the first one chaired by the Prime Minister.
Yes.
56217. Do you believe that the Prime Minister should have chaired earlier COBRAs, not for the purposes of reaching a different outcome in terms of the work done by COBRA, Mr Gove, but in terms of giving a greater impression that the crisis was being taken seriously? Or are you agnostic on this issue?
Not quite agnostic. In an ideal world, the Prime Minister or another minister who was not the Secretary of State for Health, this is not a personal comment about Matt Hancock, simply about the role, as we discussed earlier, should have chaired it. But I do believe that the Prime Minister chairing it on Monday, the 2nd of March, was wise and right.
Page 5, paragraph 2. The Chair invited the Government Chief Medical Officer and the Government Chief Scientific Advisor to provide a situation update. The CMO said that contact tracing for the source of infection for the last 2 cases in the United Kingdom had not been successful, and that in both France and Germany there was now sustained community transmission. So this is the 2nd of March. It's about a week or 10 days after a lockdown has been imposed for the first time in the 10 municipalities in Italy. There have been cases within the United Kingdom since the beginning of January, the 30th and the 31st of January, in fact. And the COBRA, the primary crisis response body for the United Kingdom, is being told contact tracing for the source of infection for the last 2 cases has not been successful, and there is sustained community transmission in France and Germany. Did you, experienced Cabinet Office Minister as you were, understand that in effect containment had been lost, that the virus was here and was spreading?
Yes.
There was an action plan published the following day. You've referred to it later. Referred to it earlier. INQ 57508, the Coronavirus Action Plan. This was, and we'll come to this in a different context later in the course of your evidence, a document, a publication to which all the devolved nations had contributed. At page 10 on paragraph 3.9, there is set out the broad strategic approach to the United Kingdom government. Contain, detect early cases, follow up close contacts and prevent the disease taking hold in this country for as long as is reasonably possible. If it does take hold, slow the spread in the country. Did COBRA, which was cited, of course, on the publication of this action plan, consider the degree to which containment had already been lost, that the virus was in the United Kingdom and it was spreading, there was sustained community transmission, and therefore that a strategy based in part upon containment was a failed strategy?
I think it's fair to say that there was a dawning realization that the spread of the disease would mean that moving from contain to delay was becoming more and more imperative. Certainly on my part, and I'm sure on others.
Did anybody think to ask themselves, but what is the point of publishing our sole strategic document on a basis which may simply not turn out to be correct?
I think it was the case at that time that there was a growing realization, but it was not universal. This was a document, of course, agreed by all four governments, into which a degree of close working had gone. And this was the plan overall, as had been drawn up in the weeks and days beforehand. So I think it's fair to say that in laying out how the government sought and planned to approach the pandemic, that it was right to show our working, as it were.
On page 4 of paragraph 1.1, there is a reference to the United Kingdom being well prepared to respond in a way that offers substantial protection to the public. That turned out not to be the case, did it?
Certainly we were not well enough prepared, no.
Going back to the COBRA document the day before, the meeting of COBRA 56217, on page 5, paragraph 3, continuing, the CMO said that interventions to delay the spread of the virus must not be implemented too early in order to ensure maximum effectiveness. SAGE was looking at social distancing measures and exploring measures that both Hong Kong and Singapore had utilised. Now, of course, as it happened, you're well aware that on the 12th of March, the first countermeasures were ordered to be imposed. It was an order that those displaying symptoms of coronavirus had to self-isolate for 7 days. What was COBRA's position in relation to the CMO's suggestion that infection control measures, perhaps of that type, isolation, self-isolation, possibly hand washing, possibly social distancing, should not be imposed too early to ensure maximum effectiveness? Was there a debate about the good sense or otherwise in that proposal?
Not at that COBRA, no, that I recall. There was a, I believe, understandable respect for the CMO. As I mentioned earlier, Sir Chris is a very distinguished epidemiologist and dedicated public servant. And the view, the broad scientific consensus at that time was that to impose measures which we now know of as lockdown would have tested the patience of the public, that they would not have endured for long, and therefore they needed to be applied at just the right time.
This was not, with respect, a reference to lockdown, or at least not least lockdown, because it's measures for social distancing and exploring measures.
I think the reference to both Hong Kong and Singapore was clearly a reference to East Asian jurisdictions that had very, very tight measures analogous to lockdown.
Not just a lockdown, correct?
Not just, no.
Yes. So the CMO told COBRA that whatever these measures for social distancing were, they should not be imposed too early, and yes. COBRA accepted that proposition.
At the time, yes.
Page 6. there is a reference to next steps. Summing up, the Chair said the government's response must be guided by science and protecting the vulnerable. The Chair said that COBRA will continue to meet on a regular basis. Why was there no debate on the merit or efficacy of specific measures, perhaps of the type that the Chief Medical Officer had in mind?
Well, no such measures were put to COBRA at that time. I think that the CMO, I can't obviously know what all his thinking was, but I think the CMO was preparing us for the need for such measures in the future, rather than listing the sorts of measures that needed to be implemented with rapidity later.
Bluntly, why did no one on COBRA, the primary crisis response body for the United Kingdom government, say to the Chief Medical Officer, it's obvious containment is lost or is about to be lost. This fatal virus, to which there is no vaccine or antiviral, is here and it's spreading. What, in practice, needs to be done to prevent the spread of the virus throughout this population?
I think it was the case that we accepted the broad view at the time that from the CMO and others that there was a limit to what could be done to contain the spread. And the reason there was a limit is that lockdown measures or analogous measures were unprecedented in their application in the UK, and the public, as I mentioned earlier, would not endure them for long. So the argument at the time was such measures may well be required, but we have to be careful not to introduce them too early, because that will only mean that they will have to be lifted, and that will lead to a second wave.
Mr. Keith, I'm sorry to interrupt. I hope I haven't stopped your train of thought. Going back to the reference to the Chief Medical Officer's advice to COBRA, I can't remember, forgive me, and I haven't got my notebook with me, whether that passage was put to Sir Chris and whether he accepted it was a fair reflection, because it seemed to me that he appeared to be advising caution against any measures, including lockdown, and we can understand the reasons in relation to lockdown. And I just wondered if...
Yes, indeed, the general proposition was put to him,
Yep.
but not that sentence. So my lady's quite right. There is an issue as to whether or not measure meant measures or it meant the lockdown measure.
Exactly, or whether it meant things short of lockdown, like
Yes.
social distancing.
Yes.
Or, yes.
Obviously, I'm not in a position to give evidence, and of course I can't. You have received a fair amount of material already as to what the general state of play was about the understanding of what measures might in due course be imposed. So I think a sensible place to land in relation to this is that no part of government was saying these are the lists of these are the lists of measures which you need to be considering. There was a general sense of be careful.
It's just that Mr. Gove just said that the public might get tired of them. Well, things like washing hands, we know that has no downside. And so I just wondered whether...
Indeed.
Can you remember, Mr. Gove, did the CMO cover up the broad spectrum of measures, or was your impression he was talking about measures as draconian as lockdown?
I think that he was preparing us for the possibility that there might need to be draconian measures, hence the reference to Hong Kong and Singapore. But at that stage, the broad advice was, as my lady says, to wash one's hands. To jump ahead slightly, and it may not be helpful, I believe that Cabinet met the following Tuesday, on the 10th of March. And in the Cabinet minutes, a point is recorded as having been made. I believe this is a reference to a question or a point that I asked then. I, by that stage, was concerned that the measures we were taking were not sufficient, that the hand-washing advice, while obviously valuable in itself, was not enough. And I think the Cabinet minutes record my saying that we needed to look at what other countries were doing, and we needed to be clear that there was a potential divergence of scientific opinion that needed to be taken account of. I wanted to balance both respect for the CMO and CSA, their distinguished scientists, I'm not, but with a desire to say we do need to recognise that the course that we are on needs to be altered.
And of course, advice is advice, as the scientists and the CMO himself and the GCSA have been at pains to tell the inquiry. The ultimate decision makers were COBRA and, of course, above COBRA, ministers, and above ministers, the Prime Minister. But one final question on this point, and it's a question prefaced in my lady's question to you.
Yes.
There was a general understanding, of course, that there were measures available. In past pandemics, there have been the closure of schools. There has been hand washing, as my lady says. There are quarantines which have been contemplated and imposed in the past. Self-isolation of not just individuals, but households. Indeed, the very measures which did come to be imposed at a later stage. There just doesn't appear to be any debate at all about the nature of those measures, whether it was lockdown or any of these other well-understood measures. Do you agree?
Not that week, but the next.
No. And of course, you did have a growing concern, as you said in your statement, about whether or not tougher measures were required. And that goes to the same point. On the 10th of March, you emailed Mr. Hancock and Mr. Cummings 263380. And you detailed a list of questions that you required answers to. Just following up from COBRA yesterday, I think the DHSC team are doing a great job, but I want to follow up on some of what was being discussed yesterday. And you raise a number, if I may observe, of very good questions. You ask about resilience in the food and hospitality sector, what to do about people who've got mild symptoms, ICU capacity, equipment, over the page. Education, 111 calls, hospital organisations, screening, temperature screening, ditto and public outing. I'm all for schools staying open. But what is the published scientific reasoning of, say, Spain that suggests they may have the closure of schools in Madrid wrong? We must, of course, be guided by science, but that involves testing the propositions and weighing up different choices, cognizant of the fact that, of course, advice is advice and you are the decision makers. These questions, Mr. Gove, appear to indicate that you were raising them because they had not been properly ventilated in COBRA. They were not being properly addressed by government, which is why you were reduced to writing to Mr. Hancock and Cummings directly and saying, what about these issues? Why had the system required you to have to take this step?
I think, in fairness, the email followed on from a COBRA discussion in which some of these issues...
It did. I read out the first line, following the COBRA yesterday.
Yes. And so I had a chance to reflect on some of the discussions that we'd had then, and these were questions consequent on that. It will often be the case that in a COBRA or a Cabinet Committee meeting, certain issues will be raised, and then as I have a chance to reflect afterwards, other questions occur to me which need to be addressed to follow up, and it seemed to me the most timely and efficacious way of driving change was to email both the Health Secretary and the Prime Minister's Principal Advisor direct, and again, both at the beginning and at the end, I stress that some of these questions may already have been addressed, and therefore, if what I'm saying is superfluous or off-beam, I apologise, because I recognise that there would be activity going on within the Department of Health and indeed decision-making within Number 10 that I might not be cited on.
Mr. Gove, none of these questions are formulated in terms of the point was made yesterday or something was said yesterday, and I just want to follow up with a question. It is this. These are all, if I may say so, very good but obvious questions, concerns that you've got. There is nothing here that suggests that they were debated in detail or at all the day before. Specifically, each of these questions.
Many of them were, including, as I mentioned, the 111 line and equipment overall. Because both Dominic Cummings and Matt Hancock were in the meeting, I would not have needed to have said in the email, as we discussed, or this issue was raised. I don't believe all of the questions that I ask followed on from everything that was discussed in the meeting, I think there are one or two that occurred to me because of other concerns that I had as more material became apparent to me.
275436 is a WhatsApp group concerning yourself and Mr. Cummings. If you can have page 3. Michael Gove at the top, and then there are references to Dom, obviously Dom Cummings. At 1948, on the 4th of March, so 2 days after the Cobra, you know me, I don't often kick off, but we're fucking up as a government and missing golden opportunities. I will carry on doing what I can, but the whole situation is even worse than you think, and action needs to be taken or we'll regret it for a long time. Expand, please.
I was concerned at that stage about the ability and structure of the Cabinet Office overall to deliver on the government's priorities. COVID was in my mind, but it wasn't the principal thing that I was messaging about. It was about the Cabinet Office overall, including its ability to deal with COVID. I apologise to you and to the inquiry and to the public for expressing myself in the way that I did. I'm sure that you'll understand that this sort of thing happens.
Well, speaking for my part, no apology is required. But the point is, Mr. Gove, you are obviously concerned about the general position of the government. And
yes.
On the 4th of March, what
yes.
was the most pressing concern of government?
Well, it was the coronavirus, but I was concerned about the Cabinet Office overall. I don't want to suggest that I was a perfect clairvoyant, very far from it. But it was the case, and I think I also emailed Mr. Cummings around this time as well to point out some of what I believed were the defects in the way in which the Cabinet Office operated. And I made the point then that the situation with coronavirus would only further expose the weaknesses in how the structure of government was set up.
On 11/03/2020, 1853/45, Mr. Cummings refers to the Cabinet Office in terms in which he has, in fact, repeatedly referred to it. But he says this: they told us they had plan. And you say, indeed. What plan? A plan for what, Mr. Gove?
I believe that Dom was referring then to a plan for the pandemic.
Right. You were the Cabinet Office Minister on the 11th of March, on the breaking of the coronavirus wave upon this country. You are speaking to the Prime Minister's chief advisor, and you are agreeing that the Cabinet Office appears to have a deficient plan or no plan for addressing this unprecedented crisis. That is a terrible state of affairs, is it not?
It is a deeply regrettable state of affairs. I mentioned earlier that on assuming responsibility overall for the Cabinet Office, I sought to initiate change. And as I say, I assumed responsibility on the 13th of February and then immediately sought to recruit additional personnel from within and without the civil service to support change, ordered a zero-based review of the Cabinet Office, asked for an improved analytical function. And as the first WhatsApp of the 4th of March indicates, I wanted to alert Dom to what I consider to be the scale of change necessary.
Page 4. There is a reference to act today. Yes, at 12:03, 12th of March, 2300, 11 o'clock at night. I've now lost, yes, at the bottom of the page. If you could scroll back out, please. There we are. Michael Gove, you send to Mr. Cummings a link for what appears to be an article or an op-ed or piece of information entitled "Act Today or People Will Die."
Yes.
You were under no illusions about the seriousness of the government's position, were you?
No.
You were concerned that were not more stringent steps to be taken and were the government not to act more speedily, people would die.
Yes.
All right.
And in particular, The reference to that article by Thomas Pueyo the article had been sent to me by friends who worked outside government.
You mentioned that earlier, that you had been provided with information from outside government. But was this material that friends had sent you in relation to a possible response to the coronavirus crisis, or related to steps that the government believe should be taking?
Thomas Pueyo's article was intended to act as a wake-up call to governments across the West. And so it wasn't specific to the UK, but the arguments that he made about coronavirus weighed with me. I'd read other material beforehand that had provoked concern, but this seemed to me to be the best, clearest, and most urgent expression of the need to act of anything that I had read. And I wanted to make sure that it was shared across government so that people could see essentially the reasoning that had reinforced my conviction that we needed to act.
This is not a hindsight debate, is it? Your friends and your colleagues outside government were sending you material, imploring the government, or imploring you to act. They were doing so on the basis of information material which was available to them, and no doubt in large part publicly available. Is that correct?
Yes, and I deliberately sought information from friends outside government whose opinion I trusted, because I wanted to make sure that I had alternative sources of information to test the views that were being expressed by government colleagues and others.
Yes. Evidence has been given to the inquiry to the effect that there was, over the weekend of Saturday the 14th and the 15th of March, a change in strategy.
Yes.
Regardless of whether it was a real change in strategy or whether it was a scaling up of an existing strategy, and whether or not there is a distinct conceptual difference between mitigating the impact of a virus and suppressing it. What, in your view, was the driver for that change in approach, that dawning realization over that weekend? Was it the information from SAGE in relation to the workings of and the work done by Imperial College and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine? Was it the CMO? Was it Mr. Cummings and Mark and Ben Warner and Helen McNamara and Imran Shafi, who had met to discuss the crisis and their understanding of the emergency? What was the push? Where was it coming from?
Well, I think the fact that you cite so many examples shows that there was a convergence of thinking in different institutions from different individuals about the need to act. I was not aware of Neil Ferguson's work until after that weekend. In fact, I don't think it was shared publicly until after that weekend. A great deal of weight has been placed on Professor Ferguson's work as influencing government decision-making. I think it's fair to say that I and others had come to these conclusions before that. What weighed with me were the numbers.
Why was the drive such that it was, or the dawning realization on the part of the various parts of government and the people within it, not coming from the DHSC, the Department of Health, the lead government department responsible for health?
I do believe that weekend, as I recall, the Secretary of State for Health was also, like me, keen on the exercise of greater caution when it came to dealing with the virus, and was, like me, I believe, an advocate for very uncomfortable restrictions on civil liberty in order to deal with the health emergency.
The Secretary of State himself engaged in what became, of course, the lockdown debate and the need for more stringent measures. But why wasn't institutionally the DHSC, its officials, its advisors, its civil servants, responsible at that stage, the lead government department for the response to the crisis, not driving the government machine forward to this conclusion?
I believe it was the case that the Secretary of State and others within DHSC would have been pressing upon Number 10 and the Prime Minister the need to act at that time as well.
Well, I'm afraid I need to press you. You say you believe. Have you seen emails or communications from the DHSC institutionally to the Prime Minister saying, we're behind the curve, we've missed a trick here, we are delayed, and there is an urgent need for more stringent measures, and we need a change in strategy?
No, but my recollection of the conversations that I had around that time was that the Secretary of State was of that view. And I should say that I'm pretty certain that he would have communicated that in conversation with the Prime Minister. But again, I would not have been in all of those conversations. And one of the reasons why I texted and emailed as I did was to alert people to my concerns and to hope that if they were, as I believe both Dominic Cummings and Matt Hancock were, if they were of similar mind, to feel strengthened in their desire to push forward with these restrictions, because they would know that they had my support.
On the 12th of March, as we know, there was self-isolation for individuals who were symptomatic for 7 days. After the weekend, on the 16th of March, Cobra decided that there needed to be further more stringent measures. And you'll recall the household isolation for 14 days, reduced contact, advice over 70s particularly must ensure that they reduce contact.
Yes.
And there was a warning about the need to move to shielding imminently. On the 18th, Cobra decided to close schools from the 20th, just in very general terms, Mr. Gove. Did you have any direct dealings with the Prime Minister during the course of that week as to whether or not those more stringent measures needed to be applied? I ask you this because the evidence from Mr. Cummings has been that there was a widespread view. He said pretty much everyone considered the Prime Minister to be oscillating, not using his word, but that's the sense of it, in relation to his response. What was your assessment of the Prime Minister's intent, state of mind as to whether these measures should be countenanced?
I think the Prime Minister found these decisions difficult. It's not that he found decision-making difficult. It is that a decision to restrict freedoms in an unprecedented way went against his instincts and the principles that governed his political outlook. The Prime Minister at the time, Mr. Johnson, was someone who was a liberal in so many senses, and certainly someone who found the idea of restricting free association deeply difficult, deeply opposed to his worldview, and therefore, as I think everyone knows, to contemplate such a big measure with the inevitable costs was a decision of huge weight. I believe that the evidence was clear that such a decision was unavoidable.
Again, I'm sorry to interrupt. You say decision. You appear to be relating your answer, therefore, to the lockdown decision. I'm asking about the stringency of the measures during the course of that week.
I think that almost every restriction of liberty, including the closure of schools, was one that the Prime Minister would instinctively have felt unhappy with. I don't think any of these decisions were taken lightly. In terms of the Prime Minister's decision-making style, the oscillation referred to, it's in the nature of the way that Boris Johnson worked that he wanted to see thesis, antithesis. That he preferred gladiatorial decision-making rather than inquisitorial. He wanted to see the two cases or the three cases rehearsed in front of him, or even rehearsed in his own mind. And I know that he would sometimes run argument A, and articulate it himself, and then run argument B and articulate it himself in order to weigh in his mind which was the stronger argument. Now, for some people, that style of decision-making or that way of running meetings was difficult to take. But I'd known the Prime Minister for some time and appreciated this was the way he needed to process information in order to get to an outcome. And every political leader, every distinctive political leader, will have their own way of operating that needs a certain amount of space and respect, even if you disagree with their conclusions.
This was a public health emergency
Yes.
at its core. By that week, the evidence, or rather the advice from SAGE, from the CMO, the GCSA, from the DHSC, from Cabinet Office, from Number 10, was, to use your word, unanimous. There was no real argument as to whether, for good and obvious public health reasons, these measures had to be contemplated. They were matters of life and death. So there wasn't really a thesis and antithesis position here, Mr. Gove. All the public health advice on a public health crisis was pointing in one direction. So on what basis could the Prime Minister push back and say, well, I've got material which does point the other way? There was no public health material pointing the other way. What's that?
Well, the first thing is that the just a few weeks beforehand.
No, I'm not before, and I'm not talking about that week.
Oh no, quite. But in order, as your evidence shows, I was in a different position at that time to the Prime Minister. However, in fairness to him, just a few weeks beforehand, the point had been made that to impose these measures was
Too early.
Yes, was problematic. And I think he is the ultimate decision maker, and therefore I think any Prime Minister, is entitled to test propositions and to think, is the restriction of liberty and the economic damage consequent upon lockdown worth inflicting on people in order to prevent the spread of this virus? I believe that the evidence was clear, but I think it only fair to the ultimate decision maker that they have a chance to reflect on the momentous nature of the decision and to consider arguments against it.
I need to suggest to you, because of the material which has been received and the evidence which has been given, that it wasn't just a question of testing the opposing argument. The material was, as I've suggested to you, and of course it's a matter for you, all one way in public health terms. The suggestion has been made that he didn't just test the opposing arguments. He was incapable of making a decision, or at least not sticking to a decision that he had already made. Is that a fair suggestion, would you say, in light of your experience and your closeness to the government machine at that time?
No. On this occasion, I believe that it was a reluctance to embrace a decision rather than an inability to stick to one. Because again, as we discussed, the Prime Minister had a view that overreaction was often a greater danger. He also had a principled attachment to maximising individual liberty. Therefore, it was difficult for him, both from the point of view of his outlook on how to handle crises and the set of principles by which he guided his political life, it was difficult for him to contemplate something like this, especially when we had been told, as I say, just weeks beforehand, that these were measures that should only be applied for a limited period and at the right time. So the Prime Minister eventually concluded this was the right thing to do. I believe that that ultimate decision was right, and I believe that he made the case for it in public well. If it took him a little longer to come to that conclusion than others, we can consider the impact of that, but I don't think it was the case that he was oscillating. I think it was the case that he was weighing things before coming reluctantly but firmly to a conclusion.
And this, may we presume, doesn't derogate from your earlier evidence, the effect that the government machine as a whole may nevertheless have acted too slowly. Personally, as the Prime Minister, you believe, took the decision, the ultimate decisions in that week and the week after,
yes.
timelessly.
Yes, and again, the Prime Minister is the ultimate decision maker, but no Prime Minister takes decisions in a vacuum. My view, it is with the benefit of hindsight, is that we should have acted earlier, but that means it is incumbent on all of us who believe that to look back and think, did we say or do enough sufficiently early in order to enjoin upon the Prime Minister the need for action? I mentioned, for example, briefly, Rory Stewart earlier, whom I believe was present. But Rory was only calling for the sorts of steps that we required in public on the 12th of March. Again, he was making it clear that we needed to act that day. That was the same day I shared the Thomas Pueyo article privately. So the consensus for action became firmer and clearer in that second week of March, with the benefit of hindsight, if only it had been firmer and clearer in all our minds earlier.
Yes.
But I don't think that one can single out the Prime Minister at the time for criticism. We all deserve our share, retrospectively, of criticism.
You chaired the COBRA on Friday the 20th of March.
Yes.
Could we have 106-263, which is a paper on additional measures? These are the measures which were put in place on that 20th to try to achieve the overarching objective of a 75% reduction in non-essential social mixing. If we just look very briefly at page 1, paragraphs 2 to 4, we can see that there's a general position on compliance set out. And there's the history of the government steps are set out from Monday the 16th of March. If you could scroll back out to paragraph 3, there is a reference to latest public polling data, which shows the number of people who claim to be engaging in social distancing behaviours. And then over the page 4, paragraph 4, the mixed picture means there is merit in considering further measures to increase compliance. There's a reference to overnight polling. And then, as such, it is proposed that measures apply to the whole United Kingdom. There were some positive indications. If we go back to the first page, it's obvious, Mr. Gove, that tube travel was down, West End football was down, Google Place data showed significant drops. So the position on the Friday appeared to be, is this correct, that there was significant material showing that compliance was up, but it was just not enough. It hadn't reached, in broad terms, the 75% reduction in social distancing that was required. Just as a general proposition, is that right?
Absolutely.
All right. Why didn't COBRA consider expressly waiting to see whether or not the measures which had been put in place on Monday the 12th would have effect over a longer time period? There is an acceptance that it's not good enough. But why could COBRA not have waited? And by extension, by analogy, why could not the ultimate decision on Monday the 23rd have been delayed a bit more to see whether or not these compliance figures would continue to go in the right direction and reach the right levels?
Because the virus was spreading exponentially, and the risk was that the NHS would be overwhelmed.
We'll come to look at the NHS in a moment, but was there debate on the Friday about the hard data presented in relation to the impact on the NHS, hard data relating to the likely mortality rates that would continue to go up if the measures were not imposed, and on the need or the possibility of waiting further? The inquiry well understands exponential growth and evidence has been given by Professor Sir Chris Whitty as to what it means in practice.
Yes.
Unless you get on top of exponential growth, it will continue, and it will continue relentlessly until the country is completely overwhelmed, and the death mortality rates are absolutely intolerable. But it is a curve. It is a degree. Why was there not more debate about the alternative of waiting to see whether or not this would work?
Because those of us who were taking decisions understood where we were in terms of the growth of the virus. The whole point about exponential growth, as we know, is the famous analogy of a grain of rice on the first corner of a chessboard. By the time that you get to the final other corner of the chessboard, then you are talking in terms and in numbers literally unimaginable. So therefore, as you move from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 and so on, if you leave it for another day or another week, the numbers are so significant and so huge that you know that you have left it too late. And as Chris Whitty and Dame Angela McLean made clear, the measures that you take have a time lag before they begin to take effect. So you have the curve going up and up and up, and the measures not beginning to take effect for some time. So therefore, you do need to hit the curve at the earliest possible point when you know that growth is exponential.
You all knew that there was exponential growth. That is the nature of this virus. Once control has been lost, it will spread inevitably exponentially. And you knew that on the 12th of March when the first measures were imposed, and on the 16th of March, and then on the 20th of March.
Yes.
But notwithstanding your understanding of the risks of exponential growth, you were still prepared as a government to try those measures. You didn't say on the 12th and the 16th, well, the central feature of exponential growth is it's going to be terrible and it will overwhelm us unless we have a lockdown. You were prepared to countenance measures short of a lockdown. Why didn't you give longer for those measures to work on the premise that on the 12th and the 16th of March, you knew you were dealing with an exponential crisis already?
I think it was the case that both in the communications that I had with people on the 12th and also, as I think Imran Shafi's notes of the meetings that occurred that weekend show, I was pressing at the time for the most vigorous action as early as we possibly could.
Can I interrupt you there? Are you saying, therefore, that you would have countenanced and you believed that it was appropriate to impose a lockdown perhaps on the 16th or the 20th of March?
Oh, yes.
Right. And what about the week before?
Well, I came to the conclusion during the week, as I mentioned, of the 9th, 10th March, that it was necessary. And as I say, the Thomas Pueyo article, I think, crystallized that imperative in my mind more than perhaps anything.
Do you call in the COBRA meetings that you chaired and attended in the week of the 16th of March for a lockdown to be imposed that day?
I don't believe that I did, but I do believe that my communications to other decision makers shows the position that I took, but I would not have wanted to, given that the nature, certainly when I chaired COBRA, was to act as a chair rather than an instigator or an advocate. My instinct would have been, and at that point, to seek consensus and to give effect to collective government policy.
Mr. Gove, sorry to interrupt. You've obviously referred to the article that had some influence on you by the sounds of it. Did you have access to other material from, for example, scientists who advised against a lockdown? Did you get that kind of material to consider?
Later on, yes. I mean, I paid attention to the arguments put forward by people like Carl Hennigan and the authors of the Great Barrington Declaration and others. I think that obviously their point of view I respect, but the propositions that they put forward I think were just undeliverable. The idea that we could shield the elderly and allow young people free rein I think, given the nature of multi-generational households and so on, they would not have been effective in mitigating the virus. The second thing is that quite a lot of people have understandably said Sweden managed these things better. But again, the public, sorry, forgive me, many of those who advocate that we should have gone down the Swedish route misunderstand what Sweden did. Sweden was able to reduce social mixing by a greater degree of reliance on wide societal acceptance of those restrictions. We, as this Cobra paper points out, were seeking societal, compliance with those measures, but we knew that would not be enough and it was too late. And indeed, as I think the evidence of the inquiry points out, and as Tegnell himself, when he was invited to speak to the Prime Minister, said, you should act. So again, people, I understand how this happens, having been a journalist, people in the media will sometimes paint a picture of what's happening in order to create a greater sense of drama or divergence. So Sweden, libertarian nirvana, Britain, lockdown dystopia. Actually, the approach taken by both countries is more similar than many would like to admit. Another point as well, if I may, people also sometimes make the argument that there was a tension between the economy and health. Now, obviously, lockdown creates problems for the economy. But, as I subsequently wrote in an article in the Times to explain our reasoning, if we had allowed the pandemic to develop without taking the steps that we did, the NHS would have been overwhelmed, and that would have meant an impact on economic activity far greater than that we had to endure. So when people talk about the trade-off between the economy and health, when you have the virus, you need to respond in a way that protects both the health service and the health of the nation and the economy.
Can I ask you, just for the few remaining questions on this subject, to focus on that week of the 16th of March?
Of course.
You said when you chaired Cobra, your position was that you should act as a chair rather than as an instigator or an advocate. You wanted to seek consensus. The material, Mr. Gove, shows quite clearly that over the weekend of Saturday, the 14th of March, and also latterly in October, November, and then again in December, you made no bones at all about the need for the particular measure under consideration, ultimately lockdowns 2 and 3. You made your position on what should be done perfectly plain. Having acknowledged that your own view was that a lockdown was required to be imposed in the week of the 16th of March, why did you, in these Cobra meetings, one of which you chaired, not say, I, Michael Gove, believe the only way forward, the only sensible route is a lockdown now to save lives?
I believed that I had communicated my views clearly in every forum where I could. It's in the nature of ministerial life that sometimes you chair a meeting of a subcommittee or a cabinet committee, and your job there is to act as the neutral chair seeking consensus. Then sometimes you are an advocate for a particular position, your own departmental position or your own deeply felt position. And I had been asked by the Prime Minister to chair that Cobra, and I was acting, as it were, under instructions. And I felt that that was the right thing to do to serve the government collectively. Again, it's, you know.
In hindsight, do you regret that you were not more forthright in what you plainly and genuinely believe was the right course of action to take?
Generally, people have always been unhappy when I've been more forthright in the past. But on this occasion, I should definitely have been more forthright.
This was a matter of life and death.
Absolutely, and that is why I believe that I should have been.
Thank you. The decision to implement the national lockdown was, of course, taken on that Monday, and there was a Cobra. Could we just very briefly look at 56213, which is the minutes of that meeting? Just by way of quick observation, if we look at the first page we can see, of course, that well, there are a number of ministers there. Over the page, I should say, Mr. Gove, that that minute doesn't reflect your attendance, but you believe you were there.
I believe I was, yes.
Over the page, we can see officials dialed in, and then on page 4, paragraphs 1 to 3, we can see the current situation update. And there is more information given about compliance. It wasn't too bad, as with the Cobra on the Monday, compliance was there in large part, but the park attendance over the weekend had shot up. You can see that in paragraph 3. Standing back, this penultimate decision-making body, obviously the Prime Minister had the whip hand, but this penultimate decision-making body discussed compliance rates. But there was very little by way of debate over the economic and societal harm that would be necessarily done if these measures were to be imposed, over the terrible balancing exercise inherent in that decision. But also, again, no discussion at all as to whether or not more time should be given for the measures which Cobra, had imposed the very week before, on the Friday, 3 days before. Why was there not more debate about waiting to see whether or not those other measures, earlier measures, which by implication must have been sensible and well-judged measures, could be taken to have effect?
Well, again, it was clear, certainly to me, that those measures had been inadequate. I think at the time that I was sceptical that they would be enough, but understood why people thought that this was proportionate. By definition, when you're dealing with any sort of crisis, you use whatever data comes to hand, whatever feedback there is, in order to adjust your response. Sticking inflexibly to a set of measures when those measures are clearly inadequate would be an error.
But why were they inadequate? If only 3 days had passed and compliance was going up, just not fast enough.
Well, quite.
Why were they inadequate? Might they not have become adequate 2 days hence?
I think you have answered your own question, that compliance was not going up fast enough and that more evidence was accumulating about the spread of the virus.
Well, no, you knew already it was an exponential spread. You didn't know any more about what the ultimate outcome would be because that rested upon whatever decisions you might take on that Monday. But the basic feature hadn't altered. It was still an exponential growth.
Yes.
You put measures in place which you in good faith believed would do the trick. And only 3 days had passed, one weekend, before you then moved to the next ultimate level, a lockdown.
Yes. And as we've discussed, my view was sterner measures earlier. And I think both the accumulating evidence but also the force of argument made it clear that more action was required. So if the conclusion that you're seeking is, did we adopt measures knowing that they were inadequate? I profoundly feared they would not be enough, but of course, in any debate within government, you make your case and accept that you will not always prevail.
Finally, on this topic, the NHS. There's very little debate in the Cobra of that day, the penultimate decision-making body, about the impact on the NHS. And in light of the time, I'm not going to take you through all the material. Well, perhaps we could just have up on the screen a summary of the material referring to the likely impact on the NHS. It's 274026. If we just very shortly look at this document, 274026, and scroll through to this time, which is around about the 21st, 22nd, 23rd of March, so pages 5 or 6. There are, perhaps one more page, there are multiple references to the likely impact on the NHS being either overwhelmed or overtopped or collapse.
Yes.
And then if we go forward one page, on the 8th of page 8, we can see on the 21st of March at a COVID meeting, the Chief Medical Officer gives figures about how ITU in London might be overwhelmed. If you go forward one page further, the Chief Executive of the NHS responds, dealing with the worsening situation, but how the NHS is aiming for more ventilated beds, more surge capacity, how it's going to make more hospitals available, and so on and so forth. And then over one more page to the 22nd and the 23rd of March, references to a major drive to free up capacity. Occupancy now at the lowest than in more decades. Continuing at the bottom of the page, planning for ramping up ventilators, and then finally over one page to page 11. I'm sorry, it's rather a long question. References to doubling to the risks that the NHS would not cope. So, in light of all that, two questions, please. Firstly, to what extent did that COBRA body on the Monday look at the hard data relating to the actually anticipated impact upon the NHS, the figures, the ICU beds, the ventilators, and so on? Or did COBRA just assume that if it didn't act in the way that it advised, the NHS would just bluntly collapse?
Several things. Firstly, one did not need to know the precise nature of capacity within the NHS to be influenced by the broad argument that continued exponential growth would overwhelm it.
Right.
By definition, there would be a level of growth that almost no health system could have coped with if the virus was left unchecked or if inadequate measures had been put in place. Both before and after, I and other ministers sought information and were informed about the precise nature of the capacity constraints within the NHS. And again, when we talk about beds, we have to recognise that for intensive care beds, you need not just equipment, but trained individuals, doctors, nurses, others. So NHS capacity constraints are driven by the number of specialists and by the equipment, as well as by physical capacity as well. We may go on to talk about the Nightingale hospitals that were built. While it was an amazing feat, I think the inference that some people drew was that you could somehow magic up significant additional capacity with the NHS at rapid speed. The truth, of course, is that what you're fundamentally relying on is not just ventilator capacity, but the capacity of trained clinicians.
Staff. I don't wish to get into the debate about the actual mechanics, the operating mechanics of the NHS. The question is this. There was, it appears, a general assumption that if these steps were not taken, the final step of the lockdown was not taken, then on account of exponential growth, the NHS would ultimately, at some unknown point in the future, collapse.
Yes.
There was no alternative in that sense. What debate was given as to the difference, the distinction between the likely impact on the NHS under the Friday the 20th measures as opposed to the lockdown measure being advocated on the Monday? Did anybody in COBRA say, well, hang on, what will be the practical difference in terms of the impact on the NHS of this final step as opposed to the measures which you imposed on the Friday?
As I recall, I think everything revolved around whether or not we could suppress the growth of the virus or whether the virus would continue to grow exponentially. If you suppress the growth of the virus, reduce R below 1, then you can begin to see at some point the curve coming down and the pressure removed, or at least reduced, on the NHS. If it goes up, i.e. if you're not managing to take R down below 1, then sooner or later, the NHS will be overwhelmed until you get it back below 1.
And so are you saying then that what COBRA concluded was that only this final ultimate step would suffice to bring the R rate below 1, that you couldn't gamble that the earlier measure on the Friday would be sufficient?
Yes.
You had to take that final step because only that would give you the sufficient degree of sureness that you were doing everything you could to bring R below 1.
Exactly.
Right. Can we now then turn, please, to an entirely different subject, which is the structures within government for responding to the crisis, because you became chair of what was then known as COVID-O. And also, I want to look at the degree to which you liaise with the devolved administrations, which is another extremely important issue. I'm just going to try to summarise the position structurally, and if you just indicate whether or not you agree, and then we can move on swiftly to the nub of the issue. COBRA, the devolved administration health ministers attended initial COBRA meetings. Then, of course, the First Ministers attended, Mr Drakeford from the 18th of February, the remainder from the 2nd of March. Is that correct? You attended 16 COBRAs between March 20 and February 22. You sent a note to the Prime Minister on the 30th of November 2020 highlighting the shortcomings of the COBRA machinery. I think you've been forced out of COBRA because the video technology didn't work.
Yes.
Just this simple question, please. Had there been any changes to the machinery within COBRA, within the corridor and the rooms, or the rooms particularly in the Cabinet Office, between March, when the crisis crashed upon this country, and November, when you wrote that note to the Prime Minister about the shortcomings in the machinery? Had there been changes? Had the room been updated at all?
I think there were some changes, and I thought I'd have to check. COBRA can refer both, please forgive me, to one single physical room, but also to the act of convening people. And I'm not sure how much I can say, actually. But there is more than one COBRA room.
Yeah, the inquiry understands that. Were there significant changes to the machinery, the data links, the video?
Insufficient.
And so on? No, were there changes between March and November?
I believe there were, but they were clearly insufficient.
Right. You took part in what was called the Quad. That was a group of ministers comprising the Prime Minister, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Mr Hancock and yourself in the early part of the crisis. From March, there was instituted the 9:15 meetings in Downing Street, which were chaired by the Prime Minister. Is that correct?
Yes.
They took place between the 17th of March and the 15th of May. You note in your statement that those meetings were important, but there was a limit on what they could do because of the exigencies of time, the need to update the Prime Minister, deal with the daily events of government and so on. Then you chaired what was known as the General Public Services Ministerial Implementation Group, the GPS MIG. And that was convened between March and May, correct?
Yes.
You raised in emails to other ministers and to the Cabinet, Mark Sedwell in the Cabinet Office, your concerns about whether or not the right governance structures were in place. And in part, as a result of your raising of those concerns about the MIGs, in May, the MIGs were done away with, and there was then a system known as COVID-S and COVID-O. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have, in March 2020, email correspondence with an advisor in Downing Street called Munira Mirza, who I think was in charge of the policy team there, about the way in which the MIGs were operating, in particular the health MIG, which was being chaired by Mr Hancock?
I believe I did, yes.
All right. But it matters not, because in the end they were done away with. COVID-S and COVID-O, COVID-S was chaired by the Prime Minister.
Yes.
but he also chaired COVID-0 occasionally.
Yes.
But you were the main chair. And those meetings started in June, and COVID-0 went all the way through to February 2021.
Yes.
Would it be right to say that COVID-0, the body you chaired, convened over or around 150 times between May 2020 and September 21?
I believe so, 145.
And we've heard evidence that COVID-19 task force was the secretariat for COVID-0.
Yes.
Helen McNamara raises this issue in her witness statement. She says, if there is to be a criticism of COVID-0 and COVID-S, and Mr. Gove, the evidence quite plainly shows that COVID-S and COVID-0 operated at a much better level than their predecessors. Her concern would be that they were quite narrow, that the full cabinet is better at bringing in a wider perspective, a body that is more grounded in consequences and in the complexities of the world as it is. Would you agree with that if there is a deficiency, if there was a deficiency, they were quite narrowly comprised bodies?
No.
Why not?
I think that for effective decision-making, when you're dealing with a crisis, the cabinet is currently constituted, and this is no reflection on individuals, simply on size, is unwieldy. So when dealing with crises, there have always tended to be inner cabinets, war cabinets, or similar. Now, one can argue that perhaps the wrong people are around the table, but I think that the cabinet for as a structure, given the need for rapid action, as I say, doesn't meet the need of the hour. And we saw that in, for example, the Falklands War, where decision-making needed to be taken in a nimble way by the Prime Minister, her then Foreign Secretary, Defence Secretary and Chancellor.
Why do you say that in your witness statement, that there was, in fact, a need to bring the wider cabinet into decision-making, and when it was done, it was occasionally too little, too late?
Well, there are several points there. The first thing is that you do need to have, first of all, a strategy team, an inner cabinet of whatever composition. Then you need cabinet committees in order to give effect to operational decisions, hence COVID-0. I think it is the case that when you've worked up what those decisions are, you do need a broader cabinet discussion in order to ensure that there is appropriate buy-in, that there is political consent, that there is collective agreement. But all of these things are matters of judgment, and they exist across a continuum. So what I would say is the reason why we moved away from the MIG model is, as we alluded to earlier, there's a danger in having a department mark its own homework. Again, no reflection of any individual. COVID-0 allowed oversight across government of how each individual department was seeking to deliver towards the agreed goal. Just Cabinet's role, yes, overall, I think one can look back at and say there were certain moments when Cabinet should have been involved earlier in some of that decision-making, but sometimes there was an understandable need for speed.
That's perfectly plain. There was nevertheless, though, there were occasions when Cabinet should have been more involved than it was. You accept that. Was it the case, as we can see, that in relation to the 23rd of March decision to impose mandatory stay-at-home orders, that was, of course, announced to the country on the Monday. Cabinet didn't sit until the Tuesday, 24th. In relation to the second lockdown, the decision was effectively debated and resolved at a COVID Ministerial meeting,
yes,
rather than by Cabinet. And in relation to the third lockdown, the driver for that decision came from a collective decision from the United Kingdom Chief Medical Officers that the whole country had to go into level 5. Would you agree with those as statements of fact?
Yes.
Right. You in a glorious message chain in September 2020.
So if you're moving on, Mr. Keith, I've been asked to break at 1:45, but it's entirely whether...
Milady, that's a perfect moment.
Is it? I'm sorry we have to keep breaking, Mr. Gove. I've also been asked to take a 50-minute lunch because we have so much to get through today. We're determined to make sure we get through your evidence today, Mr. Gove. And so I shall return at 1:35. Mr Keith.
Could we have, please, 265763, which is a WhatsApp from yourself to Simon Case on the 7th of September at 15:21. Mr Gove, rather delightfully, you pose a daft laddie question. Is the Prime Minister's day structured in the way you'd want to enable all the decisions that need to be taken are taken in a timely way, are the right people in the room in every meeting to drive progress, are the right cross-Whitehall arrangements in place to ensure rigorous implementation, etc. Bearing in mind that this is dated the 7th of September, so now some months after the institution of the COVID-O system, do you know what was done in response to your questioning, bearing in mind that the Cabinet Secretary, Simon Case, says the answer to all your questions is no? Did you follow up on this? Do you know what changes were made systemically to the Prime Minister's day structure and the routes of information that were provided to him?
I don't in detail. The principle of the daft laddie question is one I think.
I'm so sorry. Could you just confine yourself to answering the particular question, which is, do you know what happened to the concerns that you raised? I think the inquiry understands the benefit and the merits of a daft laddie question. What happened?
I don't know. I was communicating with Simon shortly after he was appointed as Cabinet Secretary, and these were just some prompts culled from my observation of how things were operating. And of course, Cabinet Secretary is the principal policy advisor to the Prime Minister, and I thought that Simon might want to satisfy himself on some of these points.
As far as you can tell now, were there any changes in terms of the COVID-O structure or the Prime Minister's day-to-day meeting arrangements, or to the personnel who habitually and by constitution would be providing the Prime Minister with information on a daily basis?
I don't think there were any changes to COVID-O or COVID-S, and indeed, I wasn't referring, I think, to COVID-O or COVID-S. It was just a gentle nudge to Simon as he took on that role to satisfy himself, and because I knew as a new Cabinet Secretary he would have the Prime Minister's confidence, if he felt that changes needed to be made, then I'm sure that would carry weight with the PM.
You were the Minister for the Cabinet Office. You refer in that email or the WhatsApp to, are there the right cross-Whitehall arrangements in place? XWH is cross-Whitehall. So you raise an issue of some significance in terms of the systematic arrangements in Whitehall. But why did you not follow it up?
I think you referred earlier to the Prime Minister's own day. In terms of the right cross-Whitehall arrangements, I think part of that was just making sure that there was a flow of paper to the Prime Minister and that he had the right information necessary in order to be able to support me and other ministers in their work. And again, I think it was also right that the new Cabinet Secretary should satisfy himself. I think the cross-Whitehall arrangements that I was referring to, as well as making sure that the Prime Minister's paper flow was managed properly, was also a reference to making sure that some of the implementation that was partly COVID-O's responsibility to fulfil was done properly.
Were you asking about the Prime Minister's daily structure and the provision of information to the Prime Minister because you were concerned about the way in which he was making decisions as part of this process?
I wanted to make sure that the office and the system around the Prime Minister was operating as effectively as possible. And I worried, I wasn't taking a definitive view, but I worried that perhaps the mode of operation in Number 10 was not what it might be.
A number of witnesses have commented upon, to use your phrase, the mode of operation in Number 10 Downing Street around this time. It appears to be quite well understood. It was obviously a point of some concern for a considerable number of significant players in the government machine. It wasn't really resolved ever, was it?
I think that over time, the government machinery improved in the way in which we dealt with the pandemic, and we've examined some of the weaknesses at the beginning.
I don't mean overall, I mean in relation to the Prime Minister, to use your words. In terms of the operations around the Prime Minister, concern was expressed about how it was working in Number 10, not the COVID-S, COVID-O structure, not the COVID task force,
Sure.
but Number 10 and the Prime Minister.
Yes, but I think concerns about how Number 10 has operated have been a perennial feature of almost all governments. And departmental or cabinet office ministers will sometimes express concern that the Prime Minister at the time is not necessarily always receiving the best advice, or that meetings are not policed in the right way.
Another entirely separate point. Helen McNamara, in her witness statement, says that there was a disproportionate amount of attention on the part of COVID-O and other bodies given to more male pursuits in terms of the impact of restrictions and then the lessening of the same. And she refers to football, hunting, shooting and fishing. Could we have up on the screen, please, a WhatsApp from a WhatsApp group to which you were party as the Chancellor of Duchy of Lancaster, 275431. There was a considerable debate within the Cabinet Office and COVID-O, was there not, about whether or not shooting and hunting should be enabled to be exempted from the rules that were then enforced, the Rule of Six, in September 2020.
I think that the evidence in front of me is from a different WhatsApp conversation.
There are two WhatsApp conversations. This is 275431, which is a CDL PPS JGAH
Oh,
group.
yes, forgive me.
And
yes,
there is a
sorry,
second WhatsApp group called Shoot Rules Group, which
Indeed.
we'll come to in a moment. There is a redacted interlocutor who says, somebody was horrified and said would cause huge issue. I presume you're strongly in favour of exempting hunting, but in a way that doesn't appear on the face of the regs. And you say yes. And then this, we need to be very, in capital letters, very careful on how it's presented.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Before you answer, I'll show you the other WhatsApp group, 94541. This is called Shoot Rules Group. And the particular passage is on the 19th of September on page 1. Shooting is exempted from the regulations concerning Rule of Six. Regs made. Shooting fine, no upper limit, not yet entirely clear on hunting. Well done, gentlemen. And then there's a reference over the page to amazing what a bit of lobbying can do. What lobbying led to this exemption for shooting and hunting?
Well, firstly, I think if we can call back the original WhatsApp exchange, I'd be grateful.
Yes, of course. It is 275431.
And I think it's on the second page.
It is.
Where are we? I haven't got it on on the page in front of me here.
It's 1956-41.
Exactly, I've got it now.
High Chancellor
Exactly.
of the Duchy of Lancaster, which is you.
Okay. Firstly, it was the case that there were an enormous number of areas of restriction or exemption that we had to police throughout. And hunting, shooting, fishing, or other rural pursuits were a peripheral part of the consideration that was given. So it was also the case that we had to think about everything from the way in which choirs operated to whether or not, as was notoriously the case, a Scotch egg was a substantial meal. In attempting to draw the line in a way that gave people appropriate guidance, all sorts of activities crossed my radar.
Of course. I'm so sorry to interrupt, Mr. Gove. somebody in government said to you, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, I presume you're strongly in favour of exempting hunting and shooting, but in a way that it doesn't appear on the face of the regulations. Is that a reference to the regulations which would have provided and did provide for exemption for hunting and shooting?
Well, the clear thing there was to make sure that all outdoor sports were treated in a way that was fair and universal. So I didn't want to get into or stoke an argument over hunting.
Quite
you
so.
will note that I subsequently said, this is my own personal view, shooting is defensible economically and environmentally. Fox hunting, not so much. I think you can infer from that what my view of the respective activities might be. But overall, while individual organisations, the Countryside Alliance or others, might well lobby for their particular activity which they champion, my own view was that we wanted as much as possible to have sort of horizontal rules, so that whether or not it was rugby league or lacrosse or hunting or shooting, that the same sorts of rules applied to outdoor activity, and that those rules covered the full range and gamut of activities that might be taking place.
Mr. Gove, somebody in your department suggests that an exemption be given in a way that doesn't appear on the face of the regulations, that a sleight of hand is applied.
No.
Instead of saying that's not appropriate, if there is going to be an exemption for shooting and hunting for perfectly proper reasons, the rural economy and so on and so forth, then it should be done openly. But you say yes.
Well, the critical thing is that I was specifically clear that we should be thinking about exemptions for all types of outdoor activity, and that we should not, both for clarity overall, but also for public debate, not running through different types of sport and different types of activity. You will see from the later discussion on shooting that I make the point about the rule of six. What I was anxious to do at every point was to ensure there was consistency and fair treatment for different types of activity. Later on, I think in here, there's a reference to freedom of religion or belief. Again, when we were discussing religious practices and what restrictions should be placed on public worship, I wanted to make sure that we weren't getting into a discussion about different types of religious worship on the basis of different types of church or religion. I wanted to make sure that we had a defensible general regime.
Was consideration given to hiding an exemption for religious practices on the face of the regulations?
No, but the key thing is that there were discussions, sensitive discussions about the nature of religious practice and whether or not in certain faith settings it would be more difficult to see some of the regulations that we believed were necessary being applied. So I was looking at the full range of different types of activity in which people engage in order to make sure that wherever possible, we weren't thinking about the specifics of an activity as a reason to provide an exemption. We were thinking about allowing people pursuing activities that you or I might approve or disapprove of to go ahead in a way that was, if legitimate, covered by general regulation. I should stress.
I think, Mr. Keith.
Yes.
I should stress.
Mr. Gove, I think we should take our steer, if I may say so, from the chair. I haven't
by all means,
thought
stress
to
what you'd
ask
like
you
to stress,
again.
Mr. Gove, and then we're going to move on.
I should stress that the exchange on shooting, in which I was part, took place all on one day in a matter of a few hours. So, again, I can entirely understand why shooting and hunting, both because they're matters of public contention and debate, might preoccupy you or preoccupy the inquiry. But given the whole range of activities that we were thinking about regulating and constraining, it seems curious to light on these.
They're not preoccupying me, Mr. Gove, I can assure you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Gove, I may say, what I now need to say, I have asked you no questions about the merits of either pursuit. The inquiry has no interest in either of them. I've asked you about why a government official appears to want to conceal the exemption on the face of the regs, which is an entirely different point. No, I'm afraid Well, I'm afraid I impermissibly have commented, but I do so only in relation to your observation.
I hope I've made it clear that what we were seeking to do was to provide comprehensive and horizontal regulation rather than sector-specific.
Right, but now moving on.
We're moving on. Devolved nations. I want to explore with you, please, some of the legal, technical and structural problems or issues that presented themselves to the government, and the UK government, in terms of liaising and dealing with the devolved administrations, who of course form a vital part of the United Kingdom. Legally, coronavirus was essentially a public health emergency, and health is a devolved matter. And so was it that feature that gave rise to the debate about the extent of the devolved settlements and devolution? Health was a matter for the other nations of the United Kingdom, but it was the United Kingdom government in the driving seat in terms of responding to the crisis.
Yes.
That gave rise to ultimately quite a conceptual debate about the extent of devolution. The United Kingdom government had on the statute books the Civil Contingencies Act 2004, which had a never-used provision that allowed it to produce emergency regulations, which would have required governors being appointed for parts of the United Kingdom. It also had on its statute books the Public Health Control of Diseases Act, as well as the new Coronavirus Act, which came to pass. Why did the government not use the Civil Contingencies Act? Why did it use the Public Health Control of Diseases Act and then, when it came into force, the Coronavirus Act?
Several reasons. The Civil Contingencies Act was designed to be dealt with, designed to deal with events like a terrorist attack which paralyzes national infrastructure. The powers within it are draconian. And to take that step, to cross that threshold, also requires the Civil Contingencies Act to be actively renewed. And if it falls away, if the immediate nature of the crisis, the immediate sudden impact, as it were, diminishes, then the case for maintaining it diminishes too. So it was thought better to have bespoke legislation. I note that Michelle O'Neill, Deputy First Minister of Northern Ireland, argues that we should have used the Civil Contingencies Act. I find it ironic because for someone coming from an Irish Republican tradition, the Civil Contingencies Act would undoubtedly have seemed to be an unduly draconian way of dealing with the issues in front of us.
So that we're clear about it, the Act itself requires ministers, it's a mandatory provision, to appoint emergency coordinators in the event that the provision in the Act is used whereby secondary legislation regulations can be introduced. So that's a very draconian and
exactly so.
Almost nightmarish step. There is also a provision in the Act, is there not, which requires the event in respect of which one is passing the regulations to be unforeseen.
Yes.
So in essence, a judgment call was taken that this was a step too far. It was the nuclear option. It had never been used. This was not the time to do it.
Precisely so.
Right. Okay.
And the unforeseen element is, again, it's debatable, and we did have that debate with government lawyers. To what extent was the pandemic unforeseen? And the general view was that, as I say, a terrorist attack by definition would be unforeseen, but the gathering storm of the pandemic might not meet that threshold.
Indeed. The United Kingdom Parliament has always retained sovereignty in the context of dealing with the devolved nations to legislate over devolved issues. But there is a convention, is there not, the Sewell Convention, under which the government will not seek to pass legislation dealing with devolved matters other than with the consent of the devolved nations themselves. Was it thought that that, again, itself was an unpalatable alternative, that really wasn't a sensible route for the government to go down?
With respect to the Civil Contingencies Act?
No, with respect to legislating in the face of the crisis over public health matters which were necessarily devolved matters.
Yes. As a general rule, the Sewell Convention governs how government operates. We do not normally legislate on devolved matters without the consent of the devolved administration.
Yes. And in terms of the decision-making structures which had to be put into place to address the various aspects of the coronavirus crisis with devolved nations, was there a choice faced by the government? Either it brings the devolved nations fully within its own United Kingdom government decision-making structures, Cabinet, COBRA, COVID-S, COVID-O, and so on and so forth, even where other parts of the United Kingdom government may not be represented, or you then try, or instead you try to bring them in on an ad hoc basis as and when they are required to be there. Was that the fundamental choice faced by the government?
You've crystallised it. It was ultimately, again, as with so many things in government, a continuum. There were a couple of occasions, I recall, when cabinet colleagues bristled at the fact that sometimes the devolved administrations were involved in discussions and influencing decision-making in fora which they were not represented in. So there was a sense amongst some cabinet colleagues that, well, you know, we're the principal body of the executive of the United Kingdom government, and yet you're discussing these things with Nicola Sturgeon, Michelle O'Neill, Mark Drakeford et al. So balancing was important. My own view is that overall we benefited from bringing in the devolved administrations as early as possible during the whole pandemic.
You are, of course, aware that in the additional witness statements from Sturgeon and Baroness Foster and Mr. Given, that their position is that they feel that they weren't really brought properly into the decision-making structures. It was more of an information route, that they were there to be told what the government had decided, and it was a question of giving them information about those pre-existing decisions. Is that a fair analysis, do you think, or not?
Not completely, though I do understand their point of view. Again, in Nicola Sturgeon's supplementary evidence, she says, I'm asked if I agree with Michael Gove's comments that committee meetings involving the devolved administrations worked reasonably well and were collegiate. Yes, she says, I broadly agree. Now, she also goes on to say that there were some particular suggestions that she made about policy, which the UK government didn't follow up, but she didn't necessarily expect us to do so. And again, it's in the nature of devolution that decision-making on a UK-wide level will be taken by the UK government. It's better if that's informed by the views of the devolved administrations. And I always sought, in broader discussions in Cabinet or in other committee meetings, to make colleagues aware of how devolved administrations felt. And when I felt they were making an argument of merit, I would regard it as my duty to pass that on as clearly as I could.
I mean, the reality, isn't it, that different parts of the United Kingdom will approach the same problem in different ways. There may be differences in terms of the epidemiological position that they have reached, in terms of their healthcare facilities, in terms of what the position on the ground is in each of those nations. So there were bound to be difficulties in terms of an absolutely common approach that was unrealistic.
Yes, I think that is right. If I may, I would make one other point. You quite rightly point out, obviously, that health is devolved and public health is devolved. But there is a distinction, I think, between two different types of public health intervention. On the one hand, there's the straightforward public health intervention about keeping ourselves healthier, how much fruit to eat and so on. That's quite properly a matter for the devolved administrations. But when you're dealing with a pandemic, and a pandemic which is raging across one island, Great Britain, then I do think that there is a case for saying that there can and should be certain UK-wide powers exercised at the centre. I think it is an open question to draw that distinction between two different types of public health interventions. Because again, one of the points that Michelle O'Neill makes, very fairly, is that the island of Ireland is a single epidemiological area. It was always regarded so in terms of animal health and a fortiori in terms of human health. So again, these are difficult issues to manage, and I wouldn't say that this was a view that I hold passionately, but I do think that the whole question about how you can ensure that the UK government, short of the Civil Contingencies Act, can say, look, we need to override some of the independent decision-making you might make, I think that's worth considering.
being on the coalface as you were of the interface between the United Kingdom government and the devolved administrations, did you look at any time at the nature of the advice that was given by SAGE, to which, of course, the devolved administrations were party, in terms of whether it was overly England-centric? You'll know from the witness statements that a number of witnesses have said that it appeared to them that the commissioning of advice in SAGE, because it was done, generally speaking, by the Cabinet Office, was too England-centric. Do you have a view on that?
Not a strong view, no, but I think it's the case that it's in the nature of our university system that you will have people at Imperial, at Oxford, elsewhere, who will have come from different parts of the United Kingdom, indeed from outside the United Kingdom. So there are a few more cosmopolitan environments than the medical faculties and the science faculties of our leading universities. So I don't think so, no.
Another issue which has been raised in the witness statements concerns the fiscal levers of power which are available to the United Kingdom government. Whereas public health is devolved, the means by which you can address a public health crisis are reserved to the United Kingdom government in terms of the money, in terms of the fiscal resources made available. The devolved administrations raised concerns repeatedly, did they not, about that dichotomy, that they were the ones, along with England, facing the crisis, but the means of providing money to support them rested with the United Kingdom government. Was that issue ever resolved, or did it just tend to rumble on?
It was a background issue. It did rumble, and it goes to the heart of one of the challenges with devolution, which is that the executives and devolved administrations will sometimes want to implement policy, but it's the Exchequer that ends up paying for it. Devolved administrations, particularly the Scottish Government, do now have tax-raising or lowering powers, so there's a greater degree of flexibility, and there's flexibility over borrowing. In addition, there is now an interministerial group across the United Kingdom called the FISC, F-I-S-C, which enables some of these issues to be resolved between the Treasury and finance ministers. I sympathise with the leaders of devolved administrations that the way in which devolution exists means that they're somewhat constrained in their ability to act at certain moments of what they think is right, but these devolved arrangements are designed to ensure that there is an appropriate level of both discretion and responsibility at each level, and there will always be, between central government, devolved administrations, or between central government and local government sometimes, concern that the subsidiary tier of government doesn't have the tax-raising powers necessary.
Ms. Gove, we're focusing on coronavirus. The additional tax-raising powers of the Scottish Government in particular is a power open to it, but it wasn't a power that was first and foremost in the response to the coronavirus crisis. We're dealing here with a massive need for fiscal resource from central government to all parts of the United Kingdom. So that really isn't, with respect, relevant to this issue.
Yes, it is.
Well, the question to you is this, Ms Sturgeon wrote to Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, of course, on the 23rd of September, as you're aware, because the material's been disclosed to you, raising again what she perceived to be the lack of levers within the jurisdiction of the Scottish administration to be able to provide economic support. It is reliant, and it remained reliant on the United Kingdom government. Does the fact that she wrote, along with her colleagues in the devolved administrations, the Prime Minister, indicate that this problem was incapable of resolution at the Chancellor of Duchy of Lancaster level? It was a significant problem for the devolved administrations.
Well, understandably, the devolved administrations would have liked to have had more money. And they would have liked to have had more money in order to implement public health measures that they considered appropriate. But it's always the case, and this was my point, or nearly always the case, that devolved administrations, or, in England, local government, would like to have additional resource, but they don't have to worry about the broader fiscal framework and fiscal judgments upon which markets and others will, make their decisions. And so in that sense, that is why it is important to put it in context. One other thing that I would say, too, in fact, it is the case that the Barnett formula ensures, quite rightly, that Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland receive funding more generous per capita than England. And on top of that, it is also the case
Mr.
that...
Gove,
let me finish.
No, Mr. Gove.
I know, I think it is important.
Mr.
I think it is critically important that I make this point, that furlough was UK-wide.
Mr. Gove, I asked the questions here, please.
Pause, please. Just pause.
You are aware that my question is framed in the context of whether or not there was a significant problem in the context of the coronavirus crisis and whether devolved administrations felt that this issue of fiscal support was properly addressed. The question was not designed to elicit political views on the Barnett formula or the amount of support given to the devolved administrations.
I'm dealing in facts, Mr. Keith,
No.
and they're facts which are relevant.
Mr. Gove, if I have asked
Mr. Keith, let Mr. Gove just, as long as you can answer it shortly, Mr.
Yes.
Gove, right, because we need to move on again, I think.
The essence of the charge is that the devolved administrations did not have enough resource. It is the case.
No, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I have not asked you about the quantum of support. I'm merely asking you to acknowledge that there was a problem that rumbled on, that was required to be addressed, was taken to prime ministerial level, of course, because it is in the nature of a devolved structure dealing with a national crisis that this sort of fiscal issue will arise. That is all I'm seeking to adduce. I don't want a lecture on the merits of the Barnett formula. Was there a problem which the United Kingdom government had to grapple with in the context of the response to the crisis?
The problem was simple. The devolved administrations understandably wanted more money. The case was that they were, indeed, the whole of the United Kingdom, had from the Treasury and from the Chancellor of the Exchequer a generous response. So ultimately, if the thrust of the question is, does the devolution settlement work? It does, because of the basis on which the Exchequer funds the different parts of the United Kingdom is fair.
Now, turning to some of the other structures. COBRA, it's obvious from the material that devolved administrations were invited to attend COBRA. It wasn't an access of right, but they did largely attend, well, they attended many of the COBRAs. In due course, COBRA faded out of the picture somewhat as COVID-S and COVID-O took over. Do you assess, they didn't attend COVID-S, but do you assess that their attendance at COVID-O was sufficient, the body that you chaired?
Yes.
Over time, I think the Cabinet Secretary, well, he wasn't then the Cabinet Secretary, but the Permanent Secretary in number 10, Simon Case, opined on whether or not the devolved administration should have a right of access to COVID-O as opposed to their attendance being the exception rather than the rule. Do you recall that?
Yes, I think I do.
And is that what, in fact, eventuated? They did attend, not of right, but by invitation, but the large proportion of the COVID-O meetings.
I believe so.
The evidence shows also that the alternative structure of the JMC, and we needn't go into the detail of it, wasn't invoked, but that there was a process by which you offered to have regular calls with the devolved administrations. The evidence appears to suggest that it took a very considerable amount of time, in fact from May through to November, for a regular system of liaison to be set up through the calls which you held, and also that the First Ministers were not, as it happened, invited to COVID-O on a standing basis until October. So there was a hiatus between May and the autumn when the DAs were to a very considerable extent out of the loop. Would you agree?
No.
Why?
Because there were regular calls of a variety of kinds with my officials and officials in devolved administrations COVIDO and COBRA, and indeed the JMC, are simply a range of mechanisms, others exist, in order to ensure that the devolved administrations and others were part of our broader conversations.
There were, of course, Mr. Gove, meetings on other various levels. We've had evidence, of course, from Professor Sir Chris Whitty about the liaison on the health level. I'm asking you about your level in government. The JMC process was not operated at all. You, to be fair, put into place a process by which you called the DAs regularly, but that process didn't, it appears from the correspondence, start until the late autumn. And meanwhile, at COVIDO level, the First Ministers were not invited on a standing basis until October. That's from your very own witness statement. So was there, in fact, a hiatus between May and the late autumn in which the DAs, at this political level, did not get the same degree of access to the United Kingdom government that they had hitherto and thereafter?
I think hiatus implies halt. I think there was a diminution, but not a halt.
All right, well, we can live with diminution. You would say, no doubt, that you put into place the process of calls because you recognised that there was a need for it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Why, in general terms, and we have all the letters and the correspondence, but there are letters to you from the devolved administration, First Ministers, 22nd of April, 29th of April, 21st of May, 11th of June, September, all saying, to use Mr. Drakeford's words, I have repeatedly called for a predictable rhythm of engagement. Why did it take so long to set up that process?
Well, I think we did have a good level of engagement. I think it was not at the level of predictability that Mark initially wanted, but I had the opportunity to talk to Mark in the margins of the British Irish Council last Friday, explained that I was going to appear, and reflected then on the nature of our engagement, and he felt that while it was not perfect, it was good.
Mr. Gove, you know very well it's not your place to give hearsay evidence, an account from another witness. We're asking you about your views. The correspondence shows that Mr. Drakeford in particular was astute to try to get the government to agree this process, and it took many months to do so, even though it was a fairly regular process or a fairly easy process of telephone calls between you and the devolved administrations.
And those did take place.
Well, you are familiar, no doubt, with the correspondence which shows Mr. Drakeford repeatedly asking for the United Government's intentions for communications with the devolved governments to be made clear. COBRA has been stood down. There are plans to scale back the SAGE arrangements. I have called repeatedly for a predictable rhythm of engagement. Do you agree that?
Yes, and I wrote, I think, on the 21st of May to Mark Drakeford.
Yes, that's before.
Yes, after the 12th of May. And then I note a variety of calls with First Ministers thereafter as well. So pretty regular contact.
To what extent were there difficulties in the relationship with the devolved administrations concerning the substance of public communication, so public health messages?
The one occasion that I remember is the Scottish Government had its own acronym, FACTS, I believe, and they were anxious to ensure that their approach using that acronym took precedence over our hands, face, space communication. And there was some disagreement over that. Given the UK-wide nature of the BBC and our principal broadcasters and so on, I was of the view, others in government much more strongly, that it was right to use hands, face, space, and that the evidence for the Scottish Government's different approach was not strong. However, the First Minister of Scotland argued that she commanded a level of confidence in her handling of the pandemic within Scotland that meant it was appropriate for her to use that particular form of communication. I think both views had legitimacy.
Had there overall been a perception on the part of the devolved administrations that England-centric announcements, Mr. Gove, were not sufficiently understood by the United Kingdom government to be limited only to England, that there were pronunciations about public health messages and communications and so on that appeared to be assumed by the United Kingdom government to be applicable to the whole nation rather than just England. You're aware of the material from the Devolved administration saying that they felt that you overstepped the mark in terms of the application of these messages to the whole nation.
I don't believe that it led to any particular detriment to the effective delivery of policy, though, of course, at times, either the Scottish or the Welsh government or the Northern Ireland executive might have felt that they could have communicated things better. But on the whole, when you were dealing with, as I mentioned, as we acknowledged earlier, a virus whose impact is the same across the United Kingdom, then the clarity of communication, for example, hands, face, space, I believe is helpful.
Was the Scottish government informed in advance of the change in the United Kingdom government messaging from stay at home to stay alert?
I don't believe so.
So that's a pretty good example of there being a failure of communication. The major public messaging of the United Kingdom government from stay at home to stay alert was not discussed or debated with the Scottish government in advance.
I don't believe it was, but then I don't believe that it resulted in any particular detriment to the handling of the pandemic.
It's an obvious point. Why was it not discussed in advance?
There were many, many things that we sought to discuss with the Scottish Government and the devolved administrations, but not every communication was exhaustive. And it is the case, again, I don't want to make too much of a political point, but I think this is just a matter of fact.
Why was that particular important change, perhaps one of the most important changes in public messaging in the course of the crisis, not communicated to the Scottish Government first?
Well, we communicated a great deal. We didn't communicate everything to the Scottish Government. And I want to be fair. The first thing is, there will, I am sure, have been failures in what we communicated to the Scottish Government and other devolved administrations at times. But it is also the case that the Scottish Government, and I admire the way in which Nicola Sturgeon handled COVID generally, but the Scottish Government is led by a political party that has a desire to generate at particular points causes for grievance or objection to the UK government's constitutional position and broader policy position. So it will be the case that there will be a temptation for some in the Scottish Government and in the Scottish National Party to exaggerate the impact of a mistake or an error in order to feed a broader political mission.
Do you acknowledge, Mr. Gove, that Nicola Sturgeon and Mark Drakeford and Arlene Foster robustly reject any notion that they acted for such purely venal political motives?
Well, again, I would draw a distinction.
Do you accept that they say that in their witness statements to this inquiry?
I do.
Right.
But I also think that, again, it is a matter of fact that Mark Drakeford and Arlene Foster belong to political parties that believe in the maintenance of the United Kingdom, and Nicola Sturgeon does not.
Consideration of vulnerable and at-risk groups in decision-making. Another important area of your work was the chairing for a while of the GPS MIG.
Yes.
And its focus on vulnerable children and the non-shielding vulnerable. In relation to children, what sort of issues did the GPS MIG consider in those months between March and May? Were they issues such as free school meals, the risk of exploitation or abuse, and so on and so forth? Give us an idea as to what issues came in front of you.
Exactly those. So, knowing that children would be out of school, a variety of factors arose. Eligibility for free school meals, of course, is linked to relative poverty. Children out of school who would have the support of a free school meal when in school, not having it because they're out of school, that creates an issue, and it's an issue for some of the poorest families in our society. It is also the case that children being out of school will mean that the ability of professionals, teachers and others, to detect if a child is at risk of abuse or neglect diminishes. The risk of domestic violence and the risk of children either being witness to it or being the victims of it increases. Also, younger children risk being having their development disrupted because they're not in an environment where they're being socialised.
The committee dealt with such issues as I've suggested, children, non-shielding vulnerable people and disabled people.
Yes.
When that committee was effectively disbanded in May 2020, where did that consideration go to? To which body were those functions transferred?
Principally COVID-0.
And did those issues remain with COVID-0 thereafter, Mr. Gove?
Yes, but it was also the case that the MIG was created early on in the fight against the virus. At that point, we had to rapidly adjust in order to make sure that public services were aware of the new and in some cases unprecedented strains they were under. By the time that COVID-0 and indeed the COVID task force had been established, the nature of what was required and some of the big policy questions had been identified. And to a greater extent, we were looking at the effectiveness of delivery. And for example, I think it was the case that we'd already agreed that free school meals would be made available to children during holiday and other periods, vouchers and support, in order to take account of some of those earlier identified questions.
Could we have 83956, please, which is a briefing dated the 19th of October? Excuse me. On pages 8 and 9, I believe there's a reference to a fairly serious observation made by you about the failure of some departments to respond to your proposed debate concerning packages of interventions to tackle disproportionate immediate health impacts. You say in the second paragraph, it's not now going to be possible to announce an ambitious package of interventions in the Minister for Equality's oral statement. Could you give us, please, some flavour of the extent of your disappointment or the failure in terms of the responses from the other departments? You refer to a number of failed responses and to a number of departments. How did this come about?
I think, in a way, the letter speaks for itself. And of course, we're dealing with the specific impact on the most vulnerable in our society of this virus. I should say that...
Mr. Gove, I'm very sorry. In light of the time and dare I say, your propensity to comment politically, can I ask you, please, just to answer the question, which is, how was it that the departments that you criticise came to fail to respond to your call to contribute to this package of interventions on which you were working?
Well, that is a question that requires extensive political commentary.
Well, my lady will stop.
You're not the first politician to make political comment during the course of this inquiry. If you keep your answer as short as possible, it's time, apart from anything else, Mr. Gove, as you'll understand.
Structurally, just in terms of government administration, why had these departments fallen short? Just in terms of their work product, they had failed to do what you had asked them to do, and you were disappointed by their response. Why, administratively, had they dropped the ball?
Well, when I talk about political commentary, I don't mean partisan. I mean explicitly.
Just answer the question.
He's going to?
Well, I will, but the key thing is that the question requires extensive answering. There's a tension between being brief and answering your question properly. I note, Mr. Keith, that you want us to keep our answers brief, but if it's also the case that you want them to be answered effectively, then I'll have to go on at some length.
Mr. Gove,
Looks like we've
what
here, Mr. Keith.
I've heard some interorem threats in my time, but that I'm afraid to say takes the
Mr.
biscuit.
Keith, is there a different way to ask
Yes.
the question?
I'm
What
going to
was
read.
the
I would
ambitious-
say it was a promise, not a threat.
Mr. Gove, what was the ambitious package of interventions you had hoped to announce?
Well, there were a range of interventions that I was keen that we should announce in order to help the disabled, to better monitor the impact of the virus on those from visible ethnic minorities, and to deal in particular with the plight that children faced. It is often the case that whoever happens to be the Cabinet Office Minister, or indeed the chair of any Cabinet committee, will write letters chiding government departments for their failure to deliver in a variety of areas. I have done so on everything from levelling up to reforming the planning system to a variety of other areas. Of course, this is a particularly important issue because of the nature of the pandemic and the vulnerability of the groups concerned. But it is not a unique example of me or someone doing my job attempting to challenge other government departments to raise their game.
Were you able to bring them up to the mark? Did they deliver in due course or not?
Yes.
Right. How long did it take?
I think that it was a few more weeks. But again, at every stage, I was progress chasing in my role as CDL and MCO, as anyone doing that job would have and has.
Moving to an entirely separate issue, the local lockdown structure and COVID-0 in the summer. The body COVID-0, which you chaired, played a significant role in the imposition of these ad hoc local lockdowns in the summer of 2020. The evidence shows that the DHSC Local Action Committee might recommend that a particular area goes into lockdown. It would go to you and COVID-0, and you would decide whether or not a lockdown should be imposed. It is obvious and common ground that Leicester was one of the places, in fact, the first place that was made subject to a first local lockdown, and later Manchester. Evidence has been given to the inquiry by the Mayor, Mr. Rotherham. You may have heard the evidence yesterday that he believes that Manchester was treated. In fact, it wasn't Mr. Rotherham, it may be Mr. Burnham. Andy Burnham said that Manchester was treated, in his view, appallingly, not necessarily in terms of there being a public health need for this intervention, but in terms of the process by which Manchester was placed under the restrictions, the debate about the fiscal support which would be given, and the speed at which it was done. In brief, do you accept that criticism of the COVID-0 local restriction process insofar as Manchester was concerned, or not?
I think it was broader than just Manchester in the way in which it was flawed.
The reasons he advances for the failures in the system, are they of equal application to the other places that were placed under lockdown or restrictions?
Not quite equal, but broadly related. So,
and were they the fiscal debate, the way in which the system, as they saw it, put them under the restrictions too fast, and their effective inability to be able to respond and say, no, you're not doing this?
I think there are three things. Firstly, I think that the tiering system overall was inherently flawed. So I can rehearse why.
We'll come to that maybe in the context of the October tiering system.
Of course. The second thing is that I think that the Mayor of Manchester, Greater Manchester, has a point, as indeed others did, that it's one thing to suggest that you should have stricter measures and demand that the Treasury should pay for it. It is another thing to have stricter measures as 'twere imposed, and then for there not to be necessarily the resourcing that you believe is necessary. So that is the distinction between, as it were, the Sturgeon position and the Burnham position. And I have more sympathy with the Burnham position.
That system was played out in the summer, and of course a number of places went into lockdown or restrictions. There was clear advice public health advice, scientific and medical advice from September onwards that a second wave was coming. Infections were rising, prevalence was growing, and in a sense, that we would be back to where we were in the spring or early spring, February, March. To what extent was it acknowledged within government that the tier system, which was then applied nationally in October and then without any form of negotiation applied again in December, realistically would work? It's understandable that the government would wish to try an alternative route, short of a lockdown. Let's try the tier system and see whether it works and can get us out of this epidemiological hole.
Yes.
But it must have been obvious that there were very real, severe flaws in its design and in its application. All places would end up epidemiologically levelled up at the highest level. That was the nature of the beast.
Yes.
So when the government gave considerable time and energy to putting this system into place in September and October, it was announced on the 14th, did you not assess that this was a waste of time, a flawed exercise, that it would never provide the solution that you thought it might?
I was sceptical and grew more sceptical about its efficacy and believed, and I think I advocated for, an approach which was more England-wide. I should say, in talking about the tiered approach, we earlier made the point that the devolved administrations at certain points went their own way, entirely understandably. But again, the history of the pandemic shows that what starts in Essex, as it were, doesn't stay in Essex. And across the whole island of Great Britain, you will find that sooner or later, to use your phrase about levelling up, the virus will level up overall. Now, it may well be that at different points, the approach of the Welsh government or the Scottish government might have been wiser than the approach of the English government, but ultimately, sooner or later, within an epidemiological area, and you will find that unless appropriate restrictions are in place, the virus will spread, and hence
Indeed.
the weakness of the tier system.
The tier system was announced, in fact, on the 14th of October. As it happened, the second lockdown was imposed on the 4th of November. So
Yes.
the tier system wasn't, in fact, permitted to work for very long.
Indeed.
One of the reasons you've accepted in your statement that it didn't work was that it was always going to be a great deal more difficult to apply a tier system when the general levels of prevalence, the levels of spread of the virus were high. Do you assess that if the government had considered and then imposed a tier system in September, thereby giving it a longer time within which to work, prospects of success would have been greater? Because it was debated and it was raised.
No, that is possible. Again, I think, rather than necessarily it being the tier system per se, because again, it's difficult to restrict the spread of the virus geographically, it's looking at the budget of measures overall. Throughout the decision-making, we were reminded that there were broad restrictions on social mixing that would reduce the spread of the virus. And the more restrictions you imposed, the lower the spread, but of course, the greater the cost in liberty. Dividing the country up into tiers is one way of attempting to meet that budget in certain areas, but not in others. But it's also possible that we could have had a higher level of restriction uniformly across England without having specific tiers, as it were.
The point is a slightly different one. The tier system didn't ultimately work.
No.
In principle, there is a chance, or there's a greater chance it may have worked if it had been imposed earlier when the prevalence, the degree of spread of the virus was lower. Because that is one of the reasons, well, it ultimately did for the tier system. We will never know what might have happened. But
Yes.
do you acknowledge, and you've referred in your statement to the fact that there is a strong case for the government having to have, or should have acted earlier, that consideration should have been given to this tier system at an earlier stage when it was more likely to work?
I think arguably consideration should have been given to other measures. So rather than introducing the tier system earlier, introducing other restrictions earlier.
Such as?
Well, there's some of the restrictions that we subsequently were compelled to consider before we went back to full lockdown. So again,
Well, no,
throughout...
with respect, the tier system was the penultimate procedure restriction before the lockdown on the 4th of November.
No, quite. But I think that the tier system, as we said, was one way of imposing restrictions on some but not all. I wonder if, rather than going for the tier system earlier, there might not have been other non-pharmaceutical interventions that we could have used on an England-wide basis before then.
In relation to the lockdown decision itself, are you in the camp of arguing that the United Kingdom government should have gone earlier in recognition of the inevitability of the second wave, in recognition of the fact that the later you leave it to apply that sort of restriction, the greater the roller coaster effect and the greater the damage?
Yes.
You must have reflected long and hard on that momentous decision. Are you able to identify a time in which you reasonably assess it should have been imposed?
I can go back and reflect on all of the exchanges I had, but I think it was some considerable time beforehand when I was talking to my colleagues, including those in my private office. I think it is the case that Sir Patrick Vallance's diaries also indicate that I was, you might call it at the more hawkish or at the more cautious, depending on your point of view, end of the spectrum in internal debates.
Yes, they are mostly reflective, however, of your position in November and December in the run-up to the third lockdown, and I'm concerned with the second one.
Yes. Well, I think...
Do you say you did call openly for a second lockdown at an earlier stage than that at which it was imposed?
I think that I was pretty clear, and I'd have to go back again through all of the exchanges that I had with my colleagues, but I think it was pretty clear to those in my private office team the concerns that I had and the way in which I sought to communicate them. And certainly in the discussions that I had, or that we had in the Quad, it would often be the case that the Health Secretary and I would be reinforcing our shared view, broadly shared view, on the need for tighter restrictions.
Well, Mr. Gove, the Sir Patrick Vallance diary entries do indeed show that during the tier system you expressed very considerable reservations about its practicability, its efficacy. You doubt whether it will work, and you make the point about the epidemiological levelling up. But you don't appear in that fortnight or 3 weeks before the 5th of November to be openly calling for a lockdown, the ultimate measure. Would you accept that?
Well, I think that anyone could infer in the room from what I was saying that if I didn't believe the measures that we had were enough, then it was clear that we should go further.
Well, that remains to be seen. 136684 is the paper which set out the data that formed the foundation for the final lockdown measure of November. The situation is deteriorating. Paragraphs 1 and 6, if we can scroll back out. Oh no, we can't see page 6, paragraph 6 on that page, so we'll just have paragraph 1, thank you. Paragraph 1 deals with the NHS being under increasing pressure. SPI-M have assessed that the NHS will, on the 30th of November, surpass fixed and surge bed capacity even after electives are cancelled. If we can just go over to the next page, paragraph 6, we'll see a further reference to the demand for NHS acute beds. Even if we act now, it will take 3 to 4 weeks to play through into hospitalisations and so on. May I suggest to you that when it came to this lockdown decision, there was in the material, in the paperwork relating to the ultimate decision, a greater attention to the figures and facts relating to the likely impact on the NHS. There was specific consideration given to what would happen to the NHS if these measures were not imposed. Would you agree?
Yes.
The document also, paragraph 8, expressly addresses the economic consequences of the move. There is an argument that costly action now may avert more costly action later. Casting your mind back to to the analogous thought process and decision-making on the 23rd of March, it's notable that that issue, costly action now may avert more costly action later, was not debated or in fact averted to at all. Is that because by November there was a far greater understanding of the reality that the earlier that you impose this sort of measure, the earlier you'll be out of it, and overall less economic damage may be done?
I believe so, though it was still the case that I had to prosecute that case with some vigour.
And afterwards, the diary entries from Sir Patrick do make it very plain that you are continually calling for caution in terms of the process which is applied in December following the second lockdown and on the approach to the third lockdown. Would it be fair to say that the government found that decision-making process as difficult and as anxious and as really impossible as it did the first level of decision-making in March? Do you agree that the government found it exquisitely difficult to make the decision about whether or not there should be a second lockdown?
It was certainly difficult for the reasons that I alluded to earlier. During the course of September and October, there were Quad and other conversations. And in those conversations, one could see, again, the Prime Minister's hope that the worst might be behind us. And also the concerns that I and others had that the conditions for a difficult second wave were growing and that timely and serious action needed to be taken. And I was just looking back at the exchanges with people in my private office at that time and some of the points that I was making at that time to them about the arguments that I would be making in the Quad and elsewhere, in the CDL PPS JGAH chat group.
On the 14th of December, Sir Patrick Vallance records in his notebook these words: Prime Minister now worrying about Christmas, too late. Agreed that reframing advice about Christmas needs to take place. Gove says measures from last year show we have been, and then he quotes the words too lenient and too late. And again, in inverted commas, we cannot make the same mistakes yet again. If you use those words, what mistakes, yet again, were you fearful that the government would make?
Allowing too much social mixing.
And by implication, not taking the decision to impose a lockdown early enough, which is what your position is in relation to the second lockdown.
I think it is both coming quickly to that decision and making sure that that decision is strong enough. So with reference both to tiers and more broadly, the phrase go early, go hard has been used. And my view is that too often we didn't go early enough and didn't go hard enough.
On the 2nd of January, you sent a private note to the Prime Minister setting out your view, but there was no alternative but to adopt a strategy of maximum suppression. Why, in the context of this extraordinarily complex government process with committees and reporting lines and COBRA and COVID-S and CTF and COVID-O, was it necessary for you to send a private note to the Prime Minister expressing your views on the ultimate decision, which was to impose a third lockdown?
I wanted to make sure that it got to the Prime Minister direct and without any interference.
Pause that. Interference by whom?
Well, I wanted to make sure that he saw my own unvarnished opinion, that it was laid out in black and white. It's sometimes the case in conversations and exchanges like this that you can't always say everything that needs to be said. So sometimes a document is the crispest and clearest way of doing so. It was the case that the document had been assembled with the help of my team in Cabinet Office. It was also the case that a copy of the document was passed to the Prime Minister's private office as well.
But you were the chair of COVID-0. You were a senior minister. You've been a member of the Quad. You had a variety of means at your disposal to send messages through to the Prime Minister, through your private secretary, through your principal private secretary, through whomsoever. Why did you have to resort to your Gmail account to send the Prime Minister your views as a fellow government minister on the most important issue facing the nation that day?
In many different arenas and many different fora, as you say, I had the chance to express my view, and I would always use as many as I could in order to get my view across when I considered it necessary. You asked me, quite rightly, I think, to reflect earlier, if I hadn't been vigorous enough in stating my view at some points in the pandemic. I suspect I wasn't. On other occasions, I felt that it was necessary to adopt a not just belt and braces approach, but by any means necessary approach in order to make clear what I felt.
You assessed that it was necessary to make your views particularly plain to the Prime Minister.
Yes.
Because you were concerned that, for obvious reasons, he may find the alternative approach preferable to yours. You wanted to make sure that you got your way in terms of his decision. Is that the nub of it?
I wanted to make sure he was clear about what I thought. I think it's fair to say that it wasn't about getting my way, it was about doing what I believed to be right. But of course, these are perhaps different ways of describing the same intent.
Yes. You wanted the last word, and you wanted to make sure that he would do what you believed was in the best interests of the country.
Yes, I think it's the responsibility or duty of any minister, if they're dealing with a situation like this, to try to make sure that the government does the right thing. Of course, I'm not the ultimate decision maker. I'm not saying that in order to evade responsibility.
No.
But just to be clear that, quite properly, at certain points, once a decision has been taken, even if you didn't agree with it, you've got to get on with implementing it to the best of your ability.
Why had you not, and you specifically told this inquiry, why had you not, on the 20th of March, when the analogous decision was being made in the spring, not expressed your views then as plainly as you did on the 4th of January, but instead took the consensus approach that you've described in terms of chairing?
Well, I think I could at certain times, as I said earlier, have been more vehement, but I think it is also the case that in the in Imran Shafi's notes of the conversation in the weekend preceding that, that it's pretty clear that I was forceful, sometimes terse, in urging rapid action at that point. And I think, well, again, you've made the point that I shouldn't introduce evidence that relates to conversations which are not in front of us, but I think that others, if questioned, would say that that weekend I was certainly very clear about the need to act. But I also wanted to acknowledge that while I had a strong view, it was for the Prime Minister ultimately to decide, and it was only right that he should hear from others who took a different approach.
And the final topic, very briefly, do you commend in your witness statement a number of lessons learned dealing with such matters as training and the requirement for ministers and officials to take part in exercises and the overarching need to ask, and I get the final word, daft laddie questions?
Yes.
No,
There we
Mr.
are.
Gove got the final word, Mr. Keith. Mr. Gove, I'm sorry I can't say it's time to go. I'm afraid we're going to take a 10-minute break now, and then we've got about an hour of questions for you. I'm really sorry, but
No, not at all.
I must allow the call participants to ask important questions.
Of course.
And then for everybody else to understand, we then at 4 o'clock will start the evidence of Dame Jenny Harries. I think she's been warned, and we'll try to finish this evening at about 5 o'clock. So I should be back at 3. All right. Right, Mr Wilcock.
Mr. Gove, I represent the Northern Ireland COVID Bereaved Families for Justice campaign, and I'm sure you will appreciate that they would welcome concise answers to the questions you're about to ask, so that you don't unintentionally, I am sure, give the impression that the clock has been run down given the limited time we have. My questions are all on what you describe in your witness statement as your role in managing the devolved nations. And my starting point is expert evidence that we have already heard from Professor Ailsa Henderson, that I'm sure you're familiar with, that in her opinion, the UK government took positions on intergovernmental relations and how the devolved administration should be integrated within a UK-wide response to the pandemic, that were driven not necessarily by what would be best able to respond to an epidemiological event, and that there was a desire to structure intergovernmental relations for ad hominem reasons. And she quoted, "There's a clear effort to control or handle one of the First Ministers in particular. There's a fear of federalism, there's a fear of leaks, there is a perceived kind of venality or self-serving nature to the motives of the devolved administrations, and never a reflection that this might also be true for all actors." Is there any truth in her analysis?
Some.
Which bits?
You've asked me to be concise. I'll try to be. Again, I have no desire to run down the clock, and if it would help the inquiry, I'm more than happy to come back at any point. But I think the key thing is, with the devolved administrations, we have different personalities and different parties represented. But I do believe that overall, and certainly it seems to be the case that the evidence from all the First Ministers attests to this, that generally the meetings were cordial, generally we made progress, generally there was an understanding of the importance of proceeding on a UK-wide basis. And I think that the frequency of conversations that I had with leaders of the devolved administrations, well over 100, attests to the fact that government as a whole took seriously the importance of coordination and consultation.
Well, Professor Henderson quoted specifically a fear of federalism, a fear of leaks, a perceived kind of venality, a self-serving nature to the devolved administrations. And you said that there was some truth to what she said. Which one of those four is there some truth to?
Well, I think with respect to fear of federalism, the Prime Minister in his own evidence, former Prime Minister Mr Johnson, says that it was important to recognise that there was a difference, and there is a difference between the UK government's role and the role of the devolved administrations. But I think that while the Prime Minister was clear about that, the effective operation day-to-day and coordination of activity was good.
Can we please have INQ 00091348 on screen, please? And while that's going up, Mr Gove, it's a readout of a call that you had on the 22nd of April with, amongst other people, the Secretaries of State for Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, and then they're described in the document as TOs.
Yes.
I think TOs, are they not, the civil service departments, territorial offices for Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland?
Yes.
So before we go to the readout itself, can you look at the email on the first page from someone in the Northern Ireland office, where on the second paragraph it was said that, quote, going into the meeting, there was a concern that the Cabinet Office, whose role you've told us about was to coordinate government policy, were seeking to take ownership of DA handling and union strategy more widely. We'll clearly need to keep a close eye on this. Were you aware in April 2020 that the Northern Ireland office was concerned that you and the Cabinet Office were seeking to take ownership of DA handling and union strategy in the early months of the pandemic?
I wasn't aware of any concern, but I think the second sentence in that paragraph, CDL, that was the role I had at the time, seemed keen to press ahead with instituting a regular meeting with himself, the devolved administrations, and the territorial offices during COVID-19. Again, under questioning from counsel to the inquiry, the point was made that Some felt there wasn't enough conversation.
Yeah.
I think that what this shows is that even though, of course, there was a spectrum of opinions, I personally was keen that we should involve the devolved administrations as closely as possible.
So I think the short answer was yes, you were aware in general terms.
Well, I, again, was aware that, of course, territorial officers wanted to make sure that they were fully involved in those conversations as well. But my intention was to ensure that both the territorial secretaries of state and the respective First and Deputy First Ministers were involved as well. So, again, my aim throughout was to have the maximum possible sharing of information and discussion.
Well, let's have a look at the readout itself, if we may, Mr. Gove. We could see that you started the call by explaining that the reason for the call was effectively a stock take, and that whilst to date, that is April 20, the four nations had, quote, marched more or less together in response of COVID, you felt that there was a temptation for the DAs, and I quote, to jockey for position, e.g. on their sensitivity to health issues. You've touched on this earlier, but given your evidence that it was reasonable for the devolved governments to take decisions locally, why did you use the particular expression, jockey for position?
Well, again, there'd been some concern that had been expressed by other people in government that, for example, the one First Minister had communicated the results of a COBRA before others had a chance to communicate it. And the view had been expressed to me that there was a risk or a danger that the need for coherent UK-wide communications could sometimes be vitiated or compromised by some, in some of the devolved administrations, moving to the microphone before others, as it were. But again, as I think the document makes clear, I said that I was open to regular weekly meetings, and it was important that the UK government was not high-handed in its
Absolutely,
dealings.
and I'm going to come on to that, to be fair to you. That is a valid point. But going back again, leaks aren't unique
No, indeed.
to the DAs. They're pretty common in even very recent governments, aren't they?
Yes, they absolutely are, and I'm sensitive to that. And again, one of the points that I made earlier, I'll try and summarise it briefly, is that overwhelmingly, I don't just have respect for, but I approve of the way in which each of the First Ministers and Deputy First Ministers handled things. I don't want to criticise them, but there were occasions and moments when the political position, particularly of the Scottish Government, gave rise to concern and or suspicion that they may, while still obviously seeking to do the right thing, if there was an opportunity additionally to make a political point, that temptation was there. So, as I say, it was an issue that was real, but at the margins. Overall, I think the Scottish Government worked very well with the rest of us and did well in its own terms.
So as you pointed out already, you then went on to say that you had a responsibility to make sure that the right policies to combat COVID are in place using the strengths and resources, and you were fairly open to the suggestion from Mark Drakeford for weekly meetings between the FM's DAs because you didn't want the UK to seem high-handed. If you look down the page, would you, to see the contributions of the Secretaries of State for Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales, do you agree that they were rather less concerned with any appearance of being high-handed and at best more cautious about such meetings?
I think they completely understood my position. I think that they were accurately reflecting one or two of the concerns, not just that they, that other colleagues had had. So, again, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland fairly made the point, which I briefly alluded to earlier, that First Ministers were sometimes privy to decision-making and involved in decision-making before other cabinet ministers. And again, there was a balance to be struck, but they were reflecting that concern. But I think that it was in the context of a thoughtful and reflective conversation on the pros and cons of particular types of engagement.
Now, Professor Henderson's point was, I think, that structures were made because of concern about the individuals. You've spoken about concerns you had about the First Minister for Scotland. Can we go to the next page, please? And about 14 lines down, we can see that the Secretary of State alleges that the default position of the Sinn Féin DFM, Michelle O'Neill, will be to agree with the approach in the Republic of Ireland. Now, Mr Gove, you will know the group I represent consists of a broad church of people from within all traditions in Northern Ireland. But did it occur to you when Mr Lewis said this, that not only did he only name one side of the political divide within Northern Ireland, but that, as you said, there was much to be said. You've already said this in evidence for the response in the north of Ireland to take account of the approach in the south, given the common travel area and the open land border.
Yes, and I don't think that either of those two things are mutually exclusive. So I think absolutely, whatever the political tradition or party of any member of the executive in Northern Ireland, all of them were aware of the nature of the common travel area, the nature of the island as a single epidemiological area, and the particular challenges that that raised. But I think it was fair and legitimate of the Northern Ireland Secretary to point out that it's in the nature of Sinn Féin as a distinct political party to approach issues with a set of particular assumptions. It's, again, I'm seeking not to criticise because, again, I appreciated the hard work that Michelle O'Neill and other Sinn Féin ministers put into dealing with the pandemic. I don't want to criticise them at all, but I do think that being aware of the political traditions from which people spring is helpful in recognising why some arguments may be made.
So you agreed that at least some of Professor Henderson's point about structures being made for ad hominem reasons rather than best combat. Is this an example of such an ad hominem approach or not?
Well, I would draw a distinction. I don't think it's ad hominem per se. I think it's recognising a structural, political or ideological factor. And again, without wanting to draw too broad an analogy, when other countries, Germany, for example, which has, of course, a fully federal system, had negotiations between the federal chancellery and the respective lender, one of the factors there was an acknowledgement that certain parties would come at these questions from a particular position. So an SPD-led minister-president would take a different view from a CSU minister-president.
In Germany?
In Germany.
And it may not be ad hominem per se, but it's ad hominem in effect, isn't it?
No, I don't believe so, because, again, I think that it's not a reflection on any individual or their qualities. As I say, I think that, in my experience, everyone whom I encountered with executive responsibility from the DAs behaved with the public interest first and foremost, but it's difficult for politicians, elected politicians, to set aside completely the perspectives, sometimes unconscious biases that they bring to the table.
Mr Wilcock, I'm afraid you're getting very close.
I am getting very close to the end. That's
all right, good. Are you asking the questions on behalf of the TUC?
I am, but would you please allow me to ask two more on behalf of my main clients? But
I'm afraid we have got to move on. I've got a witness waiting who's been here, and Mr Gove's been in the witness box all day, so I'm afraid everyone's going to have to speed up. And I'm going to ask other people who've been allocated longer times to see if they can shorten their questions.
Well, my lady, it's not the questions necessarily that cause...
I do understand, of course I do.
Sorry. If we go on to the next page and look at the first underlined section to see how you responded to these interventions, we can see, can't we, that you say that you had heard the Secretaries of State for Territorial Offices caution and that regular meetings won't mean that the devolved administrations agree on the approach to COVID, and that regular meetings could be a potential federalist Trojan horse.
Yes, and I think that that was reflecting the concerns that have been expressed by others.
Absolutely. So my question really is this. Given your initial openness to regular meetings as a way of making sure the right policies to respond to COVID were put in place, wasn't this fear of federalism another example of Professor Henderson's description of a desire to structure government for ad hominem reasons?
No, I don't believe so. It was the case that, as I say, other colleagues expressed their concerns, and I was reflecting in the readout, the the nature of the concerns, but they didn't impede the regular conversations we had, and also the evidence, I think, from all of the First Ministers and Deputy First Ministers, while occasionally expressing frustrations, does converge on the point, and they all, of course, come from different parties, that broadly there was a good level of cooperation and collaboration. And indeed, I think Professor Henderson makes the point that there are positive lessons in the UK experience in her conclusions.
Finally, if we look at the second underlined section, can you see that you conclude this meeting with an observation about there being a fair point about handling the DAs and a suggestion that officials could be involved in any meetings to diffuse tensions and that you would not commit to the weekly meetings that you had initially been fairly open to? Did that non-committal coincide with what you told us, of access between the devolved administrations and the political level of the UK government?
I think there were two things.
I think you probably answer this yes or no.
One of the reasons why there was a diminution in contact was because as we moved out of the first lockdown over the summer, there was less of a need to have the intensity of meetings that we'd had beforehand. So it wasn't a policy decision driven by a desire to speak to the DAs less. It was partly because throughout the summer, as we were coming out of lockdown, the need for the tempo of meetings across all governments diminished.
But whatever the desire, it coincided with that diminution. Yes or no?
It did, but coincidence and correlation is not causation in every case.
Indeed, understood. They're all the questions I wish to ask you on behalf of the Northern Ireland families.
Thank you.
I've also been asked to ask you some questions on behalf of the TUC. And all of these questions relate to the financial support for self-isolation, test and trace support payment scheme. Now, on the 17th of September 2020, you sent a WhatsApp message to Rishi Sunak stating the following. Dear Rishi, so sorry to trouble. On the isolation support payment question, I support the overall idea strongly. I think the proposal to route money through LAs is a mistake, and I cannot accept any scheme that is not UK-wide. Can we talk? All very best, MG. And then Mr. Sunak responded, sure, please call. Why did you support the idea strongly?
Because I believe that critical to contact tracing and critical to the effective management of the disease was making sure that there were appropriate isolation payments for all those who needed to self-isolate, particularly, obviously, those who were at the lower end of the income spectrum.
Is that your answer?
Yes.
Why did you think that the plan to route the money through local authorities was a mistake?
Because I believe that it was a UK government responsibility.
And how did Mr. Sunak respond to the issues you raised with the proposed test and trace payment support scheme?
I don't recall the full detail, but as Chancellor, he was always sympathetic to the arguments that I would make about the effective operation of the payments that people needed, and as I think it's a matter of record, as I briefly alluded to when Counsel to the Inquiry was questioning me, the furlough payments overall, they're different of course, were among the most generous levels of financial support anywhere in the Western world.
I didn't write the question, but I suspect it was aimed at how did he respond to your suggestion that such support be put in place for that particular scheme?
Yes, no, I think that I can't recall the exact detail, but we did have a system of support for those who had to self-isolate and who were poorer. It's an open question as to whether or not it was generous enough.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Milady.
you, Ms. Walker.
Thank you.
No, I do understand. I'm sorry I interrupted.
No, not at all. Thank you.
Ms. Heaven.
Good afternoon, Mr Gove. I represent the COVID-19 Bereaved Families for Justice Cymru, and I think you've heard the warnings about time, so I'll try and take it as quickly as I can. I want to start, please, by asking you about some of the evidence the inquiry has from Mr Johnson. Obviously, he hasn't given evidence yet, so this is from his witness statement. Milady, I'll paraphrase, it's paragraph 186 from his witness statement, and he says this. It was clear from my earliest experiences the DAs needed to be handled with care, given the powers they had to diverge. I wanted to reduce the risk of political point scoring. He then says, in his view, it was optically wrong in the first place for the UK Prime Minister to hold regular meetings with other DA First Ministers. So I'm just paraphrasing there. My question is this. I want to focus on your state of knowledge, and in particular in 2020, if we can. Did you understand at this time that Mr Johnson was reluctant to meet regularly with the leaders of the devolved administrations, and that this was a deliberate choice made by him largely for presentational reasons? In his words, it was optically wrong. So were you aware at the time that that was his position?
I think, in fairness to Mr Johnson, he goes on to explain in his witness statement that it was more than just optical or presentational.
Practical as well, I think
Yes.
he says, yeah. But just focusing on the optical and the presentational, because that is a reason that he gives, were you aware at the time that that was one of the reasons why he didn't want to meet regularly with the First Ministers of the devolved administrations?
It seemed to me that what the Prime Minister wanted to do was to divide responsibility in Labour appropriately. And as one of his ministers charged with a coordination function, it seemed natural and logical for me to take on this role.
Let's move on then, because we have a limited time. I want to ask you just briefly then about Mr Drakeford's comments, because he's also given some comments in his supplemental witness statement, paragraph 16. I consider that Mr Johnson's comments at paragraph 186 of his statement that the DAs needed to be handled with care betrays a cast of mind. It appears to me that his thinking as the then Prime Minister of the United Kingdom was not that the UK government needed to cooperate effectively with the devolved governments as equal partners who should be properly informed in decision making, but that they had to be handled with care, like a set of unruly, unreliable adolescents whose judgments were flawed. So just reflecting on that briefly, and the handled with care aspect. Can we just be clear in terms of the answers that you just gave? Are you agreeing that there was some concern that if the DAs were given information too early on, that they may leak it, or indeed that they may act early, in other words, go first? What was that actually a concern?
Well, it was a concern because I think there was one occasion quite early on when one particular First Minister did, it was perceived by others, move to the microphone in advance of the agreed communications rollout. Some people were sensitive to that. I thought overall, in the greater scheme of things, that was not a particularly significant concern. But as I say, that was my view.
Okay. We're moving on now to my next question, which is communications. And I haven't obviously got time to go into multiple examples. It's about the timing of communications and whether or not there was proper briefing to the DAs before the UK government announced measures. And I want to look at one particular issue, and that's the standing down of Cobra. Mr Keith raised a moment ago with you that one of the complaints that we've heard in this inquiry is the lack of clarity, and this is from the DAs, in public health messaging by the UK government about the geographical application of some of the measures, and also a concern about measures being announced without notice to the devolved administration. So on that note, can we please have up INQ 216507, please? Do you see that there? So this is a letter from yourself to Mr Drakeford, 21st of May 2020. And just for context, this is your response to a letter that you had received from Mr Drakeford on the 12th of May, where he's asking for those regular and reliable engagements. So in this letter, essentially what you're doing is you're agreeing that there needs to be a common approach. If we look at the second paragraph there, you say you'd like to work together. You make the point about realigning public perceptions of our approach, and then there's talking about social distancing. And a little way down there, there's an emphasis on the importance of collective public messaging. And if we go then to paragraph 3, you give this assurance. Going forward, I hope we can each share our emerging strategic thinking as early as possible so that we have the opportunity to align approaches ahead of announcements. And I think then that's when you reaffirm your commitment to the regular meetings. You see that there?
Yes.
So with that in mind, I'm going to fast forward now, please, if I may, to INQ 216519. And this is a letter to yourself from Mr Drakeford, 11th of June 2020. Do you see that there? Thank you. So I'll just read it through and then I'll ask the questions. I'm writing to ask about the UK Government's intentions for communication with the devolved governments in response to COVID and the recovery phase. COBRA last met 10th of May and heard from the Prime Minister on Thursday 28th of May when he said that you would follow up later that week. There was no subsequent communication, and in a call with the Secretary of State for Wales on 3rd of June, I asked about the UK Government's intentions in respect of COBRA machinery. Through official channels, we learn that COBRA has been stood down and that there are no plans to scale back the SAGE. There are now plans to scale back the SAGE arrangements. I'll come on to the next bit in a moment, but just pausing there. Is it correct then that this decision was made, COBRA was going to be scaled back, and Mr Drakeford not only didn't hear about it from you, but indeed he didn't hear about it in advance?
Well, I think that there were a number of communications between myself and the Welsh Government over this period. Yes, of course, there were some occasions where decisions were taken in advance of the Welsh Government being fully informed. I should say that there were some occasions where decisions were taken entirely properly by the devolved administrations without our input as well.
But isn't the standing down of COBRA, and indeed I think the scaling down of SAGE, which is also referred here, isn't that something that should absolutely have been told to the First Ministers of the devolved administrations in advance?
Well, I think it was the case that involvement with the devolved administrations was more intense through the MIG process than simply through the COBRA process. COBRA, as I mentioned earlier, both describes a room and a process. The key thing is whether it's COBRA, and indeed I think Mark himself says, to be clear, I'm not arguing the COBRA machinery should continue. I think the overall question is, was it the case that there was frequent and sufficiently frequent contact? I think certainly frequent contact. But again, the First Minister will have his own view about the adequacy of that frequency.
Well, let me just quickly move on then. If we look back at that letter, please. He's also raising another concern, isn't he? And that's very significant announcements this week with minimal or no prior communication. And bearing in mind we're on the 11th of June here, so we're a month after that letter where you promised effective communication. And he references 4th of June mandatory face coverings on public transport, 5th of June face masks in NHS facilities, and bubbling for single-person households. So again, certainly from his perspective, decisions were being made on very important topics, were being communicated, and the devolved administrations were not being given advance notice, certainly on these topics. Is that fair? As at 11th of June 2020?
Well, I think that, I'm just looking at my own evidence. I can see in paragraph 56, prior to this, there was a COBRA meeting on the 9th of April attended by the devolved administrations. It was agreed that it was too early to lift restrictions in place. The decision would not be taken until the end of the following week. And then a call with devolved administrations was arranged on the 15th of April. And then I go on to talk about the broader conversations that I had subsequent to that, including, in due course, on the 23rd of June, chairing a call with the First Ministers of the devolved administrations to discuss the decisions regarding social distancing. The Cabinet were going to be asked to make that day. All of these are examples of involvement, and in some cases, the devolved administrations knowing and being involved in decisions
Mr. Gove,
before others within
I appreciate there may be other examples, but the lady has the letter. So I think we'll very quickly move on, because I've got one final question.
Yes, but my point is that while I do not deny that there were moments in the rhythm of our approach when the frequency of meetings with the devolved administration was not what it might be, overall, I think that there was a good frequency of meetings.
Okay. Finally then, we have a reference to the First Minister of Wales having to request for SAGE advice to you. I know this is very specific and it's testing your memory on the 5th of May 2020, because there was apparently concern being expressed that SAGE papers were not available. First of all, well, do you recollect this? And do you recollect there being any requests earlier than May 2020, certainly to you, for SAGE information? Because, of course, we understand the CMOs were communicating by that point. So first of all, do you recollect that? Do you accept that? Do you find that confusing that you were being requested for SAGE on the 5th of May 2020?
My understanding was, as you say, that the chief medical officers were meeting and talking regularly, and also that the health ministers were meeting and talking regularly as well, that Matt Hancock and the respective health ministers, Von Gatton, I think at this stage in Wales, were meeting and talking separately. For me, the key question would be, was there any specific information that wasn't available to officials or others within the Welsh Government? So was there a new and emerging set of findings that were not shared and not given in a timely fashion? My understanding is that everything that needed to be shared was shared. It was a very good level of sharing.
Okay. Well, I think I've run out of time now, so thank you very much.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Hudson. Ms Mitchell.
Mr Gove, I appear as instructed by Amar Anwar and Company on behalf of the Scottish COVID bereaved. I would like to take you back to a cabinet meeting on the 20th, in July 2020. Now, by this time, the first wave was over, the second wave was still to come. And this inquiry has heard evidence that there was no pandemic plan, about the dysfunctionality in those critical months before July, infighting, misogyny, failure to understand science, maths, graphs, dithering, trolleying, all resulting in a deadly delay before implementing lockdown. It's against the background of these 4 months into the pandemic that you present a paper at a meeting of the Cabinet on the 21st July 2020 called State of the Union. If I can have inquiry number 89054 up on screen, particularly paragraph 2. Do you recognise this document?
Yes.
Is that a document written by you?
It would have been written by my team.
And did you present this document at the Cabinet meeting?
Yes, I think, if I can go back, did you say that it was the 12th of July or the 20th of July?
It was the 21st July 2020. It's the front
Yes.
page will show.
Okay, yeah.
Now, at paragraph 2, we see that a comment is made that in Scotland only 27% of people think the UK government is putting in place the right measures, but 70% of the respondents believe the Scottish government, 27% believe that the UK government is putting in place the right measures, 70% believe the Scottish government is putting in place the right measures. If we can move on to page 5, please, the top paragraph, which is available. That should be on your screen. It says, we need to change perceptions of our response to COVID-19. There is a real opportunity to outline how being part of the Union has significantly reduced the hardships faced by individuals and businesses across the UK and will continue to do so. And then it notes that satisfaction with the government is low. You've said, building on the work of Treasury, we need to generate further tangible examples where we have acted in the interests of citizens from all across 4 nations, and all departments should review their COVID-19 responses to identify examples that could be utilised in future communications. Now, in your answer to Mr Keith's question posed earlier, you expressed the view that the Scottish Government, being led by a political party that has a desire to generate at particular points causes for grievance or objection to the UK government's constitution. And you also said if there was an opportunity additionally to make a political point, that temptation was here. From this document, it appears that you are suggesting that the UK government considers that the pandemic was an opportunity to emphasise the strength of the Union, that you were suggesting that a political point could be made. Was it in fact the UK government playing politics with the pandemic response? No,
of course not. The first thing that I would say is that the mismatch in figures there occurred at a time when the approach of both the UK government and the Scottish government was very similar. And we had been working effectively together. To my mind, it was important that we communicated that the UK government was operating effectively and operating in tandem with the Scottish government, the Welsh government, and the Northern Ireland executive. But it's also the case that the strength of the United Kingdom in dealing with the pandemic was a material benefit to all the countries within the United Kingdom. We would not have been able to provide furlough. We would not have been able to roll out the vaccine in the way that we did if we had not been operating as one United Kingdom.
So what I wish to pose to you was whether or not what you were trying to get across there was political in terms. You were wanting to emphasise the strength of the union.
Well, I wanted to make sure that facts were clear. It is a fact that the furlough scheme was generous. It is a fact that the Barnett formula provides additional resources for other parts of the United Kingdom. It is a fact that we would not have been able to roll out the vaccine at the speed that we did without being part of the United Kingdom. And I think it is important at a time of strain that people have possession of the facts in order to be able to understand the situation in which we find ourselves.
I see, and the document that's there before us, that's your way of doing that. Can I move on to question 2, please? The First Minister of Scotland was asked to express her opinion on your view that devolution arrangements didn't lend themselves to an obvious mechanism to bring the devolved administrations into the decision-making process. Now, we don't need her response up for speed of time, but what she says is she agrees there wasn't a pre-existing mechanism. However, she says the problem in her view was not the lack of the mechanism, but the difficulty the UK government had in treating the devolved administrations as equal partners. As long as they see, to quote the former Prime Minister, as optically wrong, they will not be prepared to deploy the flexibility necessary to make any mechanism work effectively. Now, this inquiry has heard evidence from those at the heart of government that COBRA meetings attended by the First Minister were Potemkin in nature, a charade carried out to give the impression that the Scottish Government were involved in the decision-making process, whilst decisions were taken elsewhere in secretive meetings. What I want to ask you is, firstly, do you agree that the UK Government had difficulty in treating Scotland as equal partners in the crisis?
No.
Did you show that by making decisions which were taken elsewhere and not within COBRA?
No.
Was the UK Government prepared to deploy the flexibility necessary to make the mechanisms work effectively?
Yes.
In doing so, can I ask, in what way, when we've heard specifically that decisions were taken elsewhere and presented at COBRA as a fait accompli, and the devolved administrations were asked whether or not they agree to that, was treating people or treating the devolved administrations as equal partners and also deploying the flexibility to make their mechanism, their ability to input into those decisions work effectively?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes, certainly. What way did the UK Government show that they were treating Scotland as equal partners and deploying the flexibility necessary to make any mechanism work effectively in circumstances where decisions were being taken out with COBRA and being brought to COBRA as if those decisions were still to be made to allow the devolved administrations to agree?
Well, in response to questions from our colleague who was acting on behalf of victims in Wales, I made the point there that on at least, I drew attention to one occasion, but there were many occasions where the First Ministers and representatives of devolved administrations were acquainted with decision-making before the Cabinet. I should say that the UK is not a federal state. And a critical thing is that any comparison...
With respect, I wonder if I could stop you there, Mr Gove. It's not the analysis that I'm looking for, just the response to the questions. I wish to move to my third...
But with respect, your questions are prosecuting an argument you are making a series of points from an ideological point of view, and I am seeking to make sure that context is provided for the committee. It is the case that, for example, quite properly, the Scottish Government and the Welsh Government would take decisions themselves within their cabinets. UK government ministers were not invited to be observers or participants in those discussions. Neither should we have been.
And
but
that
it
is understood by the inquiry, Mr. Gove.
It is important to appreciate the unique circumstances of the UK Constitution.
Mr. Gove.
And in those circumstances, as we've rehearsed earlier, flexibility is required and flexibility was shown.
Mr. Gove, I'm moving on to my third question. You have highlighted, in your view, the importance of clarity in respect of the public health message. You've also highlighted, in response to one of my learned friends, that one of the concerns that was being expressed to you, that there was a risk or danger that the need for coherent UK-wide communications could be vitiated or compromised by some in the devolved administrations moving to the microphones before others, as it were. That was your response. This inquiry has had the opportunity to consider an expert report from Professor Ailsa Henderson, inquiry number 269372. I wonder if I can have got page 49, paragraphs 151 and 152. Now, this is an analysis of the UK government's public health response. And do we see about 3/4 of the way down paragraph 151? An analysis of the text-prepared speeches through 2020 shows those that, speaking on behalf of the UK government, did an incomplete job of outlining the territorial scope of data, information or guidance. And it goes on to talk about the fact there was no mention of the first ministers of the devolved administrations. Moving on to paragraph 152, about 3 or 4 lines down, it explains that when ministers were giving messages, more typically they outlined the guidance for England alone, but that the devolved administrations would offer their own guidance. It gives examples. Reference to reopening retail, which was England only, was made less clear by referring to the opening of British high streets. And on 23rd of June, Mr Johnson clarified that the measures applied to England only and then set out rules for the British public. What impact do you consider the UK government's use of UK to mean England had on the Scottish public's perception of the UK government's response to the pandemic?
I think at best marginal. I think that people across the United Kingdom would have had a pretty clear understanding of the different responsibilities of their governments.
So that when the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom refers to rules only for England and then advises that these are rules to follow for the British public, the people in Scotland would be aware that that didn't apply to them?
I think that people in Scotland were very well aware that there were, later in the response to the pandemic, different approaches in Scotland. I think the fact that the First Minister had a daily press conference would have meant that there was pretty clear communication. Again, I think that a critical question here is, as Professor Henderson and others have pointed out, the fact that the UK government is both responsible for issues in England and also has UK-wide responsibilities as well. That is not entirely unique, but it is certainly a specific constitutional arrangement. Within that, I think that the need for the best possible and most coherent communication, of course, is important, but as we touched on earlier, there can sometimes be a tension. And the tension that I mentioned was a tension between that clarity of hands, face, space, and the credibility, adduced earlier, of the Scottish Government. So how do you decide between a clear UK-wide message, which is more effective, or a Scottish Government message, which is less effective, but which is being conveyed by a more credible advocate?
Would you agree that the duty of the UK Government was to provide information which was clear to everybody within the United Kingdom, making clear what the rules were in Scotland and the rules were in other parts of the UK, and that was the most critical factor?
It was certainly an important factor, but I would also say that at different times there was confusion. I myself remember being interrogated at different times about, as the questions I mentioned earlier, like whether or not a Scotch egg was a substantial meal. The reason why we needed to refine messaging is that decisions were often being made by different administrations at pace. But more broadly, I would characterise the approach both of the UK government and the devolved administrations as one of effective functioning collaboration. One can home in on someone mixing up the phrase English and British at one time. But if that is the gravamen of a charge of high-handedness on the part of the UK government, then I would argue
Mr. Gove.
that is, as considering the matters with which this inquiry has to deal, perhaps not the most significant.
Mr. Gove, the expert witness simply says there was little attempt to outline what applied to the UK-wide and what applied only to England. The phrase "this country" was employed frequently to mean England or Great Britain or the UK. There wasn't clarity in the UK government's handling of this matter. My lady, I've got no further questions.
Well, can I just say that...
I think you've answered that question. Thank you very much, Mr. Gove. Thank you, Ms Mitchell. Right, Mr Friedman. Thank you. Don't worry about turning your back, Mr Gove, because we need you in the your voice into the microphone.
Thank you, my lady. Secretary of State, I act for 4 national disabled people's organisations. Can I ask you to look at inquiry document 83917, please? And it is an email from the COVID-19 task force to, amongst others, Emran Mian and Helen Dickinson, but it's copied to, and I'm going to summarise, departments like the Minister for Disabled People, people from the Equality Hub and Disability Unit, and backwater way down, Michael Gove, mailbox, Private Secretary. You see your address?
I do.
Yes. It's the 5th of November 2020, and just on the second page, under the heading Context, it reads, at the 29th of October meeting of COVID-0, the committee agreed to an ambitious package of measures to prevent transmission to and within groups that have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19, focusing in particular on ethnic minority communities. The Prime Minister and the CDL also asked departments in slower time for a more ambitious package that can prevent disproportionate impacts from COVID-19 for people with disabilities. The question is, why did the COVID task force indicate to the key decision makers as of the 5th of November that the PM and CDL had acknowledged that the ambitious package for disabled people could be developed in a slower time, so that which had been developed and already agreed for other disproportionately affected people?
I think counsel to the inquiry earlier drew attention to the fact that I'd written a letter chastising, if that's the right word, other government departments for not having risen to the challenge of doing everything possible for those groups. I think it would have been the case that we could have implemented or were implementing some of the measures that would mitigate the impact on ethnic minority communities because they were simply more ready to deliver. My recollection would be that more work was required in order to make sure that the additional policies necessary for those living with disabilities were also ready for delivery. So I don't think it's about a hierarchy of need. I think it's about the preparedness of policy.
Yes, so just on that letter, I don't need to bring it up, but it's the October 2020 letter, the terrible missed opportunity chastisement, where you told the chair this afternoon you wanted everybody to raise their game. Without going to it, we'll have it made public in due course. But in that letter, you also say you're deeply disappointed in departmental responses to date.
Yes.
And amongst other relevant facts, you draw their attention to the 59.2% of those who've died of COVID-19 have been disabled. And you also say time is running out to mitigate risks for the second wave.
Yes.
Given all those matters, why was it right as of the 5th of November to be then, albeit through the words of the COVID task force, tolerating a slower time for the more ambitious package for disabled people?
I think these things are relative, and I think it's purely to make sure that what we do roll out, and as the previous letter shows, I and the Prime Minister were cracking the whip on this, but it was in order to make sure that that which was prepared was ready to be implemented.
Well, just on that, the cracking of the whip, can you accept at least that 5th of November email and its reference to slower time, at least on one reading, and regardless of what you meant, could be read as what it said, that the work for disabled people for the second wave was not quite as urgent, regardless of whether that's what you wanted the meaning to be?
I think that could only have been inferred by people who were not involved in the decision-making or policy formulation process at that time. I think everyone would have recognised the stress that I and the Prime Minister were placing on making sure that disproportionately impacted groups received additional support and that policy was refined in order to help and support them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Mr. Manel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gove. I asked questions on behalf of a number of children's rights organisations. This morning, in answer to questions from Mr. Keith, you acknowledged that the government did not pay enough attention during the pandemic to the impact of some of its measures on children, particularly vulnerable children. Briefly, to which specific measures were you referring?
I think it was the case that we did pay attention to them, but there was a trade-off. The specific concern that I had is, in order to reduce R below 1, we were advised that schools needed to close. And as we touched on earlier, the closing of schools would have a disproportionate impact on poorer children. And I was concerned, as indeed were ministers across government, about how we could mitigate those impacts.
That's not quite what you said this morning. I mean, the question was about dysfunctionality and where the government fell short, and you made the concession at that stage that the government, and I'm quoting back your words, did not pay enough attention to the impact of some of its measures on children. So I'm asking you, which specific measures were you alluding to that fell short of the mark?
Well, again, you give me the opportunity to clarify. I think that what I was referring to was the particular concern that we had about children at risk of abuse and neglect, children who would suffer as a result of the attainment gap growing, and so on. I think my point would be, and your question gives me an opportunity, I hope, to clarify it, that in policy there are always trade-offs, and those trade-offs can be very uncomfortable. And my own, I think, the area which I think is most difficult looking back was the decision to close schools for all of the reasons that are well known. But it was felt that it was necessary, and I understand why it was necessary, in order to deal with a greater evil, which was the prospect of the NHS being overwhelmed, which of course would have had a terrible impact on the country and a disproportionate impact on the poorest.
Thank you. Turning to an entirely different topic, was the then Secretary of State for Education involved in the key decision-making that impacted children during the pandemic, or was he, in effect, largely excluded?
I think he was involved.
In the actual making of decisions?
Yes.
Are you aware that the Secretary of State for Education, in his witness statement at page 12, says that he did not have clear autonomy to make core decisions, especially in respect of schools closing and reopening, and that any input he had was limited to the implementation of decisions as opposed to the making of the decisions themselves?
Well, I think that when you're talking about something as important as schools closing, then that's a decision that requires collective consideration across government. And I think, if I infer rightly from what Sir Gavin's written, it wasn't the case that he had autonomy over schools closing, any more than the Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport had autonomy over whether or not theatres or football matches could go ahead. It is the case that Sir Gavin did make clear his concerns at particular points, and I remember very early on when the decision was made about school closure that Sir Gavin was clear that it was the responsibility of Cabinet Office rather than his own department, and I think it was a fair point on his part, to draw up the list of key workers whose children would be exempt from school closures. No easy task, but one which we sought to discharge.
So you're suggesting there isn't a distinction between your initial answer to my question and what Sir Gavin Williamson says in his witness statement, as I've summarised to you. You're suggesting you're on the same page?
Yes.
I see. The former Children's Commissioner for England, Mr. Gove, Anne Longfield, told the inquiry that there was nobody at the cabinet table who was taking the best interest of children into account when decisions were made during the pandemic. What is your response to that assertion?
I'm a huge fan of Anne's, and in fact, I think I appointed her to that role.
What about her comment to the inquiry?
I would take a different view. I think we all had the concerns of children in our mind. I think that the evidence shows that of the many questions that I asked and the many challenges that I gave to ministerial colleagues, making sure in particular, for example, the agenda of the GPS MIG shows that I was very far from alone, was keen to establish the risks that children faced and to advocate for them. Indeed, I think as the committee alluded to earlier, I challenged others to make sure that children eligible for free school meals should receive support during the extended lockdown and holiday period as well. So I'm not suggesting that I was unique in that, quite the opposite. I think that Anne, passionate advocate as she is for children, I think is being, for once, I think, aiming off slightly.
So in terms of learning lessons, in terms of how the government should act in a future crisis, do you agree that there should be somebody at the cabinet table who has primary responsibility for children to avoid decisions being made through an exclusively adult-centric lens?
I don't think decisions were made through an exclusively adult-centric lens, quite the opposite. And I think that, to be fair to the Prime Minister, he was one of the people who was most concerned about school closure and the impact that it would have on children. So I certainly don't think that decisions are made through an adult-centric lens, no.
Well, we'll have to agree to disagree on that. Moving on, in your witness statement, you mentioned the so-called Quad. Did any member of the Quad have primary responsibility for high-level decision-making that impacted children, and if so, who?
Well, the Prime Minister, ultimately, but my responsibility was for the coordination of our response across the public services. So insofar as there was someone who had that concern, it would have been mine. But I don't, for a moment, want to suggest that either the Chancellor or the Health Secretary were anything other than alive and alert at every stage to the impact on children.
Thank you. Moving then from the more general to the specific, and turning to the social distancing restrictions that were changed during the summer of 2020. Why did the UK government not exempt children under 12 from the restrictions, as, for example, Scotland did in July 2020, or from the rule of 6, as Scotland again did in September 2020?
I believe it was on the basis of the advice that we were given that children, while of course, if they caught the disease, were less likely to have severe symptoms, that children could spread the disease just as easily as you or I.
Who gave you that advice?
I believe that the advice would have come from the Chief Medical Officer, Chief Scientific Advisor, or others at the time. I think that the critical point that was made to us is, of course, when schools are closed, there are consequences for children, and consequences that we need to bear very strongly in mind. And of course, some will say, well, children, if they catch the disease, are vanishingly unlikely to suffer serious consequences. But children can, when they meet in schools, spread the disease amongst themselves, and then spread it back to families and multi-generational households. So the question of exempting children from this would have been driven, I'm sure, by the recognition that children, as I say, can carry the virus, including asymptomatically, as easily as any other human being.
Mr. Gove, the inquiry has not heard any evidence from the Chief Medical Officer or the Chief Scientific Advisor to the effect that they advised the UK government to take a different approach in relation to children and social distancing restrictions than the approaches taken in Scotland and, in fact, in Wales as well. No evidence to that effect at all. Are you sure about that?
Well, again, my judgment on what the decision-making would have been influenced by scientific advice. I can't recall when those decisions were taken and in which meetings and who would have been there. But the rationale for it is one that I have just explained.
Very well. Well, I'll wait to see what that research is, because we've not heard anything about that whatsoever.
So are you saying that children are less likely to carry the virus?
No, I'm not saying that.
Don't worry, wait for the next question, Mr. Gove. I'm afraid Mr. Mennell's now running out of time as well.
Okay, much as I'd like to continue that discussion, I think I better move on, Mr. Gove, given the time I've been allotted. Again, turning to the Secretary of State for Education, in his witness statement at page 58, he says that closing schools in January 2021 was wrong,
yes,
especially for the most disadvantaged children, and to use his words, wholly unnecessary and panicked. Given your earlier answers about wanting maximum suppression, am I right that you disagree with them?
yes.
I mean, do you at least agree with this, that prior to the initial school closures, in the summer and autumn of 2020, the government made no contingency plans for a future closure of schools, at least in part because the Prime Minister was hostile to having such contingency plans?
I think it was the case that we were ramping up things like, for example, the Oak National Academy in order to ensure the more effective dissemination of curricular materials online. And that happened throughout the pandemic. I may have got that wrong, that recollection may be false, but I don't think it was the case that provision to take account of children being at home was somehow halted or reversed. But of course, I stand to be corrected.
But that the decision ultimately in January to close schools, can we at least agree on this, that was made chaotically in that most children returned to school on the 4th of January for a day before the government closed schools the very next day?
Yes.
I mean, that was, surely you can agree with me that that was an extremely chaotic approach. Whatever the rights and wrongs of closing schools, that was an incredibly chaotic approach to take, given the long-term potential implications of harm on children.
Yes, but I think it's the case, and I'd have to check again, that on the note that I sent to the Prime Minister on the 2nd of January, I was arguing for a fairly high degree of suppression. And again, I think that one of the reasons why I made that point was that I was conscious that there were others who took a different view.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Gove. Perhaps that can be explored further in a later module.
You two can keep your seminar for later.
Yes, exactly. And I'm conscious I've used my time. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mennell. Does that complete the questioning, Mr. Keith?
My lady, I'm very pleased to say that it does.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Gove. Can I just try and put your mind at rest on one issue? At one stage, one of your answers associated the inquiry, by which I suspect you meant me, with what you perceived to be the personal view of counsel to the inquiry. And can I assure you and others that I don't have any settled views as yet. I will not reach any conclusion until I've considered all the evidence, oral evidence, written evidence, and not just the small section of the evidence like WhatsApp messages that some sections of the media have been focusing on. I will be considering everything. And the point of Council's questions is not to put forward any personal view of theirs. It's to test the evidence robustly to help me. So please don't think that any form views, and even if Council to the inquiry had a personal view, it wouldn't matter, because I'm the one that's eventually going to make the decision. So I just want to put at rest the mind of all of you who feel that your conduct is being criticised and the like. No conclusions reached as yet.
If I may, my lady, I don't doubt for a moment that Council to the Inquiry is a disinterested and brilliant advocate, and I know from working at the MOJ how seriously you take your role. My only concern was, and you have been very clear about this, that the nature of questioning here might give some watching our proceedings the sense that the issues that are highlighted here are among the most important. But thank you very much for that clarification. I'm in your debt.
It's why I gave the clarification.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much. Right. I think the next witness is Dame Jenny Harries.
Indeed
While
it is.
she's coming in, I'm not going to say anything, so nobody's going to say anything while the stenographer can just rest her fingers. Thank you. We'll wait for the movement to end until you take the oath or affirmation. It's a bit like changing the guard, isn't it? Right, if everybody's ready, Mr. O'Connor.
Yes, please.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I'm sorry, you've been kept waiting and that we're not going to finish you today. I know you've got some other important work you ought to be getting on with. We'll get through as quickly as we can, but I'm afraid it's not going to be finished today. I'm really sorry.
Could you give the inquiry your full name, please?
Jennifer Margaret Harries.
You are Professor Dame Jenny Harris. As with Professor Whitty and Professor Van Tam, I'm going to address you as Professor Harris, simply for brevity. Professor Harris, you have given evidence to the inquiry before. You attended and gave oral evidence in June of this year to Module 1, and at that stage, 2 of your witness statements were adduced. You have kindly prepared 2 further witness statements, which we will adduce now. First of all, your third statement, dated the 22nd of August 2023. Professor Harris, this was a statement that was prepared in response to a letter sent, a Rule 9 request sent to the UKHSA, was it not?
Yes.
We'll come to hear about your role as Chief Executive of that organisation, but we need to make the point, don't we, that this is a so-called corporate statement.
Yes.
So it was prepared by you and others on behalf of the UKHSA.
Yes.
Nonetheless, it bears your name, and we don't need to go there, but at the end of the statement, you have signed it saying its contents are true. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then secondly, there is a final statement, again in your name, your fourth statement. This statement was prepared in response to a request made to you personally, was it
Yes.
not? And as we can see, it's dated the 3rd of October of this year. Again, it's signed by you with a statement indicating that you believe its contents to be true.
That's correct.
Thank you. When you gave evidence earlier this year, Professor Harris, you gave a relatively full description of your career, so I won't go back over the whole length of what has been a distinguished career. But in summary, it's right, isn't it, that you trained initially as a medical doctor, you then had further training, and you also held a series of posts in the field of public health medicine.
Yes.
Between 2013 and 2019, you were the regional director for the south of England at PHE.
Yes.
And at the end of that period, you, I think, had an additional role at PHE, that of deputy medical director.
Yes.
So your employment at Public Health England ended in 2019, and that was the moment where you appointed one of the Deputy Chief Medical Officers for England. And you held that role through until 2021, and therefore for the first period, at least, of the pandemic.
Yes, that's correct.
As one of the DCMOs, the other, of course, being Professor Van Tam, who the inquiry has already heard from, we heard a little from him about the split responsibility between the two posts. And tell me if I've got it right, that at least at the time in early 2020 that we will pick up the story, he was responsible for health protection, whereas you were responsible for, I think, what has been variously described as health improvement or health promotion.
Yes, that's a fair description. We would obviously support each other, but that was my part of the portfolio, and therefore anything to do with health protection primarily would go to Professor Van Tam.
And again, in headline terms, health protection does include thinking about infectious viruses.
Yes.
Whereas health improvement, will you tell us what did that
Well, it's much
focus
more
on?
to do with supporting things like physical activity, good nutrition, those sorts of things, but also supporting areas of health service, evidence base for interventions.
Yeah. We'll obviously come to hear evidence from you about what you did, the activities you undertook, the advice you gave during the pandemic. Is it right that fairly stark distinction between Professor Van Tam's responsibilities and yours collapsed to some extent once the pandemic was underway?
Completely, and I would suggest probably from the end of January, actually. I came back from a very short bereavement period and was immediately into pandemic response and never really surfaced from it until I changed roles.
Yeah. You mentioned changing roles, and it was in 2021 that you ceased being Deputy Chief Medical Officer. There's a little complexity around the detail of you changing your role, but again, tell me if I've got this right. You were appointed as Chief Executive of what was a new body,
yes,
the UKHSA, on the 1st of April 2021.
That's correct.
But that body wasn't yet fully operational.
There was just me and the chair, so that was it.
A long way from being fully operational.
Exactly.
It became fully operational on the 1st of October 2021. And at that date, it took over, first of all, certain of the responsibilities of Public Health England.
Yes, mostly the health protection areas.
Yes. And my note suggests also some clinical and scientific areas, if that's a sensible distinction to draw.
Yep.
Separately, also in fact on that date, the UKHSA took over what was NHS Test and Trace.
Yes.
You had in fact been made head of that body earlier in the year in May, so there was a period of time where you were, as you say, the sort of titular head of the UKHSA without operational responsibility, and also head of NHS Test and Trace. But it all came together in October when both of those sort of separate elements became operational within the new UKHSA.
Yes, and that's important because actually I had no formal control, for example, over parts, although we worked well together and we had formal risk handover, I was not the person responsible for Public Health England, so you may find in my evidence that I'm saying I was doing this or I was doing that.
Well, you were never responsible for Public Health England.
Until the 1st of October. I mean, clearly worked with public health colleagues and other people in Public Health England, but I didn't have any formal responsibility until the 1st of October.
Correct. Well, it is complex, Professor, and as we go, of course, if there's a misunderstanding or we ask you about something at a time that you weren't responsible for it, you'll tell us. But just before we leave UKHSA, it follows from what we've been discussing that it's now been in existence for 2 years or so.
Yes.
In giving evidence to Module 1, I think you either said, or at least you agreed, with this description of UKHSA, a pandemic preparedness and response superbody which has a permanent standing capacity to prepare for, prevent and respond to infectious diseases and other threats to health.
That's true. It has many other roles as well, and the scientific one is particularly important, relevant for pandemic preparedness, but actually relevant for response to all threats.
And I know that this is one of the issues on your mind at the moment, but we have heard other witnesses talk about the certainty that there will be another pandemic sooner or later, and the intention is that the UKHSA will be at the forefront of the nation's response when that happens.
Yes, and I think it is important that the work that we do on a daily basis, though there will be more than 10,000 public health incidents, so it may be infectious disease, it could be radiation, nuclear, extreme events. When those happen, we are dealing with them all the time, but we need to be able to surge up. So I wouldn't like to think we are just a body for pandemic preparedness, or we might have a very expensive resource tag with us, I think, doing nothing for quite a while. So it's the combination of the two, being ready and managing the science at the same time.
Can you give us, Professor, just some idea of the scale of UKHSA? How many, roughly speaking, employees does it have?
So, as you can imagine, over this period, we've actually had the biggest single reduction in a civil service organisation in a single year. So we went from 15 billion down to 3 in 1 year, and we've reduced again since then. We had 18,000 staff at the start, only 30% of whom were permanently employed. And we are now building to a stabilised organisation where we have around 5,500 staff. And they will be, these are very rough figures, around 2,000 of those will be in our labs. They're performing frontline services and reference laboratory work. And then we have health protection teams around the country as well, and scientists and public health professionals.
Thank you. I'm sure it is clear, but the first statistic you gave, 15 billion was
pounds.
Yes, it wasn't not the number of staff.
Not the number of staff, no.
No. Thank you.
Annual budget, I assumed you meant by that.
At the time, it's now considerably lower.
Budget.
Yes, our budget now is 395 million. That's obviously in the public domain.
Perhaps it's obvious, but the explanation for that being that when you started, we were still in the middle of the pandemic. All the costs associated, one imagines, with NHS test and trace and
exactly.
No doubt other emergency measures which have now been withdrawn.
Yes. Yeah.
First, I'd like to go, again, almost by way of introduction, if I may, to an interview that you gave recently to the Telegraph, I think it was. And could we go, please, to INQ 280194, and within that document, go to, I think it's page 3, please. Part of this interview, Professor, you gave an indication of your reflections on the MPIs that were introduced during the COVID pandemic and how you saw their role in a possible future pandemic. And so I'd like to pick it up just the last full paragraph on that page. You said this: what we saw with Omicron and later waves of the pandemic, and even now, is that people are good at watching the data and they will take action themselves. You can see it in footfall going down. People actually start to manage their own socialisation and the viral waves flatten off and come down. And then the interviewer intervenes, as it were, with a comparison with Sweden and indeed, if we go over the page, with South Korea. But I was trying to see, but he accepts that this is a comparison that you did not make, so perhaps we can put that to one side. But then he records you as saying that the key is to be transparent about the risks and build trust with the public. And you said the more people trust the organisation to give them early, accurate, honest and straightforward information, then yes, the likelihood of us moving to extreme forms of transmission management reduce all the time, whether it be for coronavirus or anything else. Now, there are a few questions I want to ask you about that. First of all, is that a comment that you're making purely with the benefit of hindsight, or do we read into your suggestion that we may not need the same degree of prescription in future pandemics, a criticism of what happened during the previous pandemic?
So those particular comments were based particularly around data, And what we've seen previously and what actually UKHSA is trying to build now are data streams, so dashboards as we had during the pandemic, where people can see what's happening, they can make their own choices. And what they, the public were brilliant through the pandemic, and they complied often with mandated requirements, but actually what we saw with Omicron was there was no mandation at that time, and if you spoke and highlighted some of the evidence and they could see it and trusted that data, then they took actions themselves. I mean, as you say, the title for this this media one is a problem which I sometimes have, which is I didn't say what the title says, and the implication is that I did, which is an important point perhaps for other conversations. But I don't think the Swedish comparison is necessarily a helpful one. I think when you actually get underneath this and you look to see many countries did very similar things, some of them mandated at some times, some didn't. Populations are different, dense populations or travel hubs, all sorts of things. So I think looking is really important. But what we have seen in the UK, in our own culture and without mandation, is that people, if people have the information, then they will start to make choices themselves.
As you say, we can leave Sweden and South Korea out of it. But nonetheless, as I think you've explained, the point you're making can be boiled down to next time, if we can get the data right, we won't need to impose the same degree or the same severity of mandatory MPIs. Is that fair?
So I think you're perhaps taking me down a path. This was for coronavirus on this pandemic with the current population at this time. So we have, what we didn't have at the start of this pandemic was something relevant to our current culture in the last 100 years. So I think we have much more information now and we can use that as evidence. But if we had a completely different sort of virus, so something like Ebola, say, which is a touch transmission, these may not apply. We perhaps still wouldn't have the information. But the basic point is there, which I think, for me, it's important to be transparent with the information and to share it. And that can sometimes be difficult, and we may come on to some of that later.
Yes. Well, of course it's right that the next pandemic won't be identical. It may be very different. But nonetheless, the inquiry has to do its best to learn lessons from the experience of the COVID pandemic. And some of the evidence it's heard, for example, from Sir Patrick Vallance, he was very clear about the lesson he drew from the experience of the COVID pandemic. His phrase was something to the effect of, go harder than you like, go earlier than you like, go wider than you like. That doesn't seem to be the same as your suggestion here, which is that perhaps we don't need to go as hard, even as we went last time.
I don't think they're necessarily different things. I mean, if a trusted individual with data, which the public have access to and can trust in a good evidence base, stand up and say, actually, this is what we see coming ahead. If we all do A, B or C, not necessarily mandated, then we may well be able to all move this curve or whatever we're looking at, this problem, out of the way. So I think the go early, one of the interesting things is we didn't have this data at the start of the pandemic. And I think that is a really critical point, which I know many witnesses have made. We hadn't got the granularity of the data for it to be able to reflect potentially with ministers, but also with the public.
I won't press you any further on that, Professor Harries, but we'll leave it, though, with just to look again at your words, because you do emphasise not just providing data. It's something a bit more than that, isn't it? It's establishing, in your words, a relationship based on accuracy, honesty and straightforwardness about the data with the public.
Yes.
Let me move to ask you, as you have inferred, a few questions about some of the public statements you made during the pandemic. And before we get to detail, most of the incidents I'm going to ask you about were things you said during press conferences or the like, or interviews you gave with the media. Was that a process you were familiar with in early 2020, or was it quite new to you?
Definitely not to the extent that I became familiar. If you're dealing with public health incidents, one would normally be equipped to give a short press comment in relation to whatever incident you're handling, to do a media clip, something like that. But I think this process was something that clearly I had not experienced before, and I think most people don't. You come into your job, you don't expect to be standing at number 10 next to the Prime Minister or the Chancellor in the middle of a global pandemic.
When you gave these interviews or spoke at these press conferences, you were doing so in your capacity as DCMO. In doing that, did you regard it as your role, for example, to defend government policy?
No, so my approach is, and this is quite difficult in terms of practical matters when you're doing these, because as I think you've seen from other evidence, the speed at which policy might change or the availability of information to everybody across the system will vary. So I will not have been in the same meeting that Sir Christopher would have been, or other colleagues making strategic decisions, and yet it may well be me that's standing on the podium. I think the other important thing is that, and I think many public don't realise this, when you were there, the way the press conferences were handled, there would be two, I think from memory, two video questions and then questions from the press. None of those would you have any content of before you stood up. So you could be asked anything. And I think going back to your original question, no, I wasn't. I was there as an advisor. But I was also there, I felt, as somebody to try and support public understanding. If you're a public health doctor, your patients are the population. And so it's an opportunity to give critical public health messages.
You said you were there as an advisor. Does that mean that you did have some, as it were, some duty to keep in line with the government policy, or were you entirely independent and you could say exactly what you thought?
So I'm an independent advisor, as I think you've heard described from CMO and others, but I am nevertheless also a senior civil servant, and you have to keep those boundaries quite clear. But I think the point about the press conferences is often we will have given public health advice to decisions. The public health advice may or may not have been taken. Ministers, quite rightly, will make a policy choice and then they will announce that policy. Now, it could be, therefore, that a minister is making a policy which contains all of the public health advice that we had given or I had given, and that's probably relatively easy. Or a minister could give a policy decision which I may or may not have had much awareness of before I was on the podium, and there will be public health elements within that. And I always tried in those to pull out, if you like, the key public health elements that were the right messages to give to the public and the ones they would expect a public health advisor to provide.
When you refer to the right messages to give to the public, was there ever a sense in which you were trying, as it were, to protect the public, not to tell them all the bad news, to put a positive spin, if you like, on events?
I don't think it's a matter of protection, but I think this was a very, very frightening time for many members of the public. I mean, Jonathan Van Tam and I took slightly different roles. He had many football analogies, I didn't. I chose to never use my professorial title right from the start because I felt that for some members of the public, Dr. Jenny would possibly be more familiar, if you like, for people going through a frightening incident. So sometimes when you're speaking that way, and I can see it in some of the transcripts, you will have to reduce what you're trying to say to something which perhaps is simpler, less scientifically detailed, but nevertheless gets a key public health message across.
One can imagine doctors sometimes holding back on a little bit of the bad news to try and keep their patients' morale up. Is that sometimes the spirit in which you approach this?
Not if it was Not if it was necessary. I mean, actually, that probably runs counter to how current doctors should act. There is a duty of candour to your patients. So, but there is definitely a way of framing, and having a very frightened population at the start of a global pandemic is not helpful. But I think there are many instances you will see, both outside the public briefings and within them, where I have possibly been quite outspoken and then probably had that recognised in the media the day afterwards.
Well, let's look, Professor, at two references, first of all. First of all, can we go to your statement, please? And when I say your statement, unless I say otherwise, it'll be your fourth statement, your personal statement. Paragraph 7.65, starting at page 57. And this relates to not actually a press conference on this occasion, but an interview you gave to NBC News on the 11th of March. The inquiry has had a lot of evidence about this period. Are we not, in the sort of run-up to the first lockdown, Wednesday, the 11th of March. If we go over the page, we see an extract from the interview where you said this: timing of an intervention is absolutely critical. If you put it in too early, you have a time period where people actually get non-compliant. They won't want to keep it going for a long time. If you put it in too early, it's going to cause people to disrupt their lives without a long-term effect. If you put it in too late, then clearly it doesn't cut off that top piece of the peak. You then go on to refer to an email which we'll look at. In fact, I want to ask you to look at a different bit of that email. So we'll bear that quote in mind, please, and go to the email, which is 151565. It's dated the day before that interview we just looked at. And if we can go down to a little bit further down, please. Yes, that large paragraph. And the bit we need is 4 or 5 lines down. It's the passage saying, equally, if you start it, and it is a lockdown or NPI, if you start it too early, for interventions which need to be quite lengthy, not the short-termism being applied in Italy, you will lose goodwill, stroke compliance, and they become ineffective because people ignore. So, Professor Harris, in those, one can see the similarity between what you wrote in that internal email and the interview you gave the next day. But in both, what you were expressing was the idea of behavioural fatigue as an argument for delaying the imposition of MPIs, which is something that was being said publicly by Sir Chris Whitty at press conferences around that time. Do you agree with that?
Although I don't say behavioural fatigue, so I would perhaps draw a distinction, because I realise one of the interesting things about the inquiry is that it forces or opens up all sorts of correspondence that I have never seen through the pandemic. And the whole debate about behavioural fatigue was completely not known to me until I started looking. Now, I have looked back actually, and I think what this comes from, I realise there's an argument between the behavioural scientists and the others, and I recognise that Sir Chris thought that was not a helpful word framing to have used. But nevertheless, in SAGE, I think what we're saying here is, and I think I might be Sage 13, but there's a section where it broadly says there is a logic. We know people get tired of quarantine, for example, ever low robustness, but evidence there. And there is a logic to the fact that if you're holding on to something over a long period of time, people may stop doing it. That's not quite the same as fatigue, and that point comes out in the next point that Sage makes. And I think this is what I was trying to say here. One final point, I think, on all of this, which is not included in these sections, is the safety point about when you go into lockdown, which was really important for me. So that might be another point to flag.
Professor, we can explore this in detail if necessary, but I just want to press you. It's, of course, right that you don't use the words behavioural fatigue, but then I'm not sure Professor Whitty did in his press conferences. Certainly, if he did, he also used words very similar to the ones that you're describing, everyday words. The basic concept in language you use in this email, similar to language you used in the NBC interview the next day, if you start too early, you lose goodwill and compliance, the MPIs become ineffective because people ignore them. That without using the words behavioural fatigue, that is exactly the same principle, is it not?
So my principle was I would use, because actually I wasn't very often in SAGE, which was one of the problems. I was doing other meetings, and I think Sir Jonathan flagged the same issue. I would use the advice that came from there, and I think it was SAGE 13 on the day before this, and there are a couple of bullets in that one which describe both the fact that this is not behavioural fatigue, but that there is a, if you like, a plausible logic to the fact that people are unlikely to necessarily maintain. The evidence point that they give was around quarantine.
Well, a day or two after this, Professor, SAGE did address this issue head on in light of Professor Whitty's comments. And if we can go to INQ 236391. Thank you. So we see at the top, this was SAGE 15 on the 13th of March, so that on the Friday at the end of that week, after your interview, after Professor Whitty had made his comments during the same period of time. And if we go to the third page of that document, Professor Whitty referred to this document when he was giving evidence last week. Picking it up at paragraph 28, there is some evidence that people find quarantining harder to comply with the longer it goes on. The evidence is not strong, but the effect is intuitive. Is that the point you were referring to?
Yes.
That had been picked up, I think, in a paper at an earlier SAGE meeting? It wasn't in the consensus
I think it's in the
statement.
bullets, actually, from either the one before or the one before
Yes.
that. Yes.
We don't perhaps need to go there, but it wasn't in the consensus statement. It was in a paper that was considered at that earlier meeting.
Yes.
But they go on to say, this is the later SAGE meeting, there is no comparable evidence for social distancing measures, but experience suggests it's harder to comply with a challenging behaviour over a long period than over a short period. But then this, there is no strong evidence for public compliance rates changing during a major emergency. There is, however, a link between public anxiety and protective behavioural change. So what they're saying there is that just because it's difficult to comply with NPIs doesn't mean to say that there will be a fall off in compliance. Is that fair?
I think that's fair enough, and nobody's experienced this. This wasn't an intervention that had been applied for 100 years, I think.
And that's contrary to the point you were making in your interview and in that email, is it not?
I would say quarantining and self-isolation are both, they have a different technical meaning, but the impact is that you have to stay inside, in this case, for about 14 days. So I think there is some fallover. I realise that's not where other people have landed, but I didn't use the word behavioural fatigue, and actually there is quite a lot of work ongoing now into that, because, of course, we've come through the pandemic and people are looking at it.
And the next paragraph, lastly, difficulty maintaining behaviours should not be treated as a reason for not communicating with the public about the efficacy of the behaviours, and should not be taken as a reason to delay implementation where that is indicated epidemiologically. Now, you had advanced it, both in the interview and in the email, as a reason to delay introducing measures, had you not?
So I don't agree that I actually agree with this completely. That was no reason not to move into lockdown.
And so you had been mistaken in your email and your interview?
I'm afraid I see it a different way, because I think the evidence around quarantining, there's very little. If you ask somebody to quarantine or self-isolate, in fact, many people use the words interchangeably. But I was not using that as a mechanism. What I was saying was you have to get the timing right to do it. It wasn't a mechanism for not going into lockdown.
Well, getting the timing right is another way of saying, do you go at this point or that point? Do you delay or do you accelerate?
But this was not the only factor in that. And in fact, I would say that the main factor, partly because of the work I was doing at the time of getting the timing right, was around protection for people who were going into lockdown, which I think was a major concern.
Professor, when Professor Whitty gave evidence last week, he readily accepted that what he had said in public was really unhelpful, and he said it was really irrelevant, and this idea of behavioural fatigue was really irrelevant to discussions about the timing of a lockdown, and it had been unhelpful of him to link it to a lockdown. Why aren't you making the same concessions?
So it may be that actually I'm not seeing the information I've given, and maybe I need to go and look again and reflect. So the intention is not to use that as a mechanism for not going into lockdown. It is about recognising how people may be feeling about it.
I'm sorry, you'll have to explain that. What?
So if you're going into a lockdown at a particular time, people will have different emotions about that. There are safety issues, which I think were some of the main concerns that I had. But the knowledge of going into lockdown is not, I think we're talking here about people should have a good communication and various other things. So it's not, I don't think we're saying, or rather I'm saying, it says here should not be treated for not communicating with the public about the efficacy of the behaviours. So you do need to communicate before you do that.
You do need to communicate, and
yes.
In your interview with the Telegraph, you emphasised the importance of accurate, honest, straightforward yes. communication. But isn't the straightforward way of looking at your interviews at the time and this Sage minute that Sage were telling you that you'd got it wrong? And that's what Professor Whitty seemed to accept, but you don't seem to accept.
I'm not trying to argue with it particularly. I am potentially seeing it a different way. It perhaps wasn't what was intended when I said it, so perhaps if I've miscommunicated it, then there is an opportunity for me to learn from that.
Let me go on and ask you about a slightly different matter, but it does, in fact, involve us going back to that email that we looked at. So, well, in fact, before we do that, the point I want to come to is about comparisons that were made at around this time in March between, on the one hand, the UK and its state of preparedness, and on the other hand, things that were going on in Italy. And we'll come and look at that email. But before we do, there were two sort of strands of evidence that the inquiry has heard about reactions to events in Italy. First of all, we've looked at a page in the book that was written by Jeremy Farrar called Spike, and it's up on screen. And if we look at page 100 of that book, he says, his take on the scenes from Italy, he says the dire situation in northern Italy focused minds in the next Sage meeting on Tuesday, the 10th of March. So I think that was the day of the email that we looked at. He said he relayed chilling status reports from his contacts there. It was battlefield medicine deciding who to save and who to leave to die, doctors being traumatised. And then he makes this point. This wasn't China or Korea or any other country 5,000 miles away. This was a sophisticated, rich country on our doorstep, and the health service was collapsing. So he seems to be making the point that Italy was comparable to the UK, and yet they were having these terrible problems. I said two strands because we've also heard evidence from Helen McNamara that her memory of meetings in Downing Street at this time was one of a feeling that the Italians were overreacting, and to use her words, a breezy confidence that we would do better than others. And if we look back at that email, your email of the 10th of March, Professor, so this is 151565, reading on from the passage we looked at before, so again, that large paragraph starting 6 or 7 lines down, you said this: of course, if you have not got good command and control systems in your country in relation to health services, e.g. Italy, or 10-year background of planning for flu, you're probably starting from a rubbish position. But in the UK, neither of the above apply. So, are you there expressing your own view as those scenes unfolded in Italy, that really there was no comparison between the UK system and Italy, and that Italy's health system was rubbish?
So I don't think I was declining the position of the health system quite to that extent, but the issue is not the health system fully, but the command and control system. So one of the things which the UK has, albeit we clearly can see it needs improving, is a direct line of sight from central government right out through health protection systems, right out to each local authority. And I think from what I remember, that was one of the issues that was being highlighted about the Italian system, that it didn't have the opportunity, if you like, for overflow into other parts. It was quite compartmentalised. I would have to check on that, but I think that was it. So my sense at the time was, about this time, which was the 10th of March, the whole data thing started to change. I think I wasn't in Sage that day. As you say, the pictures which started to come from Italy looked fairly unbelievable, and people started to talk about, particularly I think with care services, and as questioning why that was. And my understanding was at the time from the conversations that it was part of it was that the, if you like, the mutual support. So rather than have a single national system which you could move people around and manage the peak, that this was not possible under the Italian system.
Do you think that what we might see here, your email on the 10th of March, might indicate that you were guilty of at least a degree of overconfidence at that stage?
I think looking at this now, I mean, clearly we will learn with hindsight. I think probably I had read too much into the differentials of the health system and accounted for some of the problems, at least, that they were having from the way the system was organised, rather than the fact, actually, that the virus was going to be so problematic. And I think that's what I understood Jeremy Farrar was describing in his book as well.
As it turned out, neither the UK's command and control systems nor our planning for flu served us very well, did they?
No, along with many other countries.
Let's go to a different document, please. This is INQ 274060. And this is an extract from a press conference you gave a week or so later on the 20th of March, and it relates to the PPE. And a question from Francis Elliott at the Times: can you update us with how we're doing with protective personal equipment? There's obviously something that is deeply concerning. The answer you gave: the country has a perfectly adequate supply of PPE at the moment. That encompasses quite a wide range of different gowns, masks, gloves, all sorts of things. There have been, I think, some differential deliveries, if you like, in some areas, which has caused a degree of concern recently. That is completely resolved now. And then you go on. It wasn't right, was it, that the problems with PPE have been completely resolved as of the 20th of March?
So the first statement that, so this is one of these areas where I need to clarify what my responsibility was. I had no direct responsibility for PPE at all. And when I go into these conferences, I had to rely on information that was provided to me. So on this one, my understanding was, and I think that is actually still correct, that we did have a national supply of gowns, masks, gloves and things. The difficulty was I had been told that a new supply system for getting them around the country, so there wasn't differential distribution, was resolved, and that turned out to be not the case. And in fact, I apologised as soon as I could when I was next on the stand, which I think was probably not till about 10 days later, which is a relatively unusual thing to do from a political stand, but it was something I felt I needed to do.
We've heard, Professor, detailed evidence that the problems with PPE not only were still going on at that time, but in fact in different ways and different types went on for months into the pandemic. For example, we've seen an email exchange involving Helen McNamara at around this time raising concerns about PPE for women, and that not having been taken up but then being pursued in number 10. We saw yesterday a letter from Sadiq Khan to Dominic Raab and Matt Hancock raising issues about supply chains of PPE on the 13th of April, so nearly a month after this. And right at the start of our hearings, we saw a letter from BAPIO, which described a survey they had done of their members with a very high rate of dissatisfaction with PPE, people being disciplined for complaining about PPE and so on. So it simply wasn't the case that there was no problem with PPE?
There was no
March?
national shortage of PPE. That is factual and I think is there. There was a distribution issue around PPE, but I think the important point for me here is this is an operational issue which was not my responsibility at all, as were many areas which I would be asked about. So when I go onto that stand, I have to rely on the piece of information which somebody has given me. And that was why actually, when I went onto the stand, I think it was the 31st of March, and probably, I think, contrary to advice, apologised directly to the public and said I'd made an error. That was my understanding at the time, because it was entirely, I mean, it's important that if a piece of information is wrong, that you correct that piece of information, and that was the information I had been given. I have no operational responsibility for this at all.
Let's move on, Professor, and look back at your statement, please, paragraph 7.54, page 54. So we move forward now. That was, I think it was the 20th of March, wasn't it? And so we're now in April, almost a month later. And this was an observation you made at another press conference, and we can see it in quotes there, where you said the UK, regardless of the position we may be in now or commentary, has been an international exemplar in preparedness. So the fact there is a pandemic influenza stockpile is considered a very high quality mark of a prepared country in international terms. Now, I think we've just established that by the 19th of April, whatever you did or didn't know a month earlier, you knew that there were continuing problems with PPE, did you not?
Yes.
You said that you'd apologised by then for your earlier statement.
Yes, that's true.
But yet you still referred in the context of your assertion that Britain was
so
or had been an
no,
why don't you just let me ask the question, Professor, and you can answer it. In the context of your assertion that the UK had been an international exemplar in preparedness, you referred to a pandemic influenza stockpile.
Yes.
Why did you do that if you knew about all the difficulties there were?
So the point I was trying to make here is that having a pandemic influenza stockpile of any sort whatsoever, which undoubtedly the country did, was considered, not by me, this is an external objective assessment, to have been a very high quality mark of a prepared country. And that assessment, I mean, clearly the world will be reforming how it manages and assesses how good it is, but that assessment came in two ways. One was from Johns Hopkins School of Public Health Global Health Security Index. The UK came number 2, scored 77.9 out of 100. New Zealand came 54. So I think, you know, there's some really interesting insight there to be learned. And then the second one was that the UK had put itself forward to be assessed by a joint external evaluation under the IHI International Health Regulations 2005, and in fact was used as an exemplar by the WHO for training others. So I recognise that in retrospect, this is, you know, it feels wrong almost when we look back now and see. But those were not my assessments at all. They were objective external assessments. So they're clearly areas which, you know, we all need to look at globally, I think. And in fact, WHO is.
Professor, they were external assessments that had been made before the pandemic?
Yes.
The pandemic, which by the time you made these comments in April had been ongoing for several months? Yes?
Yes.
And the experience of the pandemic by April had demonstrated just how far wide of the mark those external assessments had been, had they not?
So I agree that in retrospect this doesn't look at all encompassing with that, but that was what we had been graded as a country.
Well, that may have been true as a matter of fact, Professor,
yeah.
But we started this conversation with your recent interview emphasising the importance of an honest and straightforward approach in communicating with the public during an emergency. So was it an honest or straightforward thing to do to refer to earlier assessments of pandemic preparedness when events of the previous weeks and months had demonstrated just how serious the problems were and how, frankly, erroneous those earlier assessments had been.
Could I perhaps just read out, I think, what that statement says? So it says the UK, regardless of the position we may be in now or commentary. So I think I am acknowledging the fact that we don't have a good position now, has been in the past an international exemplar based on external observations. And the reason for that in the past had been because we had a pandemic influenza stockpile, notwithstanding regardless of the position we're in now. I don't see those as incompatible. We clearly were not in an exemplary position then, but I don't think that's what this statement says.
If in mid-April, well into the first lockdown, events had proved that the preparedness was so far short of what it had been understood to be, and in his evidence to the inquiry last week, Professor Whitty said that the pandemic influenza plans were, his words, woefully deficient. Why was it something you thought necessary to remind the public of in a number 10 press conference that this earlier grading had found the UK to be an international exemplar? It wasn't an international exemplar. Events had proved that by then.
So, I mean, I don't have the context of this, which is often quite difficult for me to make comments on statements which are provided to me and not with the rest of it. But I would perhaps just repeat that it says it acknowledges the poor position we're in now, regardless of the position we may now be in. I am flagging that historically it had. So I think I'm just saying there is a problem now, and previously we thought we've got it right, because that's what other people told us.
Right. Let me move on, and I think this can be my last set of questions to one more of your sets of public commentary. And to do this, let's go within the same statement to page 145, please. Now, yes, so we see, first of all, paragraph 10.18, it's another of the Downing Street press conferences, this time on the 26th of March 2020, and we see set out below in full, first of all, the question you were asked and then the answer you gave. These were comments about testing, which, as with the other comments we've looked at, were the subject of debate at the time. The question then, I don't think we've ever really had a public explanation of why this country decided to stop testing people who were suffering with symptoms of coronavirus when certainly when the World Health Organization was advocating that as a policy, and many other Asian countries have done this with great success. And your answer, which I'll read out, I'm going to suggest perhaps falls in, you're making two broad points, and I'll pause after where I think you sort of end the first one, and we can talk about that before moving on to the second. But the first part of your answer then, you say, so I think I'm going to answer in two different sections. The first one about the WHO comment. So I think the comment you were picking up was Dr. Tedros saying test, test, test. But in fact, we need to realise that the clue for WHO is in its title. It's a World Health Organization, and it's addressing all countries across the world with entirely different health infrastructures, and particularly public health infrastructures. We have an extremely well-developed public health system in this country, and in fact, our public health teams actually train others abroad. We've supported WHO through their Go On process, and some of our epidemiologists have gone out to Manila, for example, to support the early response in that area. So the point there is that they're addressing every country, including low and middle income countries, so encouraging all countries to test of some type. That's the point where I think perhaps you go on to the second part of the answer. But let's just focus on that first answer. In fact, the WHO guidance, or imperative, test, 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 applied to all countries, did it not?
It did.
Not just to certain countries, depending on where they sat on wealth or state of preparedness or development or anything else.
Exactly. And in fact, if I may, I would just like to flag this completely, because this two things so far. Firstly, the decision to cease community testing, which I might come back to at the end, it was not my decision. It was a full clinical decision from CMO's office, senior clinical groups, right across the system, for good reason, which I'll come back to. But this, I was quite surprised at the reaction to this because at the time, I think around more than 80 countries of the near 200 of the WHO member states had not recorded a case of COVID. So Dr. Tedros was out exactly telling everybody to test, test, test. And I fully supported it, and so encouraging all countries to test of some type. The problem we had was that many low and middle income countries did not have the capacity or capability to test. And so he was encouraging them both to get support, which in fact the UK had provided, or to start using their tests to see whether they had cases, because we had differential reporting globally, and it was very unlikely that some of the countries who had not sent in a positive case were not actually reporting had cases in their country. So this has been completely, to my mind, misinterpreted, and for the record, I was totally supportive of Dr. Tedros' statement. What we'll come on to in the next bit is, when you come to the UK, the problem we had was we had tested, and we had no tests left. And then you get on to so what were we doing? And in fact, in the next part of the statement, we prioritise the testing, and the prioritisation of the testing is exactly the same prioritisation as WHO put out in its statement 9 days later on the 21st of March. So I would suggest it's quite misinterpreted as it's been reported across the media.
Let's look, Professor, at the second part, as you say, and then we can wrap it up with a few extra questions. The second part, you say, when you come to the UK, and we've made it very, very clear, there has been a plan right the way through this, which is entirely consistent with the science and epidemiology. We started with a containment phase, and every early case of this disease was followed through. Every contact was traced exactly as we would do for other diseases, but particularly noticing this one. And of course, your viewers will be very familiar with the fact that we had some very strict and very successful containment facilities, but there comes a point in a pandemic when that is not an appropriate intervention. And that is the point really where we moved into delay. And although we still do some contact tracing and testing, for example, in high-risk areas like prisons or care homes, that's not an appropriate mechanism as we go forward at that point. What we need to do is focus on the clinical management of the patients first and foremost, and then additionally, as I've said earlier, on our health and care staff and first responder staff. So obviously, if there was infinite testing facilities, and we're growing them at pace, and we will have them, then it moves to the public. But we need to be very careful about focusing where it's clinically most valuable. So, Professor, let me come back and ask you 2 or 3 questions. Firstly, if we can just remind ourselves, the question that you were asked was simply the question saying we've never had a public explanation of why testing has stopped. The simple answer to that question was, we've run out of tests. We don't have enough tests to test everyone anymore. We're going to prioritise healthcare and other sectors.
Yes.
That was the answer, wasn't it?
Yes, exactly. It's exactly what WHO put in their guidance the next week.
So, first of all, why did you think it appropriate, if that was the question, to start talking about the World Health Organization and suggesting that different rules apply to different countries depending on how rich they are?
If I may, can I just go back? I wasn't, that's an interpretation. I was actually saying those low and middle income countries did not all have testing capacity, and we support them as an organisation. And I fully supported WHO testing. But at this point, we had no more tests. And then in the second part, I am speaking to the public at this point, so they will be getting quite frightened, seeing the pictures that you have alluded to, will be wanting to know that if their loved one goes into hospital, there will be a clinical test for them to diagnose. And if I may, because this is an important point, at this point, we had around 5,000 tests. They were prioritised into clinical treatment, and so everybody in hospitals, particularly in intensive care units, started to be tested. Now, if you look at the dates for this, the testing picked up a lot of cases, more cases than was anticipated in hospitals. And by this time, you could then start to extrapolate back what that might mean for community infection rates. And if you look at this, you'll find it's the same week that the changes in the numbers in Sage went up. So this was a high-level surveillance system, which then allowed us to, for the kind of, with more certainty than was there, I think, which then led to the alerts to ministers and an early lockdown. So I think if we had not done this, we would have gone into lockdown much later.
Professor, we're talking about communication.
Yes.
And the way you communicated on that occasion. If the position was that testing had finished because you'd run out of tests, why did you say there comes a point in a pandemic where it's not an appropriate intervention?
For two reasons. One, the one that I've just given, which is I wanted people to be assured that their loved ones would have tests in hospitals. This is, many people were listening to me directly. But secondly, you will have heard from many other people. So Professor Yvonne Doyle, who I know gave evidence recently, that said that there is a point where you no longer test and trace because the peak of the pandemic rises so quickly that it becomes unmanageable. So that point is an important one to signal to people that this is a change in how, and the how it's done will change.
But you said yourself at the end of the answer,
Yep.
and as we know from history, testing is desirable if you've got the capacity. We know that NHS Test and Trace subsequently became an enormous organisation.
Yes.
You mentioned the billions of pounds that were spent on it. So the point is not it's not appropriate, it's that there weren't any tests.
I think I've said both of those things here. It's not manageable either on the testing and contact tracing, which was the point Professor Doyle made, I think, last week or whenever she was here.
Saying both things, Professor, is not a straightforward way of communicating with the public, is it?
I will leave it at that. Yes, thank you.
As will we all.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, as I say, you've got to come back. I know you've got another issue that's been getting some publicity today, so I hope that doesn't build up into a major issue. 10 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.
Correct.